mostly do, you sit on the camera by yourself to do the episode. It was weird. I mean, the first year of the podcast, it just spilled out. It was just, I had all that stuff. I was so excited about it, talking to everyone and who would listen and anyone they'd run away. I'd keep talking. You know, before there was ever a camera, it wasn't on social media. In 2019, I posted a little bit. Started talking about podcasts, but yeah, I just
try some things.
The zest and delight of this stuff, circadian rhythms, and play with this stuff. I just felt like here was the opportunity and just let it burst. And then we've gotten into topics that are a little bit further away from my home knowledge. You know, I still get super excited about music in the brain episode I've been researching for a while, and I'm just so high. Like, so many facets. Singing versus improvisational, music versus listening to music versus learning music. I mean, it just goes on and on. There's just so much, and it's so interesting. I just can't get enough. And I think, I don't know, you put a camera in front of me, I sort of forget about it, and I'm trying to just teach.
Yeah, so that's interesting. And
Forget the camera.
maybe I need to find that joy as well. But like for me, a lot of the joy is in writing. And the camera, there's something.
Well, the best lecturers, as you know, and you're a phenomenal lecturer, so you embody this as well. But when I teach at Stanford, I was directing this course in neuroscience and medical students, and I noticed that the best lecturers would come in, and they're teaching the material from a place of deep understanding, but they're also experiencing it as a first-time learner at the same time. So it's sort of embodying the delight of it, but also the authority over not authority, but the sort of mastery of the material. And it's really the delight in it that the students are linking onto, and of course they deserve the best accurate materials, so they know what they're talking about. But yeah, just tap into that energy of learning and loving it, and people are along for the ride. Or, you know, I get accused of being long-winded, but, you know, things get taken out of context. That leads to greater misunderstanding. And also, I come from a lineage of 3 dead advisors. 3. All 3. So, I don't know when the Reaper's coming for me. I'm doing my best to stay alive a long time, but whether or not it's a bullet or a bus or cancer or whatever, or just old age, I'm trying to get it all out there as best I can. And if it means you have to hit pause and come back a day or two, like, that seems like a reasonable compromise to me. I'm not going to go longer than I need to, and I'm trying to shorten. But again, that's kind of how I show up. It's like Tim Armstrong would say about writing songs. I asked him, do you write every day? Every day. But does Rick ever stop creating? No. Did Joe ever stop preparing for comedy? Or you ever stop to think about world issues and technology and who you can talk to? And you've always got a plan inside there. The thing I love about your podcast, to be honest, these days, is the surprise of, like, I don't know who else could do that. It's almost like I get a little nervously excited about when a new episode comes in, because I have no idea. No idea. And, you know, I mean, I have some guesses based on what you told me during the break. I mean, you've got some people where it's just like, whoa, Lex is like there. Awesome. Can't wait. Click. I think that's really cool. Like, you're constantly surprising people. So you're doing so well, like, such a high level. And I think it's also important for people to understand that what you're doing, Lex, there's no precedent for it. Sure, there have been interviews before, there have been podcasts, discussions, but not. How many of your peers can you look to find out how best to do the content like yours? 0. There's one peer, you. And so, you know, that should give you great peace and great excitement, because you're a pioneer. You're literally I don't want to take an unnecessary tangent, but I think this might thread together 2 of the things we've been talking about, which are, I think, of pretty key importance. One is I learned from Rick, but that, you know, I've gone back and forth on it, that I think is worth elaborating on, which is, earlier we were saying, you know, the best relationship is going to be one where it brings you peace. I think peace also can be translated to, among other things, lack of distraction. So when you're with your partner, can you really focus on them and the relationship? Can you upset about from their past or from your past with them or their, and of course the same is true for them, right? They might be able to feel that way towards you too. They can really focus. Also, when you're not with them, you focus on your work and you not be worried about whether or not they're okay because you trust that they're an adult and they can handle things or they will reach out if they need things. They're going to communicate their needs like an adult, you know, creating messes just to get attention and things like that, or disappearing, you know. So peace, focus, and distraction is the enemy of peace and focus. So there's something there, I believe, because people that have this strong generative drive and want to, you know, be productive in their home life, a rich family life, partner life, whatever that is, and in their work life, you know, the work and like, okay, you might have that sense like I hope they're okay, or you know, need to check my phone or something, but just know like we're good. So peace and focus, I think, and being present are so key, and it's key at every level of romantic relationships. You know, certainly presence and focus. You know, everything from sex to listening to you know, raising family to tending to the house, and in work, it's absolutely critical. So I think that those things are kind of mirror images of the same thing, and they're both important reflections of the other. And when you start to just, you know, when work is not going well, then the relationship, the focus on relationship can suffer, and vice versa.
So it's crazy how important that is. How incredibly wonderful it could be to have a person in your life that kind of enables that creative focus.
Yeah, and you supply the peace and focus for their endeavors, whatever those might be. In that symmetry there, because clearly people have different needs, and the need to just really trust. You know, when Lex is working, he's in his generative mode, and I know he's good, and so then they feel sure they've contributed to that, but then also what you're doing is supporting them in whatever way it happens to be. And I think that sometimes you'll see that people will pair up along creative, or musical, or computer scientist. But I think, again, going back to this Conti episode on relationships, is that the superficial labels are less important, it seems, than just the desire to create that kind of home life and relationship together. And as a consequence, the work mode. And for some people, both people aren't working, and sometimes they are. But I think that's the good. And I think that's the big learning in all of it, is that the further along I go with each birthday, I guarantee you, like, what I want is simpler and simpler, and harder to create, but oh, so worth it.
The inner and the outer peace. It's been over 2 years, I think, since Costello passed away.
Still tears me up. I cried about him today. It's proportional to the love. But yeah, I'll cry about it right now. But it wasn't putting him down. It wasn't an act of dying. Actually, that was a beautiful experience. I didn't expect it to be, but it was in my place when I was living in Topanga during the pandemic, where we watched the podcast, and I did it at home. And I hated the vet, so I did it at home. And he gave out this huge right at the end. And I could just tell he had been in just not a lot of pain, fortunately, but he had just been working so hard just to move it all. And the craziest thing happened, Lex. It was unbelievable. I've never had an experience like this. I expected my heart to break. And I've felt it broken. I felt it, frankly, when my parents split. I felt it when Harry shot himself at her. I felt it when Barbara died. I felt it. And so, as well. And so many friends, way too many. End of 2017, my friend Aaron King, Johnny Fair, John Eichelberry, stomach cancer, suicide, fentanyl. Like, well, all in a freaking week. And I just remember thinking, like, what the? But when cuffs, like, and it's just heartbreaking, you just carry that. And it's like, but that's just a short list, you know? And I don't say that for a sob story, it's just for a guy that wasn't in the military or didn't grow up in the inner city, like, the unusual number of, like, deaths, like, close people. When Costello went, the craziest thing happened. My heart warmed up. It like heated up, and I wasn't on MDMA, and I wasn't. I was just. It just the moment he went, it just went whoosh, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" And it was just. It was like.
There's a speed trap ahead.
Grandfather on the ground. I was a pallbearer at the funeral. I've like done that more times than I'd like to have ever done it, and it just heated up. And it was almost like, and you can we make up these stories about what it is, but it was almost like he was like, all right, I have to be careful because I will cry here. And I don't want to. It was almost like he was like, all that effort, because I've been putting so much effort into him, it was like, all right, you get that. It was like the giant freaking thing. And it was incredible, you know, and I'm not embarrassed to shed a tear or two about it. I have to, like holy shit. Like, that's how close I was today.
Where do you think you could find that kind of love for him?
I don't know. I mean, when, and excuse me for welling up, but it was just, I mean, it's a freaking dog, right? I get it. But for me, it was the first real home I ever had. But when Costello went, it was like we'd had this home in Topanga, we'd set it up, and he was just so happy there. And I think it just, it was like this weird like victory / massive loss. Like we did 11 years and did everything to make him as comfortable as possible. He was super loyal, beautiful animal, but also just funny and fun. And I was like, I did it. Like you know, I gave as much of myself to this being as a human I felt I could without making it, detracting for the rest of my life. And he loved it. And so I don't know. When I think about Barbara, especially, I well up, and it's hard for me. But I mean, I talked to her before she died, and that was a brutal conversation, saying goodbye to someone, especially with kids, and that was hard. I think that really flipped a switch in me, where I'm like, I always knew I wanted kids. I'd say I want kids. I want a lot of kids. That flipped the switch. I was like, I want kids. I want my own kids.
You might be able to find that kind of love.
Yeah, I think because it was the caretaking. It wasn't about what he gave me all that time. And the more I could take care of him, it seemed to happen, the better it felt. It was crazy. And I don't know. So I miss him every day. Every day. I miss him every day.
You got a heart that's so full of love. I can't wait for you to have kids. For you to be a father.
Yeah, well,
I can't wait to do the same.
I'm ready for it when, when God decides I'm ready, I'll have him.
And then I will still beat you to it, as I told you many times before.
I think you should absolutely have kids. I mean, look at the people in our life, because we're kind of in case you haven't realized it already, like we're the younger of the podcasters. But like Joe and Peter and Segura and and the rest, right? They're like the tribal elders, right? And we're not the youngest in the crew, but we're if you look at all those guys, they all have kids. They all adore their kids, and their kids bring tremendous meaning to their life. Like be morons. If you didn't go off and start a family. And yeah, I think that's the goal.
The kids
of the goals.
Kids not only make them their life more joyful, brings love to their life, it also makes them more productive, makes them better people, all that. It's kind of obvious.
Yeah, I think that's what Costello wanted. I think I have a story in my head that he was just like, okay, I take this, I can. Yeah, and don't fuck this up. Lord knows, don't fuck this up.
Andrew, I love you, brothers. incredible.
Love you too. Thank I appreciate it.
So we will talk often on each other's podcast for many years to come.
Yes.
Many years to come.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. And there are no words for how much I appreciate your example and your friendship. So love you, brother.
Love you too. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Camus. In the midst of winter, I found there was within me an invincible summer. And that makes me happy, for it says that no matter how hard the world pushes against me, within me there's something stronger, something better, pushing right back. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
If you really want to give a character an obstacle to overcome, a need, I mean, the base one is like that.
Following this conversation with Matthew McConaughey, a legendary Oscar-winning actor and one of the most unique, charismatic, and inspiring humans and Texans who walk this earth. He starred in films and shows loved by me and millions of others, including Interstellar, Dazed and Confused, Dallas Buyers Club, Killer Joe, Mud, True Detective, and soon the spin-off of Yellowstone. Off-screen, his words carry wisdom and power in his book called Green Lights and his new video course called Road Trip, where Matthew expands on the philosophy in his book and shows how to apply it to your life.
Cast IRL will be live in Miami with Patrick Bet-David, Donald Trump Jr., Matt Gaetz, and Luke Rutkowski. Join us there. Get your tickets by clicking the link in the description below or by going to timcast.com. We have this story from Politico. Owen Schroyer, InfoWars host and colleague of Alex Jones, gets 60 days for January 6th misdemeanor. The judge contended that Schroyer played a role in amping up the mob at a sensitive moment during the riot. I just want anything though.
How are you, Juliana?
Okay.
This is so weird to ask an Asian to do an Asian accent. I know. You can't do one. But
I
go ahead.
can't. Alright, you do it, then I'll copy
Okay.
it.
Are you aware that you are speaking?
Are you aware that you are speaking?
Nothing's better than watching Asian accent. That was pretty good. My dad knows, right? Bobby, are you aware?
Bobby, are you aware?
Great. Really do it now. Bobby, yeah. I miss you. I'm wrecked from the dead. I came back for you. I'm missing you so much. Thank you. Speaking.
What's your open experience?
Was there the fear that you entering into professional tournaments? Because people would know that you...
By this time, people knew. You know, and it didn't take long before a few trips I went by my middle name. Yeah, because there were magazines that, you know, you could see what's going on around the country.
Right.
You just might not get a picture or a video of it or whatever, so you start to hear names. So, like, first time I went to California, I did that, actually. You know, it worked out nice.
What did you do? You just use a different name?
Well, that's a funny story, and I think he can laugh about it now, but you know Marcus Shimon is, right? From Sweden, so there was a guy that was staking him, and a lot of other great players, and he was a big action, the guy was. And I knew Marcus was out there, so I'm in hard times. I think I told you about this the other day, but the only two people in the hard times with me, all right, was Keith and Jose Perica, all right? So everyone else didn't know who I was. So Marcus Shimon is standing next to two other guys that I know play but won't play, kind of thing. So I go up and I ask those two guys, you know, when do y'all want to play some, you know, $50 or $100 sets of 9-ball? Knowing Marcus is going to just jump right on me, you know what I mean? Like he's right next to him. So long story short, that happened. And, but I introduced myself as Tyler, my middle name, you know, like, I just did, you know. So we start playing. He beats me a set for 100, playing even. I quit. He offers me the 8. Beats me a set for 200. I quit. Now he offers me the 7. So now his stake horse starts coming over here. Because Marcus is just stealing this little 4 or 500. Ain't got nothing to do with a stake horse, you know what I mean? This is just like pocket money. So now his stake horse comes over and he's kind of into the game. He says, he'll give you the 7, but you got to bet, you know, everything you got. I got like 25 or 30 up. So me and my buddy talk for a second, so we end up pulling out like 4,500. So we play for a little bit. And now we're playing 7 ahead. We're playing to race the 7 with 100, 200, right? So now he thinks he's stealing. Because I mean, the way I played in the other 2 sets, you know what I'm saying? So he just comes out like gangbusters. He's got like 4 games down. I'm talking about that. Like, it's the 3 spot right here. I'm getting the 7, you know? So finally I get a shot, and I start to run out. So his stake horse sits there and says, man, ain't this something? You know what I mean? He says, we thought we were stealing. It looks real bad now. So I beat him that set. So now, at hard times, you've been there, right? Yeah, so they got the player side, right, with the tight tables. And they got the looser tables. Well, he had me on the looser tables. So he says, the stake horse says, double the bet. And we'll give you the 8 on the tight table. Right? This is like really good. And now I'm getting a spot on the tougher table. So I beat him that set. But during that second set, a friend of mine had built me a cube and sent it out to the guy that ran the tournaments in LA. So I'm on my tile, and this guy walks up and he says, real loud, he says, are you Jeremy Jones? Like that. No. He says, if you are, I got a cue for you, you know? And I was like, no, I ain't Jeremy. Like, because I'm in the middle of this $9,000 set playing, you know? So I said, no, I ain't Jeremy Jones, you know, and I just sent him on his way. And then the next day when I came in, Mark knew who I was. You know, everyone spilled the beans kind of thing. No. And I had to go tell the guy, all right, that's my cue. So,
Was he mad at you?
No, not at all. He understood. It's kind of like a funny story around there now, I think. But Marcus was mad at me for a little while.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Oh, yeah, because he was European, you know. And it was just kind of like, you know, if someone got me like that, you know, it's going to sting, but it's going to be more like, all right, touche kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Later on, you know, we're going to laugh about it and stuff, but it's almost like if you first meet effort, he wants to buy you, he don't say much to you for about a month or 2. Really? Oh, yeah, he's going to let that wear off. It took him Marcus probably about a decade before. It was bad. You know?
So when he beat you the first 2 sets, were you hustle?
Well, I might not have put forth my best effort, but he played real good. You know what I mean? Yeah. He was all right. Let me pick up this 4 or 500 get out there.
Trying to set something up?
Well, I'm definitely not trying to win for 200. You know what I mean? Like his stake horse now is actually after that trip to real good friend of mine. And, you know, at that time, he was known you could be 40, 50, 1,000. So you're not going to start off doing anything like that.
So when you first start playing, you play good, but you're not really there yet.
Right.
So you're showing them that you can play a little, but you might miss some shots that.
Plus, I wanted to see him play.
Right.
You know, I heard the name, and I wanted to really see, because eventually to beat him out the real money is going to be playing even.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because he's another great player. So that eventually was going to happen, but Marcus ended up having to leave the country for his visa got shortened up or something like that. He actually went the next day. But I stuck around for about a month.
In these other countries, is there a lot of gambling going on? Obviously in the Philippines there is. But is there a lot of gambling going on in these other countries where all these players live?
Some of Asia, for sure. Southeast Asia especially, I think. Thailand, like you said, Philippines, Indonesia. Europe here and there, not a whole lot. Not a whole lot at all. And I think it's more the stake horse kind of situation. It's just not $1,000 you ever have. You know, it's just not. They're some of the biggest characters.
Yes, wild, crazy people with tons of money.
Yeah, and how they got it.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're interested in gambling on pool.
Yeah, I've dated buried money quite a few times.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it stinks. It stinks. Usually. Oh yeah. Not nice. The whole car. So.
The young lady in question resides in a rural setting, yet harbors an aspiration of becoming a fashion magazine cover model. As such, she procured a rich ensemble dress and commenced applying cosmetics to her visage. Although the rustic backdrop and her desired stage are ominous, but the final result is truly breathtaking. The young lady in question resides in
What up, Whiskey Ginger fans? Welcome back to the show. It's your first time.
I mean,
39.
I'm 39, which is whatever you are in man years.
You know, 39.
Oh, you're 39? Yeah, I'm really 39. Why?
Because I had a palm reader a decade ago tell me I was going to die on my 40th birthday.
Well, that's something to look forward to. It's all gonna be over soon.
I can't
On your
wait!
40th birthday?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Whiskey Ginger. My guest today is one of my favorite people around. I said it from my guest today once again today. It is the return of Nikki Glaser. Nikki has been on this show no less than 5 times.
I think it's less. I think it's 4.
It's been 4
4 or 5.
This
I think
is
it's the fifth.
maybe your fifth.
Yeah, I think it's the 5th.
Nikki, cheers in the air.
In 1939, Dobbs, if that wasn't weird enough, no one was prepared for what happened next. The surgeries didn't only cure patients' epilepsy, but fundamentally upended our understanding of human consciousness. In fact, many experiments that came after these surgeries as evidence that there's not just one you living inside your brain, but potentially dozens or hundreds of different yous always competing for control of your body. Now, that may sound, well, frankly insane, but before you flip to the next video in your queue, there's someone that I want you to meet. This is Joe. 7 years before this was shot for Scientific American Frontiers, surgeons cut the corpus callosum that connects the two sides of his brain.
The left hemisphere and the right hemisphere now are working independent of each other.
The corpus callosum is the brain's information superhighway. It transfers an immense amount of information every second and unifies the brain into a single coherent structure. In most cases, this is exactly what we want to happen. But when Joe had epileptic seizures, a rumble that began on one side of the brain could quickly travel through his entire brain over the corpus callosum and result in a dangerous condition called a grand mal seizure. Severing it made his symptoms much better. But more importantly for our purposes today, it also gave scientists a unique opportunity to study how the two halves of the human brain operate independently from one another. It was time to experiment. The brain's unique wiring means that each eye connects directly to the opposite hemisphere. So the left eye sends images to the right side and vice versa for the right eye to the left hemisphere. This means that it's possible to send visual information to one hemisphere at a time. And when the corpus callosum has been cut in two, that the half brain must process that information all on its own. For reasons locked in our evolutionary past, the left hemisphere here contains the language center and thus connects to the right eye, while both sides share the motor cortex. Each side integrated its knowledge of the environment when the other half disagreed about what was going on. In a novel experiment, Michael Kazaniga, a neuroscientist, showed Joe a computer screen that displayed a handsaw on the left side of the screen and a hammer on the other. And the neuroscientist asked him what he saw. Since his language cortex could only communicate about the right side of the screen because things were sort of like partitioned off, he responded that he saw a hammer.
What did you see?
Then, when they asked the other side of his brain what appeared on the screen, his left hand, and thus his right hemisphere here, drew this. A handsaw. When asked why Joe drew the handsaw, the other side of his brain that controlled the language center said this.
Nice, what's that? What did you see, Amber?
This moment is super important. When we talk with our mouths, the assumption is that we are speaking with our own full and unified conscious selves. To an outsider, Joe seems completely sincere in his words, and yet he's simultaneously in disagreement with his hands. There are two Joes in Joe. In a similar experiment from the 1960s, the neuroscientist Robert Sperry presented the image of a bell to a half-brained patient, or to a split-brained patient, and then asked the language-holding side of the brain why it drew that bell in the first place. The patient explained that he must have seen a bell on the way to the lab that day. In other words, the language-using side of the man's brain decided to make up a story about the unfamiliar picture rather than admit that the brain was having two separate experiences at the same time. This experiment has been repeated on dozens of people with split brains over the years, and it's always the same. It leads to the seemingly impossible conclusion that the human brain isn't one integrated, complete self. Rather, it's multiple potential selves depending on how much of the brain is active at one particular moment. Yet on a daily basis, the surgery didn't really change Joe's life all that much.
You don't notice it. Now, you just kind of adapt to it. It doesn't, you don't have any feeling any different than it did before.
Despite the two sides seeing, experiencing, and reasoning in somewhat independent ways, there's a neurological step in human consciousness that then recombines disparate data into a sense of a unified self. To me, this is evidence that our natural unified self is an illusion that our brain invents to make it easier for us to navigate the world. The data suggests that, at a minimum, there are as many potential selves inside our minds as there are discrete and autonomous sections of the brain to process experience about the world. And if you thought that wasn't far out enough, maybe this is all just the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps consciousness writ large isn't really a thing that exists in any one that exists in the synapse between cells, organisms, individuals, and even ecosystems writ large. In my book, The Wedge, I reckon that the relationship between our bodies and the environment is eerily similar to the experience of split brains. On the accumulation and processing of all who would any of us be without our childhoods or education, first loves and triumphs, and crushing defeats? All of those things shape our personalities at the same time that they change our biologies. We respond with hormonal signals and neurotransmitter releases. These are physical processes. And the same process goes on inside the cells of our own body. Now, if I'm anxious all of the time, I'm going to be dumping adrenaline and cortisol into my bloodstream, into my cells, and all of those things experience whatever is happening outside the body as a bath of these hormones. Alternately, if I'm lying on a beach relaxing, hormones and secretions that my immune system experiences are altogether more oriented towards resting. For them, I'm a lens onto the outside world that they can never directly connect to. Now, on the other hand, what happens in my...
It's another one of these stories. They're filing to keep Trump off the ballot in Minnesota, in Oklahoma. Donald Trump is beginning to engage with these lawsuits, calling them BS. We all agree it's basically bunk. But here's the challenge. I mean, looking at these procedural attacks against Donald Trump, boring. Look, I get it. They're going to file in every single state. It is going to get insane. We got a lot of new polling data, especially considering Joe Biden's impeachment looming. And we got an opinion piece in the Washington Post where they're saying that Joe Biden should not run. Wow. So what, Kamala Harris? Yo, let me show you the polls of Trump v. Harris, because they're exactly as you'd expect. Trump's up like double digits. But we now have another poll showing Trump is up double digits against Joe Biden. Joe Biden was just the corporeal form they used to embody the anti-Trump votes. And now we've got people coming out and saying, hey, look, man, I voted for Biden in 2020. I'm not doing it again. We've got more studies, more polls showing black voters are saying no to Joe Biden. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Donald Trump's going to get this massive surge in support for the black community. But we are seeing Joe Biden losing support. And that, I think, actually sounds a bit more reasonable. You know, one big political strategy, it's always good to get your enemies not to vote. Or I should say your political opponents. What is enemies? Get your political opponents not to vote. It's better than them voting, right? If one vote for Biden switches to Trump, that's a 2-point swing. But if one person just was going to vote for Biden and they don't, well, then it's just -1. We'll take what we can get. So this is what they have to do. In order to stop Donald Trump, they have to keep filing these lawsuits. And I will admit, I am so bored with these stories, but considering everything we're going to see moving into 2024 is, in fact, granular for this. We've got to stay steadfast, vigilant, covering these stories and breaking down the news. So, while there are a bit more sensational things that I could cover, let's talk about the story from timcast.com. Liberal group files lawsuit to keep Trump off the ballot in Minnesota. There are also lawsuits seeking to keep Trump off the ballot in Oklahoma and Colorado. Of course, New Hampshire was arguing over it, and we saw in Florida a lawsuit was filed. Donald Trump is trying to move the lawsuit from Colorado to federal court. He's being denied. Let's start here at timcast.com. The latest 14th Amendment lawsuits filed by the liberal organization Free Speech for the People. Oh, that is rich. A liberal organization that claims to support free speech while trying to get Trump removed from the ballot. It's beautifully hypocritical. It's paradoxical. Donald J. Trump, through his words and actions after swearing an oath as an officer of the United States to support the Constitution, engaged in insurrection or rebellion, as defined by Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. The Washington states he is disqualified from holding the presidency or any other office under the United States unless and until Congress provides him. Okay, you know what? Define insurrection. All right, fine. How about we just start filing lawsuits against Joe Biden saying that he's engaged in a seditious conspiracy, which amounts to insurrection against the United States? Top line. New York Times reported that he pressured his agent to go after his chief political rival. And as such, I think it's fair to say this qualifies as a seditious conspiracy and is an act of rebellion and insurrection.
And also, Brad, Rudy over here, work days, if Rudy has any advice?
I'm John, I'm 25 years old, I live in Austin, Texas, and this is my next one. What do you do for a living here? I'm unemployed right now. Oh, what? Is this a recent? Since March 23rd.
Oh, that's quite a while. What happened, my dude?
Laid off. Tech layoff.
Oh, yeah, man. They say they overhired during the pandemic.
like more entry level? Yeah, for sure. Okay. Now, I'm very sorry that it happened. Why are you currently unemployed? Not saying that it's like super easy to go get that exact job again, because actually in the tech market it has been kind of hard to kind of recoup those jobs at certain points. You know, we have seen a bounce back this last quarter, but even still, there are other jobs available. So why haven't you?
Well, I've been applying for mostly tech jobs and software engineering, mostly, or maybe IT, but not having any luck. I think I've applied to like 300 jobs since I was laid off, and gotten a few interviews, probably like 20 to 30.
How many years were you in that position?
Roughly two.
Degree, certification?
I have my degree in information sciences, bachelor's, no certification, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have a degree, so I mean, that's good.
Right.
You know, I like certifications, I like degrees, whatever the best path is financially for each person. It's their own. I definitely, you know, give shout outs to a company like Course Careers for their different tech certifications, and those are good. But, I mean, not having an income for almost 6 months now. So what have you been doing? I mean, that might explain like all the trillions of debt.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Since I'm living in Austin, kind of new here. I moved here last December, so rent's pretty expensive. I'm kind of...
Yeah, where are you from originally?
Blacksburg, Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess I've been, I don't know, against getting a normal 9-to-5 job.
Though.
I feel that, but...
If we're just building up debt and debt and debt, it's like...
I don't know, I don't want to do that here. I'd rather, you know, go back home.
Go back home then.
Cheaper cost of living.
Break your lease, go back home.
I don't know. I feel like I can make it until my lease ends in December.
But you're just going further into debt.
I am. I feel like...
So is that making it?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
I want to get a job doing what I was doing and making that higher income.
I want you to as well.
Yeah.
But why not until then make sure that we can afford things without going into endless amounts of credit card debt?
Yeah. I don't know. I was hoping I could make it by now. Took a risk and didn't.
Yeah. So is there to change then?
It's starting to, for sure. I was kind of against going back home entirely, but yeah, I definitely would at this point. I don't want to break my lease though. I think I can make it until then.
And you know, it depends on the landlord and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I try to be flexible. If someone had a situation like yours and they wanted to go back home and some of the rental properties out there, I'd be like, dude, totally chill. I mean, that's life. That's how life is. Let's break the lease. No consequences. Go back and do your thing. But maybe you're with a place where they're like, yo, it's like a billion months rent. We're breaking this lease and we're gonna hit your credit.
Yeah, no, I feel like they'd be fine. Like I think it's a fee you pay if you break the lease, so it wouldn't be that bad. I just feel like there's more opportunity here. I don't know.
No, I would love you to stay in Austin if you want to live in Austin, but we can't live in Austin for 6 months and not have a job because we feel like it's beneath us.
Oh yeah.
Like we can't do that. And the more and more you do that and put it on 25% interest rate credit cards, the longer and longer you're going to have to work to repay it when you do get a dream job or whatever like that. I mean, you could, it's, again, easier said than done, but I know they're hiring all over the place because I'm addicted to their food, but the managers, the GMs, they go through the training, they go through everything, you know, after bonuses and stuff like that, they're making like $120,000. GM, general manager, so running the shop, lots of responsibility, lots of work, long hours, lots of training.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Like you could have been through the training at this point, approaching that area. So
yeah, I could have also gotten a job in the tech world and, you know, been fine, but it didn't go that way. So yeah, I think just mixed with laziness and hope that I get a job in time before I have to go back home is...
Why hope? Dude, just go get a job right now. Any job.
Just, well, I can't afford rent with like...
You can't afford rent with $0.
Well, I think I can. It's just I'll go back home empty-handed.
When is your lease up?
December.
Okay. Can you afford rent until December with $0 income?
With savings and unemployment, I can. I think.
So you've been on unemployment this whole time?
A little bit after, because I got a severance package, and then I sold out of my 401k. And now, yes, I'm relying on unemployment.
Now, of course, I mean, is there as a support system for you, and I get it that, I mean, you're meeting the requirements by applying for 10 jobs, but as a person who I'd want to be responsible and self-reliant, like, buddy, we can go get another job for a bit.
Yeah.
What's coming in on a monthly basis from unemployment? What are you getting right now?
1,100 or 1,100 every 2 weeks, so 2,200 a month.
I could get you that easily working a job in Austin.
Yeah.
Would you rather do that instead of just sitting on your butt?
Well, I mean, the amount of time that I have to like apply and then research companies, and then every company has like their own tech stack they want you to know. So
It's not just tech, buddy.
Yeah.
It's other jobs right now. Any other job.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I could go work at McDonald's or something and probably make like 15 an hour.
And that's not even the only option. But all I'm saying is like, okay, sure.
I've applied for some jobs like outside of my like
$20 an hour. That's $3,400 a week. That's more than you're making now. I can get you $20 an hour, and I can get you easily $20 an hour in Austin, where wages are pretty much minimum wages, like 15. But what am I market set? Whatever the job requires, buddy. I don't care. I want you to fucking like be an adult. You know?
But I feel like the time is kind of wasted if I go and do something unrelated and then take a huge like income hit.
Your income zero. Your income zero.
Yeah.
What is the logic here? What is the logic?
I guess none. Just kind of hoping that I get a job before December and I can stay here and continue.
Hope is wonderful. Hope is not work for 6 months. So what do? We grow up and we go get a big boy job. That's what we do. Come on.
Yeah.
It's not beneath you just because, dude, I want you to get into that position that you got into. I want you to make over 6 figures working in tech eventually. We don't just live life based on hope and dreams. We do have to face the reality of the situation and the economic structure that we live in. There's realities. And you got to be like, okay, I'm an adult, I'm 25, I'm going to be self-reliant and actually go work and apply to go do those jobs. Even if it's not the dream job that we want to do.
Sure.
You feel that, so you'll do that.
Yeah, I'll start applying for maybe some things outside of that. I really don't want to go like McDonald's or
Do what you want. You know one's saying those are the only options either. Fine, don't apply to McDonald's or HEB. There's a billion other options. 2.5 million people in the metropolitan area. There are jobs.
There are jobs.
And I can get you $20 an hour easily in Austin.
Yeah.
Go through the interview process. Don't be being in interviews and then, okay, let's get a job.
Yeah, but even if I get one of those jobs, I feel like when it comes to December, I'm not going to be able to stay here. I'm not going to have to get a new lease. I'm
You won't be able to stay here at $0 an hour.
So I feel like
So the logic doesn't make sense. And that doesn't make sense either, because even if you got a place for $1,000, I know you can get a place for $1,000, you know?
For real?
Yeah. Is it your dream place? Yes. Is it your dream place? No. 1,000.
Yeah, 1,700 right now, and I was kind of on the cheaper side.
$20 an hour. For what was that? $3,500 a month?
Yeah. But I also got other bills, not just rent.
I know. We'll go through that. Yet you have $0 an hour. I don't understand this logic. How is money better than no money?
It's a bad logic.
There just isn't logic. I feel like you're just trying to find excuses.
I could be, for sure. I'm open to that.
I want to take a brief moment to thank today's episode sponsor, Policy Genius. Means you can find life insurance policies that start at just $292 per unexpected happens. So it's no surprise that they have thousands of different complexes in the Austin metropolitan area that have units for $1,000 or less. They exist.
Are they good apartments? Are they...
Dude, in Austin's one of the safest cities statistically, you know, when it comes to major cities. There's like 2 sketchy areas I can even think of in Austin, and those are not them.
Yeah.
You're gonna be fine. I'm not saying move into a dumpster.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think I got used to a certain lifestyle.
And you shouldn't give it.
Yeah.
I think your future matters a little more than that. Like, come on.
Yeah, but I don't know. I want my future to be a tech, not, you know, get
future doesn't exist. What about your present right now? How about the present? How much future be in tech either? How does either of those things that I just suggested, going and getting a job so you can pay bills right now and not have to rely on unemployment, which is going to be less than you'd be making $20 an hour, and getting an apartment that's $1,000 or less, which was just, you could get an apartment for $1,500 as well. I mean, that would be way too expensive for the income that would be coming in at the $3,500, but you could still do that. How do either of those possibly take away from you working in tech eventually? They don't. They're not an obstacle.
I feel like people get stuck. They get somewhere and then they're barely making it by and then they get stuck.
Don't get stuck. That's up to you. That's up to your discipline. That's up to your desires. Create a plan. Figure out what the objectives are that you need to hit along the way to get to the ultimate goal and meet them. You're right. If you just sit back and you're lazy, or if you get overwhelmed, there's mental health things too. Like depression could be a thing if you're just like, okay, we're just grinding paycheck to paycheck. That can bear down on people. And we can talk about that as well. But for your situation, you're just not doing things.
Yeah.
You're just not doing it. And we're making endless excuses why. And guess what? For this degree that we're, not using to work right now because we just don't have any job, which you can get a job, by the way. Fun fact, $20 an hour in Austin. We have $28,524 of private Sallie Mae student loans.
Oh yeah, that's not half of it.
No, well, we have federal, but this is the private, though.
Yeah.
These are your private.
That's the one I'm focusing on.
Sallie Mae. Not focusing that much on it because guess what? Of your debt payments, 3.6% of your spending went to that, but 5.7% went to eating out. So
Yeah.
I don't think that we're focusing on it.
Well, right now I'm not. I'm trying to save as much as I can. I'm not trying to cover my bills. I'm kind of just biding my time at this point.
Which, by the way, this one of these loans at $17,000 started at $17,000, went up to $20,000. So I mean, this interest of 10%, basically 10%, 9 to 10%, is starting to beat you down.
It's fixed interest though. It's good interest for a student loan right now.
For a private student loan, maybe.
Yeah.
And for, federal student loans, it's like,
Well, some of those are.
whether it's subsidized, unsubsidized in your financial situation, but we're looking 4 to 8%. You're still at 9.375. So $28,524 owed lovely, with a minimum monthly payment of $263 for someone that doesn't have a job. That's a lot of money.
And that's a little lower right now. I have a deferment on another one. Or actually, I'm not a deferment. I get ahead, so I get a couple months break. But I think next month I have to start back up on that. It's a lot cheaper though. It's like $100 more. It's like so the other one was $250. I think you said.
Well, that's for both of them. Oh, right, because it's at $0.
Yeah.
And we're 27 when it comes back. Slap Sallie Mae across her dumb, stupid face. I hate her. I hate her. Subscribe, and I'll do it for you. It'll be great. We're trying to get to 750,000 subscribers. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed. I love you all, Sallie Mae. I don't love you, Sallie. 3.375% interest death. Sallie Mae's the one who's here. I had watched Sallie Mae. Death. Federal student loans. What does it equal to total? Hold on. This is so much.
I'm gonna say 17. And then I couldn't get this one, but my mom has a Parent Plus loan.
But okay, your mom has it.
It's in her name, yeah.
Which, okay, if you want to take care of that eventually, fantastic. That's not something we're doing now.
Yeah.
One's at 2%. So your hazard rate is 5%. What are your minimum monthly payments going to be something like $200 a month?
Yeah, it's not bad. I think everyone gets like a year deferment. Actually. No.
So what, you're thinking about the federal thing, what they announced?
Yeah, I think it's like a year.
No. So interest is still going to be accruing on
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And minimum monthly payments are still going to be necessary. But if you miss minimum monthly payments over the course of this next year, from when it starts, they will not garnish your wages or affect your credit score.
I thought they had like an IDR plan, and since I have no income, there's zero.
Well, have you applied for that?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's something different. That's something you have to do, but that has nothing to do with the year or anything like that.
Well, it's zero income, zero payments. Or
Yes, so that's something different than the year of.
Yeah.
But yes, you can get on an income-based repayment, and it can be $0, and you can be on the income-based repayment. Now, at some point, you can make you get income again anyway. And I don't want you to be doing that now. At some point, with income-based repayment, payment, you know, an interest decreases a lot. Income-based repayers have gotten their stuff forgiven quite well these last few years, but historically not very well. So what concerns me about this, and it's not politics at all, I don't care about political parties, whatever, ideologies, doesn't matter. It does seem like it depends on the administration, on if the Department of Education is forgiving those people in the income-based repayments. Yeah. Just historically speaking, it's hard to say if that's going to be what it's like going forward. So I think it's a risky way to go about it. It might get forgiven. That's fantastic. And if you go about that method, I would hope that the plan that you agree to and they agree to is honored.
Yeah, I don't want forgiveness or anything, honestly, but I want to make the payments.
So you want to get off income-based production?
Yeah, whenever you get a job, yeah, I'll make some of your payments then.
I'm just saying it might be a little risky to be on income-based and rely on forgiveness eventually, because it just,
Yeah, no.
it depends on all of this.
I'm fine with paying it, just, you know, I'm going to myself.
Yeah. Then, why don't you go about that? That doesn't,
I'll apply for
those statements do not correlate.
I'll apply for a couple jobs just for you right after this.
Oh, for yourself?
Well, yeah, but
Me, I don't care about me.
Yeah.
This isn't about me, this is about you, dude. I'm here for you, not for me. Okay, so, we have a Volkswagen 2014. How many miles are on it? Energy balance, $2,906. What's the interest rate on this thing?
I want to say like 5, maybe higher, 6.
As far as cars go, it's pretty good. But either way, you're on the end of it where most of it's going towards principal and not much is going towards interest rate. Like,
Yeah, that's a,
yeah.
I was thinking about selling it if I do get screwed anymore.
Why are we going to do? Cancellation.
Well, like, I would have to, if I move back, I would just have to take over the truck, so I should be able to take my car with me.
Alright. Buddy, decide. Are you moving back or not? We can get you a job, we can get you to stay here, or you can move back.
Well, if I get a $20 an hour job here, I don't think I'm going to be able to afford to stay here anyway.
Tight. And again, that's just an example. I'm saying you can go get that today.
Yeah.
Like, let's not. Like, let's have that, and then let's immediately compete for the other paying jobs. I'm not saying go get a $20 an hour job and sit on that for the rest of your life. That's what I'm saying. No one's saying. Now here we go. This is what you and not willing to get a job has led us to. We have with the balance, $4,093.05. 154 minimum monthly payment, which is debt for you at a 25% interest rate, essentially. The interest are growing $105 on a monthly basis. Debt. Transactions $50.87. See, usually I get on people and want to go crazy. Like, why are you possibly purchasing a car that will only make a minimum of $200 payments? There's a group that has much interest. I know the answer. It's because you decided you did not want to get a job except for your perfect job within the last 6 months. So guess what? You have to put things on credit cards so you don't have enough money. So that's the answer. It's an immature choice.
Yeah.
Pretty good with that. What do you mean?
I haven't spent a lot of money on capital one.
It doesn't even matter. You shouldn't spend anything. We want to pay it off.
Yeah.
You're losing $100 a month on it, and the minimum monthly payment is insane for your lack of income situation.
Yeah.
So spending a penny on that is unacceptable in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, interest is accruing, so it's I can't get rid of that until the job thing.
Dude, you're killing me. You're gonna come. I wouldn't be laughing. This is embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'd be embarrassed. Spotify and a VPN. We can listen to ads on Spotify, but we have no income. What?
What, $5 to not listen to ads?
You don't make $1. So yes, $5.
Okay.
You'll make $1. Awesome.
Sure, you're gonna run the next one.
You lost $783 this year on interest so far for an income that doesn't exist. And $20 in fees, meaning you're probably missing payments. Does that card have an annual fee? Okay. Did you take out cash? Transfer balances to it?
Yeah, so I did do a cash advance. But that was when I had a job. I'm not a credit card person.
You're not. And it's because if you had a job, you had to take out money for credit card. I mean, just like you're not a credit card person. I love you. but this is how I communicate. Capital One, $9,204, which is insane debt for a $0 income situation. How long until unemployment ends, by the way?
I think they give you a total of one, so I had like 12,000 when I started. I think I'm at like 7. I'll have to do it before I can even get rid of it all, or use it all.
$202 of interest on a monthly basis. Insane.
Yeah.
Yup. With $295 owed on a minimum monthly basis. 286,000 payments made. Congratulations.
Yeah.
And I'm off on me.
Should I cancel it? What's your
Yes.
Really?
Yes, of course.
Well, my credit's great.
I don't give a single voucher credit, possibly. Not even for a single second. Because you are losing so much money in this interest that any possible gain you are having from a good credit, guess what? You are not reaping those benefits when you are losing $202 on a minimum monthly basis. You have a minimum monthly payment of $295. You make that payment, then you purchase $272 on it, and then guess what? Your balance of the card that you can't even pay off because you have $0 goes from $9,014 to $9,024. So, should you keep that open and have the ability to spend on it? No, I don't think so. I think it's gone.
Okay. Your credit goes down every time you cancel it, though, right?
I don't give a again, whatever potential benefits of having a good credit, you're not taking advantage of it anyway, dude. You are losing everything. This is a weapon against you, not a tool for your benefit right now. The vast minority, or the small minority of people can actually be credit card people and take advantage of it. You have proven you're not, so you do not take advantage of it. It's not a thing, it's taking advantage of you. You're being taken advantage of. You are not taking advantage of it.
Yeah, agreed.
So you'll close it?
Pay it off, yeah.
No, dude, and cut it up, and just make sure that's what we do. That's what we do.
That's probably the worst.
How about you drive DoorDash? How about that?
Yeah, I feel like I'm just biding my time for the next perfect opportunity with it. I feel like I'm really disappointing you.
$1,297 of interest losses so far. $200 of interest losses. It's not about me. It's not about what immediately makes me go crazy and lose my damn mind when I feel like I care more about some situation than they do. And I'm feeling that right now. 26% interest rate. Did you ever watch the show Downer?
Yeah, the new one? Netflix? Yeah.
Your speaking cadence is just like the actor in that show.
Yeah.
And that is making me nervous.
Yeah, I'm very monotone, very quiet.
I'm not going to be serial killer, am I?
No.
For some reason, it sounds exactly. I just rewatched that the other day. For some reason, my son rewatched that show, but whatever. I did. This is
No, I've gotten the serial killer thing much before that show came out, so.
really? Oh, I wouldn't have associated that with it before, but literally just the way the actor talks in that show, like I can close my eyes and I feel like that person's sitting right in front of me. The serial killer, right? What? Wait, that's a weird tangent.
Because the serial killer lives in Austin for some time, right?
I've heard about it. It's not you, is it?
I hope not.
I hope not. Please don't serial kill either me or my employees. I need them. $2,093.72.
I will say my defense against the Amazon thing is I don't buy things I don't need. I buy like normal like shampoo things and like supplements.
Yeah, but you're using a credit card that you can't afford off to pay.
Yeah.
Minimum $50. $75 down. You made $100 payment last time. Then, congratulations, $150 of purchases, so we already negated it, and we lost $53.53. Also, a little behind the scenes information here, I should say, we encourage, not just tell them they can, we encourage every single person to cut things from the show that they're uncomfortable with. So that little banter back and forth, if that's in, you did not want to have that cut, but if you want to have that cut, we highly encourage you to have
But
that
which
cut.
part?
Where we made little jokes about the serial
Oh
killer.
no, that was great. Yeah.
I know someone's gonna be upset about
Anyone who
that.
knows me will already agree with you. So.
Someone out there takes everything way too seriously online. There's people. Okay. So yeah, we purchased from Amazon. And we purchased from Amazon. Yeah. And then we gave Bezos some money, so
Yep.
fantastic. 30% interest rate, so it's even worse than the other cards. Oh, that's all the debts? That's it? No other debts here?
Yeah. Did you go through all the cards?
3, right?
Yeah. I have 3 more, but they're all 0.
Do you spend on them?
No. It's like store cards, so one's a Newegg card, one's a American Eagle card.
I'm nervous that you have them. With the balances that are on those, like...
No,
I know with the balances you have on the other cards, like, you having access to a place to put money on credit cards, that makes me nervous. You have a Newegg card?
Yeah, I do.
I didn't even know they have that.
Yeah, it's great. You get like a year of interest-free financing on like a purchase.
Yeah, that's what you mean.
500 and up.
And then we purchased on Steam. And we purchased on Steam. What steak would cost?
I don't know. How much was the cost?
$8 for this one.
No, I don't know.
Cosmic Cowboy.
Yeah.
AMC Online. And AMC Online. $40. We gave $40 to go to the worst movie theater chain in America.
Saw Oppenheimer in IMAX. It was sweet.
What? You went to AMC for that?
It was the biggest IMAX in Austin, no?
Oh, maybe. I just wouldn't go to AMC for any reason whatsoever.
It was nice.
Well, they show about 30 minutes of ads for AMC before the movie even starts. So I'd rather go to Hamilton Draft House. Cosmic Cowboy again. What's that?
It's a smoke shop. Yeah.
Dreamer, Fade, Figma monthly thing. Subscription to Acorns. I want you to invest, but when we have 30% interest rate debt, we're not paying for it. Like, okay, if you're not in bad debt and you want to invest, Acorns is a great place. I do Acorns. I have my link in the description below for free monies when you sign up. But like, I wouldn't want you to do that.
Yeah.
Because then you're paying a monthly thing, which is okay for brokerages, you know. But
dividends help a little bit with the monthly.
they do. But you are not even close to keeping up with the 30% that you're losing by holding on to some of the balances, so I wouldn't want you to have that. Then you did an Ancestry.com thing. I did that. I love it.
I got a refund for that. I didn't mean to pay for that.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't make sense in your situation. Now the Acorns checking account, there are $24 in there. GUMRD.com. No. What it is? Huh?
Gumroad.
Sure. Some other shop. No money in there anyway. So again, it's spending money we don't have on things we don't need. And then Robinhood, a little bit of Bitcoin, a little bit of Ethereum, not much, $130,000, $160. No. And then $792.
Stop at the next safe location.
And that looks like, so what do you want? What's your risk?
Well, but the market, I did have a
Even
little
this
bit.
past week? This past week has been fantastic.
Oh, really?
Oh, boys from my
Not for crypto.
That's what it is? That was all crypto?
There's a little bit in there in crypto, but most of it's,
I'm good with more aggressive things when people are younger. I don't get aggressive otherwise.
yeah.
But even so, that's your retirement. Like, okay, what about your retirement from the company you worked at for 2 years?
Was it?
Yeah.
It's like 10, 11,000.
1,000?
Yeah, before taxes.
Out?
Well, if you get fired or laid off, you don't have to pay a huge fee, so it was just sitting there and I was paying
Retirement, man.
Yeah.
Because now you're sitting with nothing. Because guess what? Dude, early, you had that $10,000 sitting there? You had 10,000 is what you said?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, so for the next 35 years, say you pulled it out at 60, that $10,000 would have been worth $162,000. You lost $162,000 pulling it out. That's what you lost. $162,000. You chose to lose.
Well, I need money.
And that's why we have emergency funds. Not having an emergency fund is an emergency because you wouldn't have had to touch that if you had what you needed to survive for 6 months. And we'd actually be getting to the end of that now. If you you had the emergency fund if you followed like basic financial advice, which, you know, it's totally okay if you were not educated on that. I'm not going to beat you down for that in general. But that's why I want you out there to have that. Because when you end up in a situation like you get laid off, you would have been surviving perfectly fine these last 6 months while you were looking for a job.
I don't think I've ever had an emergency fund. It's either gone into something like Acorns or Robinhood or...
Yeah, that good. And then I have $44 in Robinhood, Microsoft, and Tesla.
I will say, one thing I couldn't show is Trust Wallet. I have one crypto, and it's like $700. But it was $1,500, and it took a pretty big turn recently, so I lost almost half of it.
Welcome to the world of crypto.
Yep.
So the vast majority of your spending, 40% goes to housing. A good amount did go into different savings, but that's because you put them into those portfolios that we talked about.
I didn't put anything in there recently. Since I was laid off.
Let's see what this one's doing.
Maybe the fees.
We saw savings set to one retirement account that was 111
To a retirement account.
I think so.
So it was 1,100?
Yeah. That's a subscription. Only counts for like 1% of your salary, but yeah, you know, income that's expensive because we have gas transport about 5 a month.
I really think.
Amazon $125 spent. Tax plus.
I do have
39. Yeah.
It's like $50 for crypto unless I had to buy some other.
And why was this $140?
I think I had to buy like probiotics and like sometimes other supplements. Maybe I ran out, but usually about 50, 60 for food.
Lots of gas, $249.
And gas. I'm never driving. I never drive. So,
What was all that 7-Eleven then?
vapes and alcohol.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
So, okay. Another behind the scenes information. It's impossible to know what's in-store shopping and what's gas, and sometimes unless it says inside outside for a lot of gas stations, but we assume over $10 is probably gas, under $10 is probably taquitos. So, you know, you spent $250 on stupid taquitos?
Yeah, basically.
God. Buddy, you don't have a job!
Yep. I don't have a good excuse for that one.
I'm getting upset at this situation because I just feel like you don't give a shit. You feel irresponsible. I feel like you're irresponsible.
I feel I'd agree with you about I can get a job today and just have the money.
Spending $0.
Where it's like when I see 7-Eleven and DoorDash get my it's like yeah.
That was what? That was this blue pie chart. Look at the rest of this. Look at the rest of this. You can't complain about not being able to do rent when housing was only 40% of your spending.
Yeah. So it's a lot of student loans and credit cards, and I'm kind of screwed.
Again, the debt payments was 3.6% of your income. And well, plus an additional 5% for your car payment. But yes, your logic is not equaling out to the actual math.
Yeah, but if I get a job, dude, it's all over. It's like all my worries are gone. You didn't like that at all.
We're talking around and around circles. This is not productive. You're right. If you get a job in the last 6 months, if you got in that job, no. The correct answer is no. Okay. Buddy, what's even the point? Do I create you a budget? Will you even do it? Will you even like? What's the point?
I guess what's my worst spending? Would you say the DoorDash? That'd be my pick.
Yeah, lots of that. And the taquito spending, crazy.
Yeah. What about credit cards? Like I'm gonna have the credit card versus my personal spending is way higher.
What are you talking? What?
Like I spend like I don't know $1,000 a month on credit card payments, and then
because you have to. That's money you already spent.
Yeah.
So what? I didn't count that against you in terms of bad spending.
Yeah, it's like I guess a motivational. It's like I spend $1,000 on credit cards, and then.
But you have to. That's required.
Yeah.
You signed the contract. You said I will borrow this money and pay it back.
Yeah.
Versus what?
Versus I don't know. Just I don't. When I see $50 go out for something personal, and I'm like, well, I just spent $1,000.
But you make zero. You make zero. You make zero. You had a $50 is not nothing when you make zero. Can I get that point across? Is that...
I agree.
No, you don't, because you keep making that excuse. You wouldn't make that excuse if you actually agreed.
I agree that it's good advice. It's just, I don't know. It's harder to follow, harder to do.
Okay, cool. So, well, let's talk about that. Why do you think that's hard to do? What do you think is the reason you were going to do aspect?
Like before?
No, now.
The spending now. Well, I don't know. The DoorDash is like, I feel like I cook and, you know, pretty good with my grocery budget, and then I...
Oh, are you kidding them?
Yeah, but then I gotta drive like 10 minutes. Yeah.
Devastated. That's the worst. That's terrible. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it is bad.
Right, 10 minutes. Oh, I feel so much sympathy.
It's hard.
You're right. How about, you're right. You know, that is really hard. So why don't you just be in debt for the rest of your life?
Yeah.
Why don't you just never be able to retire? That is pretty difficult. That sounds pretty hard.
Well, a lot of people are in that predicament.
Good. So you should be too?
I feel not alone, I guess.
You're not.
Yeah.
You're part of the biggest party in the United States. Woo! It's a party. Everyone's going crazy, spending that debt.
Yeah.
That's lovely. So you want to?
I don't want to. I want to get out of debt, but I've been in debt since I was like 18, so...
So let's not be in it then. Let's work to get out of it.
I was working in the market.
And you stopped at work.
Yeah.
Because...
Well, I got laid off. So.
I know, but you didn't stop that work. We're spending too much on groceries. We're doing all this crap. You could have making progress.
Yeah.
Of at least not adding up the debt. You're going into debt.
Yeah. When I moved to Austin, my debt, my credit card debt was pretty good. But yeah, now it's gone.
Do you guys like, I've heard of this, but do you keep track, or do you know how many men that you've slept with when it comes to the work you do?
I do. I kind of have a guesstimation.
You go first.
I actually have a book with all, like, I'm Virgo. My birthday's on Saturday, and I just love being organized, so if I meet a guy at the Bunny Ranch, I will write his name down. A girl actually from the Bunny Ranch taught me this, her name is Nika. But I'll actually write his name down, where I met him from, was it a call-in, did he place a deposit down, like, did I meet him, did he email me, or did he walk in, did I see him sitting at the bar or whatever, and if we partied together and he paid me, I do keep track of how much he paid me for how long and how I met him. Yeah, because when a client comes back to me, I want to be able to remember like what we did last, kind of like little notes about our session, like what we did last, what he really liked, like stuff about him, so it kind of like gives me a refresher. Right, I am. Yeah, I consider it.
So what's the total number?
I'm not gonna give you my.
Oh, I thought.
And I don't have doing this for a year, so I'll be able to like total it all then, but I really don't know right now.
You had to like guess.
I really don't know.
Okay, well, okay.
She said she had a number.
Sure.
Well, okay, so I keep an Excel spreadsheet, and every time I make a sell, I go in and put it down, and then in my contacts, I keep notes on individuals as well, so I know how to help them when they come back. I have to say, like, because I've been doing this since the HBO special, so that was, I mean, I'm like a 15-year vet in the industry. I'm gonna say I could probably rival Gene Simmons numbers.
I mean, special. I want to watch it.
HBO Cat House.
I loved Cat House when it was on.
They asked me to get on. Wasn't it fun?
I loved it. I thought it was so fun and very interesting because obviously I'd never like seen anything like that. So I really liked that when you were mentioning Amy. I was like, oh, I loved Amy. I just have a question if you don't.
Sure.
Okay. How do you guys sleep with somebody if you're not attracted to them, or like, are there ever? Are there ever people that you guys get as a client that you're just not like you're just like, oh god. Okay, so like I feel like that's very shallow to be like, oh, you look ugly and I'm not gonna have sex with you. You know what I mean? I feel like at the end of the day, it's all about personality and how they treat me. So when my customers come in smelling great and they or their hygiene is on point. That's all that really matters to me.
Is there a hose
How
in
is
the
your-
back?
We have bathrooms. It's like a little facility. I have a bedroom. We have a bathroom. It's mandatory that all of our clients take a shower before
Even if
partying
they
with
come in
us.
clean?
Even if they come in clean, it
Don't
doesn't
you shower?
matter. You sweat. We're sitting right now and we're still sweating. You know what I mean? So it's absolutely a must that they shower
Did there
before
ever used
playing.
to be a hose?
Never was.
I would
Spray them with a
But
cold hose.
for this festival, what was it called? Burning Man. We were all joking around on Bunny Ranch. We were like, ha ha ha, all you guys are gonna come in after Burning Man. We should probably just hose them down before they come in because usually a lot of guys from Burning Man will come in and they'll have like,
No dirt.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
they're yuppies.
Wait, so did you answer though, what's the total number? You don't have to be like 1,232, just like,
I'm thinking it's probably in the thousands at this point. You know, yeah.
sexual.
Yeah, because there were times when I was really busy at the Bunny Ranch where if I was going, they called me the Energizer Bunny because I never really done a lot of alcohol and drugs, but I've always worked out. So athletically speaking, like I could get it on all day long. So if I'm doing 10 guys in a day, right? But then there's other times where maybe I do 2 people in 1 week. It's appointment based.
Yeah.
And it's how much you want to work. And also there, you know, during this time, like for the most part, I would just work for 2 weeks and have the rest of the month off.
I have a question. What would you say the percentages of like return clients to non-return clients? Just out of curiosity.
I get quite a lot of regulars. I have 10-year regulars that I've seen for 10 years, and they're almost like kind of like a married couple in ways. I get a fair amount. If you're a good provider and you're really respectful and you're clean, and you know, you'll get repeat regulars and you'll relationship build with them.
Yeah,
Like we're good, we're friends. Yeah, we support
course.
each other in the community.
Yeah, I was curious because I would assume that if somebody had a good experience and you know they enjoyed it, that they would probably come back. But I wasn't sure like what the ratio would be.
Yeah, and like we call them kind of like brothel boyfriends at that point a little bit because they're like our boyfriends. You know, they come to see us, they bring us flowers and stuff, right? So it's like they come back pretty regularly.
Yeah,
And they bring us gifts too, right? They'll like take, it's
take us out, take us on trips. The amount of money. One guy, I mean, he kept seeing me. I mean, he spent over $100,000 alone on me in 1 year, and that was just me. There's some other gals that he makes to see.
Okay, kind of related to this body count. Well, so, because there's the men that you slept with for your work, but then there's like men, obviously, that are not for your work. I would assume that you've had encounters or relationships. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Is that up there too, or?
Or do you encompass them all in the same number?
No, I mean, definitely
Lose
for
track
pay.
after 1,000.
For pay, because I'm very, when it's for personal, I get very selective.
Yes.
I get very picky.
Yes.
Me too.
Yes,
Gotta be.
and because we are very clean, like I know that I get tested every week on the dot. I know for a fact that I do not have anything, you know what I mean? It's like, am I really gonna have sex with this hinge dude for a one night stand and risk losing my career that makes me $500,000 a year? Hell no. You know what I mean? So I'm very selective and picky as to who I'm gonna be spending my time with now that I can make so much money. And you know what I mean? It's like, and also it's like, yeah, it's
Okay. We can go around the table on body count really quick. Maddie, why don't we start with you?
8.
Wait, are your parents? Did you come with your parents this time? Is it because they're watching?
No, I just think that's a piece of information that's for myself.
Sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, my parents are very excited about this episode because Candace Owens was gonna be on it, so I will not be answering that, but I've answered in previous episodes.
Guys, if you want to know,
can go.
you gotta go back.
Find it.
It's been a while since you've been on. I think it's been. I'm trying to think when you were last on. When were you? Was it with Kiko? Not the big panel, but
I think this might be my sixth time on, and I think
last time was like before the last quarter of my senior year of college started.
Essie?
I already said this before, but mine's 6.
I did not want to answer that question.
Pixie Love. Okay. Can you give us a range? Less than 10, more than 10?
I will, because any information is bad information.
Zero.
No, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, that's fine. Like your civilian body count.
My civilian body
Wait, can you pull the mic closer towards you?
This close?
Perfect. That's great.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hotline. So what changed? Well, pretty much nothing. Absolutely nothing changed. But apparently now, finally now, Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has decided that it's time to launch an impeachment inquiry. Not exactly sure what's changed. I mean, literally nothing has changed, but apparently now is the time, now is the moment. For the last couple of months, I don't think they've been weighing the evidence as much because the inquiry is literally just exactly what it says. It's an inquiry into the evidence, into the information. What I think they've been weighing are the political ramifications, which obviously, I mean, they exist. Well, if you exist on Twitter at all, you know that this has been the topic of discussion over the last couple of days. If it's worth it, if it's a good idea, that's exactly what we're going to talk about today. All the different angles, what people are saying, and of course, I'll give you guys my opinion. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so the announcement is pretty much official at this point. Kevin McCarthy announces that the House will be opening a formal impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden.
These are allegations of abuse of power, obstruction, and corruption. They warrant further investigation of the House. That's why today I am directing our House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. The American people deserve to know that public officers are not for sale, and that the federal government is not being used to cover up the actions that politically associated with them. And I would encourage the President and his team to fully cooperate with this investigation in the interest of transparency. We are committed to getting the answers to the American public. Nothing more, nothing less. We will go wherever the evidence takes us.
And like I alluded in the intro, I mean, literally nothing has changed. So the question is, what exactly is the calculus? I think the first question on most people's mind is, are they going to be able to actually impeach President Joe Biden? The answer to that is unequivocally no, that's not happening. You know, based on clips like this, for instance, with John Fetterman, you can tell that the idea of impeachment is a fundamentally unserious thing in Washington.
Has said he's going to.
Oh my God, really? Oh my gosh, you know, it's devastating. Ooh, don't do it, please don't do it. Oh no.
Democrats, of course, are laughing at the idea of Joe Biden getting impeached, or they're building talking points around it.
This is the extremist Republicans trying to figure out how they can use the business of the American people doing the work we're supposed to do as leverage to try to improve their political position. They know that there is no basis for this.
And so there is obviously a political opportunity for Democrats here. They know that Joe Biden's never going to get impeached here. The Senate's never going to vote to impeach Joe Biden. That's just simply not going to happen unless some new bombshell revelation hits. So knowing this, Democrats are trying to play the whole witch hunt shtick. Midas Touch tweets, Kevin McCarthy is currently engaged in one of the biggest scandals in American history. Without any evidence, he is calling for an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden simply because Donald Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene have told him to. No media organization should treat this as anything other than a corrupt, political motivated scam. What a complete and utter shameless coward. Democrat Ted Lieu then responds and says, here are the 3 pieces of evidence that Speaker McCarthy has to open an impeachment inquiry into President Biden, and he puts 3 blank lines. So obviously Democrats are going to claim that it's a witch hunt, that there's no evidence, that it's a politically motivated scam, and they're going to try to benefit from this supposed politically motivated scam in the same way that Donald Trump has. Every single time Trump got impeached, his approval ratings went up. Of course, we know that. And so I've seen a lot of people arguing on Twitter that impeaching Joe is a bad thing. It's going to boost him. But my personal opinion on this issue is that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are two entirely different political identities or entities. You can't compare one to the other. You know, the impeachment farces that they targeted Donald Trump with were both based on either non-evidence or falsified evidence. The Ukrainian phone call impeachment was based on a total misrepresentation of what was actually said. And January 6th, pretty much the exact same thing, accusing Donald Trump of saying something he never said. In fact, basically he said the exact opposite, accusing him of inciting violence by telling people to not commit violence and go home, making all these ridiculous claims and misrepresenting his tweets, while omitting the actual evidence that would have exonerated him from the base accusations of the impeachment in the first place. It was obviously garbage. And when you have something that's viewed as largely unfair, as political, as a hit job or a witch hunt, well then it creates that counterforce. Obviously people start to support Donald Trump because they view him as a martyr, the man who's being persecuted by a corrupt and unjust system. I don't think it's the same thing for Joe Biden. I don't think Joe Biden has that political power to paint himself as the victim here or paint himself as the establishment outsider that's being railroaded by the Washington Uniparty. You know, Joe Biden's going to get impeached because Joe Biden's family, and by extension him, benefited from a criminal bribery scheme where essentially the Biden family was selling access to Joe Biden during his time as vice president. You know, Democrats could copy Donald Trump's talking points on this issue all they want.
I think the impeachment inquiry is absurd. The American people want us to do something that will make their lives better, not go off on these chases, witch hunts.
I don't think it's ever going to be interpreted as such. I don't think it's ever going to be interpreted as an absurd witch hunt. And if you look at polling data on the issue, the majority of the American public and a large majority of American voters, if you're counting just independents and Republicans, view Joe Biden's business practices, let's call them, as either highly suspect or criminal.
We're talking about Danny here, the time of the vice president, right? Whether Joe Biden was involved in Hunter Biden's business dealings at the time he served as vice president. Overall, here, 61% of Americans think Joe Biden was involved in partisanship drives, right? Obviously, nearly all Republicans, 90%, believe that. This has been a major storyline and talking point on Fox News and elsewhere. 64% of independents believe that Biden was involved in Hunter's business dealings. 28% of Democrats, and I want to show you of that 61% overall there that believe he had dealings, 42% now think that Joe Biden acted illegally when he was vice president in those business dealings. 38% say not involved, 18% said he acted unethically but not illegally. But that is a significant number as well.
I don't know if an impeachment inquiry is going to benefit Joe Biden in the same way that it would benefit Donald Trump. I think quite the opposite, in fact. I think it's probably going to fill in a gap in a way. You know, as was said earlier by Midas Touch in the tweet that I showed you guys, they're obviously sending a message. Quote, no media organization should treat this as anything other than a politically motivated scam. Yeah, that's the problem, is that that's exactly what the media does. The media protects Joe Biden and hides all of this relevant information away from American voters before they head to the ballot box. Well, an impeachment inquiry, in a sense, would fill in that gap, and all of a sudden, it's now primetime television, evidence being presented against Joe Biden that's quite compelling, that is definitely more than circumstantial, painting a picture of corruption, nepotism, and greed. I think it might actually be the perfect thing to tarnish Joe Biden beyond repair, to absolutely destroy his reputation, and even if it stays just at an impeachment inquiry with evidence presented, that might be enough. Although honestly, I don't see why Republicans wouldn't launch an official vote after the inquiry, officially impeach Joe Biden, send it to the Senate, and even if the Democrats totally reject the impeachment, I think the damage to Joe Biden's reputation could possibly be significant enough to finally wake up independent middle ground voters. You know, it's like the post-2020 polling data that we covered a million different times, suggesting that if voters knew about the Hunter Biden laptop scandal ahead of voting, that likely it would have made the difference. Well, why would you want to replicate a similar scenario where you essentially surrender all power to the mainstream media because you're too scared to impeach, you're too scared to make a spectacle, to expose all of the corruption, you know, hopefully fixing that blind spot that made a significant impact in 2020, why not jump on that opportunity? I don't know if I'm doing the best job of describing it or choosing my words. Kind of just terrific here, but I think what I'm saying is making sense. Kind of the TLDR here is impeach the piece of you-know-what. There is no reason to hold back, holding back, being skeptical of playing the same game Democrats play, being too scared or nervous of the...
Seth, we gotta hear some dinosaur noises.
Dinosaur noises, man, I'm usually doing a voice modulation. It's gonna sound like garbo, but when I'm inside the suit, I make this noise.
You know what? I don't even think that needs voice modulation. Hello?
What's up, man? How you doing, Lana?
Doing good, man. Is this Seth?
Yeah, I am the Seth Bloom.
Seth, how are you doing today, man?
You know, I'm doing pretty good. I got off work was chill. Thursdays at work don't suck because it's slow, so. But just been hanging out at home. Saw you were live streaming on TikTok. I listen to podcasts when I'm at work all the time.
What do you do?
So sober. It's not that exciting. I work at a freight delivery, so I deal with like carriers. Like I gotta call carriers or something where I gotta make sure they can. You know. I'm also a dinosaur on the weekends, but that's I work too much.
Okay, I don't know why you decided to answer these questions with the freight job and not the dinosaur. I don't know why you just I don't know what we're going to talk about for the duration of this call, but if you walk away with one thing from this interaction, I want it to be that next time somebody asks you what you do, start with the dinosaur. And then on the
okay.
You are a professional dinosaur who does the freight shit.
Oh yeah. Chicken Jurassic truck, man.
So, Seth, what do you want to talk about? Wait, hold on. I'm not,
well, okay,
I don't know why. Tell me about the dinosaurs.
You want to hear about the dinosaur thing?
Fuck yeah, I want to hear about the dinosaurs.
Okay, so I live in Kansas, and there's not a lot of stuff here. So about like not that long. About like 6 years ago, a dinosaur theme park company came here, and they built a dinosaur park in the city right over. And I was like, hell yeah, dude, I want to work there. So I just like showed up and I applied. It was live audition, right? And I wasn't like a performer's kid, so I walked in there because the thing said to be prepared to wear big shoes, and I was like, easy enough for me, I guess. I don't know. So I walked in there and they had me like doing all this acting and stuff, and I like sucked at the acting. So they were like, you know what? We're gonna teach you how to puppeteer the full body dinosaur puppet, because you probably look better than that. But I love it. It's amazing. It's like the coolest thing ever. The inside of it looks like a spaceship. It's all metal, and there's like a headset that you wear to make all the noise. You make all the sounds yourself, but it's voice modulated. So it's like high-level puppetry, you know, at a place where people, you know, we never see that stuff. So I love it. I love seeing people's reactions to it.
Seth, we gotta hear some dinosaur noises.
Dinosaur noises, man, I'm usually doing a voice modulation, but if you want me to give you a little roar real quick. You want a raw roar? It's gonna sound like garbo, but when I'm inside the suit, I make this noise.
You know what? I don't even think that needs voice modulation.
You don't think that needs voice modulation?
Wait, okay, what done? They roar? Give me. You do any other? What other noises do dinosaurs? What noise? What no? Oh,
well,
what noise does dinosaur
actually, paleontologists actually have no idea what sounds the dinosaur made, except for like very few like horned dinosaurs. But a T-Rex, I guess, would have made like actual echoing noises. But we're going off, you know, the Jurassic Park crap and stuff. But I'd be like making little like snarls and shit when I'm in there. I'll be rocking around. I'll be, that sounds ridiculous, but that's what I mean. You know, with voice modulation. It's crazy. Imagine I explain to a Tinder date.
Oh, that'd be the best.
In the dinosaur costume, dude, the dinosaur costume weighs 100 pounds, and we can't get out of it by ourselves. It's kind of hell, to be honest. Yeah, it weighs 100 pounds, so you wear it like a big backpack. I make videos of it on TikTok, and they kind of went good, so I've been posting videos of that, but it's like, if you ever want to check it out, you can look. I can plug myself, because I feel like that's disrespectful, but you can see the whole inside of it. You wear it like a backpack, it straps into the waist, you tie your shoes, with the shoes attached to the T-Rex's legs, and then someone has to get you off a metal rack, and then you're free roaming for like 20 minutes.
And is it just you, or is it a single man costume?
Yeah, it's a single man costume. Yep. You hold up, so it's split into like two sections basically. It's the body, right? So the body has to be big enough for a human to like have some like arm room, you know, good for your head. But then there's a fulcrum point on the inside of like the cage, which is the body, right? That controls all the movement of the neck, but you have to hold the whole head up the whole time. So 30 pounds just neck.
You know what I'm imagining is like how tragic it would be. Let's say you're on the job, your dinosaur suit, and all of a sudden nuclear war strikes.
Dude, I thought about that shit.
You know what I'm saying? And everyone dies except you.
Right? Except me.
By the magical power of the dinosaur costume. But now you are stuck there.
So dude, oh wow. I'm dying.
What's the name? What's this part? I mean, you don't have to doctor so much.
I probably shouldn't say the name of it because the owner, not the owner, my park manager was not too keen on the idea. I was making videos and they were getting like looked at. So he thinks I don't do it anymore. So I won't plug it. But there's two in the United States. So it's just one here and then one in another state.
And
it's probably fun. Just dinosaurs.
Did you know anything about dinosaurs before you started this job, or you have gotten into this as well?
Dude, I had known not a single thing about dinosaurs, but now I'm like, it's like all the information they give you, like the actual information is like supposed to be intelligent shows for like young kids. So it's like talks about the scientific method. So you learn about like, I don't know too much about dinosaurs.
What can you hit us with like your best dinosaur fact that you would throw out?
Oh man, best dinosaur fact. Let's see. Okay, so the T-Rex's arms, right? Most people think that they were like really small and useless, right? Because they're so small, you know what I mean? But if you look at it in proportion to like, everybody thinks they're so small, but if you look at it in proportion of the whole thing, right, those arms are probably the length of someone who's 6 feet tall. So they would actually be used for like, you know, getting down and like tearing open their prey, but they also could lift up to 1,000 pounds, just each little arm.
That would actually be if you showed up with a base.
Voice modulator on or off? On, yeah, spicy.
Do you like speak to the kids, or it's just in sounds?
No, so this is it's just making dinosaur sounds. So they try to make it as realistic as possible, you know. So it's an accurate representation of a juvenile T-Rex, is what they say. So I don't know. It looks really sick. I mean, some kids are terrified of it. It gets really scared. It looks fucking sick. I don't know. My legs show and sometimes people are like, "T-Rex don't have 4 legs." So I don't get heat stroke.
Have you ever accidentally made a kid cry? Or
Oh, dude, all the time. It happens every week. And you can't see shit out of that thing, so it helps me like tell direction of where the kid is and then egg it on. Like, it sounds fucked up, but you get in the mode, turn into dinosaur, and thinking like, you know?
Wait, so you can like hone in on one particular kid that you can tell is extra scared and direct your dinosaur?
Exactly, yeah. So like they don't tell us not to do this, right? Because what we do is we get the littlest kid for the meat option, right? And they're like, now with this volunteer, he's gonna offer our T-Rex delicious, juicy prawn, right? And then they throw like a big chicken off the stage in her hand, right? And then they raise the kid's arm up and they say, human arm! And either they start crying at that point or they start crying and the T-Rex is like right in front of them.
But as long as they're crying, you know you can jump.
Exactly, yeah. And I don't get in trouble for it, you know?
Does that hit some part of something inside of you?
You know, I don't know. I just think I'm in the zone. I take a lot of stress out too. You know, my main job is like, you know, typing all day, talking to people. So I'm like, you know what? This is my fun job. I'm gonna be a silly guy. I just let out all my anger because the suit is like a full-time workout, so you're letting off a lot of steam there, you know. So I just go for it, but it depends. Like if they're too upset or something, and they're already freaking out way too much, I won't. But if they're like scared, you know, and maybe they like scream or something, you know, then I'll egg it on a little bit. But sometimes they just don't stop crying.
The parents, when the kids are crying, are they like laughing hysterically or are they concerned?
Yes, dude. Literally everyone. I haven't had a bad interaction with a parent after a show ever. They're always like, this is gross. But their kids are like crying. The dad's always for it.
You learned a lot about dinosaurs doing this. And this, how often are you doing this? Because you do.
Yeah, so I work Monday through Friday, my main job, and on just Saturday and Sunday, I work at the dinosaur park, and I've been doing that every single week for the last, like, quite a while. It's like my workout for the whole.
Oh, you know what, Seth? I also wanted to. None of this has anything to do with what you actually texted me.
Guest IRL will be live in Miami with that. Need to uphold and defend the Constitution. When they're sued, it's the Attorney General who is going to be dealing with that being a lawsuit or a rebuttal or whatever, and filing a lawsuit on behalf of the state. And this means the governor will be on her own, and I don't know how she's going to pull this off. There are already lawsuits being filed for the decree to ban guns. The AG's like, I'm not defending you, you're on your own. So how is her office going to respond to this? It's going to be default judgment instantly across the board. That's amazing. I mean, she might actually lose her office. I mean, the taxpayer could lose a lot of money from this.
Well, and I'm hoping, and I mean, I can talk about it personally, but I'll just make a general statement. I'd like to see any attorney general. I wouldn't expect it.
What are the crash words of the day? Forced pregnancy. These are the tales of D&D gamers that got their games destroyed by creepy, slimy weirdos who practically the whole group participating in their gross fantasies. Given that this video will likely be demonetized in 2 clicks on Crab's Claw, thank you so much to Many Worlds Tavern for sponsoring this video. If you like D&D and coffee, Crab, do I have something for you. Many Worlds Tavern is an adventurous online coffee company to accompany you and your party for game night. My personal favorite is Dragon's Nest, the plant that got me through recording this video. When I'm not drinking that, I'm sipping on Great Old One, as the dark elf meant time ago. And when I was a young and naive player, and I just realized how bad it was the other day when I told the story of my current DM. For context, I'm a 30-something female and just happen
on numerous occasions. I repeatedly told him that I wasn't interested, and even if that led to awkward situations, we still managed to remain friends. This horror story took place in D&D 3.5. I was playing a female human warlock, Viola, who had an insane charisma stat, white hair, and golden eyes. I was a bit of an edge lady back then. At one point, the party found itself trapped in a dungeon by the big bad evil guy who summoned an incubus to try and slow us down. I decided to try and reason with the incubus instead of attacking him, and I rolled a high enough persuasion check. The DM then said, okay, he agrees not to fight you and help you, but only if Viola gives him her virginity. I was quite shocked at that, and I tried to ask him, like, why me? His answers were simple. I was the only female. Character and player, and he decided that Viola was the only one to be a virgin. The DM cartoonishly stares the woman down like a juicy steak, his toothy maw dripping with enough saliva to refill Lake Mead. He knows that forcibly impregnating her D&D character is the most nuanced and seductive way to get the female lady girl of his dreams. Now, it's time for our favorite game here on the channel, What Happens Next? Does OP A, let him do it, B, tell him he's a creep and leave, or C, evolve to grab and decapitate him with her epic claws? Only one way to find out, roll post. It was quite awkward and the other players were visibly uncomfortable, but I wanted the plot to move forward, so I said yes. Cue a very long scene when the DM described that it was the best sex my character ever had, and so on and so on. And he seemed very proud of himself, saying it was, quote, good character development. Finally, the incubus teleported us out of the dungeon. It could have been the end of it, but dear readers, it was only the beginning. The DM made me roll for something, not telling me what I was rolling for. It turns out that it was to determine if Viola was pregnant from the encounter. And guess what? She was. The DM was ecstatic and told me that I was going to have a half-demon baby, and that since the father was an incubus, I would give birth in a few weeks. I was completely grossed out by that and said, nope, not gonna happen. So I spent a good chunk of the next game to find someone who could help me get rid of that baby demon. The DM was really not happy about it, and he begrudgingly accepted, while telling me that this procedure could cost the life of my character. So I had to roll really difficult save checks in order for my character to survive. Fortunately, one of the party members was an illustrator in real life and tried to lighten up the mood by drawing my character and silly things to make me feel better. I finally passed all the constitution checks and my character was finally free of that nasty subplot. The DM was clearly not happy about it and told me that, since my character's first time had been with Incubus, she would now be a nymphomaniac and that there was no cure for that. So every time the party stopped in a village or city, he made me roll to find a sexual partner. Fucking time. And he would love to describe as many of these sexual encounters as possible. Meanwhile, the incubus regularly popped in to have sex with my character without my consent. Thinking about how the DM would just sit there describing non-consensual sexual intercourse to 3 or more other people while they just sit there uncomfortably genuinely makes me cringe. These people are all in their 20s. I understand having sexual themes in your games, not my style, but it's not the worst thing that ever happened. That said, I am dead sure that this was not disclosed to the party before the game started, and I'm just as sure that nobody asked for this. The DM is little more than a sniveling creep behind a screen. But let's finish this tale, there's not much of it left. Roll post. At one point, he even forced me to take the prestige class Courtesan. It's a real D&D 3.5 subclass from an obscure book. Look it up. According to him, it would help me to RP the nymphomaniac side of my character. Every time I decided to indulge him and play some of these encounters, he would reward me by giving me insane loot.
I think what it is, I think she thinks that you're cute, and she's and she's a little intimidated by you. I think.
Look at that right there. That's
No,
bad.
his
Just see it. He's a comic. He can handle it.
His nose is
it's just covers your whole face. I can't see your eyes.
Yeah.
You like people big eyes?
Yeah. I just want someone that has equal
Don't say
parts.
proportion.
You guys are
proportion the biggest eyes.
Yeah. Don't say you're into big eyes. You're into slightly less than white eyes. And if we're looking at each other, I have much bigger eyes. I'm not a dummy. I'm I'm dumb.
Big Ivy Rudy?
Look at this.
That's still him.
Yeah, still him. I think what it is, I think she thinks that you're cute, and she's.
If you applied a coat of paint to the bottom of your shoes every single day, one coat on top of the other every morning, you would leave Earth just as quickly as our moon is leaving us. Every day, the moon moves about 1/10 of a millimeter.
He knows. Oh, I wouldn't even say that. Nonetheless, just a little clickety click, clickety click. Knock little men off their platforms like you. Quite angry. You make me angry.
A row has erupted over Jeremy Evil Clarkson's column in The Sun about Meghan Markle at the weekend.
It says, at night I'm unable to sleep as I lie there, grinding my teeth and dreaming of the day when she was made to parade naked through the streets of every town in Britain while the crowds try and shame and throw lumps of excrement. Hey! If you don't know who Meghan Markle is, she's the C-list actress that married Prince Harry. You know, Prince Harry recently made some accusations about the royal family, which has kind of pissed a lot of people off, including Jeremy Clarkson.
You accuse members of your family of racism. You don't even...
Well, British press said that.
Right.
Did Meghan ever mention they're racist?
She said there were troubling comments about
There was concern about his skin colour.
Right.
Concerns and conversations about how dark his skin might be when he's born.
Who is having that conversation? There is a conversation. Hold on.
There's several now. There's several conversations.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be.
Wouldn't you describe that as essentially racist?
I wouldn't, not having lived within that family.
Right.
So
you
again,
don't...
Going back to the difference between what my understanding is, because of my own experience, the difference between racism and unconscious bias, the two things are different.
You full of shit. You understand that? You full of shit.
Now, a bunch of people said Jeremy Clarkson went too far. He actually responded on Twitter and said, "Oh dear, I'd rather put my foot in it." In the column I wrote about Meghan, I made a clumsy reference to a scene in Game of Thrones. This has gone down badly with a great many people. I'm horrified to have caused so much hurt, and I shall be more careful in the future. So yeah, he says he's referencing the scene out of Game of Thrones with Cersei Lannister. And if you know anything about Jeremy Clarkson, you know he's a savage and he doesn't really give a shit, which is why I wouldn't even call this an apology. He didn't say sorry. People are still pissed off, including this woman you're about to see, who makes an absolute muppet of herself on live TV, and basically says that we should ban freedom of speech because of this.
I get the feeling that you're going to interrogate me again.
No, I was just disappointed with a tweet I felt rather clumsily popped out, suggesting that on the one hand, yes, Jeremy Clarkson's comments were misogynist and rather unpleasant.
This woman loves to make it a men or woman thing. She loves making men look like the bullies and women look like the victims.
But on the other hand, and here you abused history, you were going to defend his right to freedom of speech. It was the altar you were prepared to die on, and you reminded us with a sort of, jackboot analogy that 60 to 100 million people had died in the Second World War to protect our freedom.
Not the Second World War.
Well, in the last century.
No, the 60 to 100 million I was referring to were the corpses laid at the feet of the Marxists who controlled and compelled speech and turned people into group thinkers.
That's a bit.
So you missed the point of my
I missed it. Well, indeed. Well, then you must craft your tweets alone.
Let's leave my tweets alone. And you tell me why this is liberal.
Well, it's extraordinary that someone like you with such a fine public school education is lumbering under the misconception that we have complete freedom of speech. If I was a pedophile or a terrorist or a fascist, you wouldn't be platforming me right now. If I was inciting hatred against a different race or religion or someone of transgender or disability, I would not be platformed.
I mean, as far as I know, Jeremy Clarkson is not a paedophile or a terrorist. He just made some comments about a C-class actress who's married to a prince.
So it's a nonsense to suggest we have to let everyone spew out filth and poison left, right and centre, especially men with disproportionately large. And let me tell you, Jane Gosser,
here we go again. This is what I was saying about this woman. It's always the men's fault. It's always the men that are the bullies. But just watch how she talks to him.
I don't find it acceptable, and I think what you did was disingenuous.
Well, I condemned the way he spoke and then defended his right to free speech.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
It was almost like saying, you know, let's pat him on the head and put him back in his box. Except his box.
That's not what I said.
But it is what you said.
No, that's how you. Well, listen, look, and you're looking at someone who really doesn't like Meghan Markle and doesn't like that spoiler.
No, let's not go back to I can't hear another thin-skinned, slightly aging white man be demeaning about Meghan Markle, not when we've just globally gone global with one of our leading celebrities wanting to throw excrement at her.
Do you think that the opposite of that, denying him the right to be so crude and disgusting and misogynistic, is better?
It is currently illegal to stir up hatred against, and I gave you some of the categories, race, religion, disability, sexual orientation. I would like gender to be one of those categories.
What is gender?
There was my gender as a woman, my sex. I want it to be gender protected.
I'm confused. What's gender? You're a woman.
I'm a woman.
Just like this comment says, she says it's illegal to stir up hatred against protected groups, race and sex after calling Fox a thin-skinned, slightly aging white man. The irony is hilarious. But this guy, he deals with it in the best way. Just watch how calm he stays.
Jeremy Clarkson, the way he wrote that article, he was very clever. He knows you can't stir up hatred against Meghan Markle on the basis of her race. But she was positive throughout that article, very much on the basis of her femininity. She had, to use Donald Trump's expression, whipped her husband, Harold Mark, into his subservient position. She basically washed him. So this was about Meghan Markle's femininity. He asked us to imagine her naked. So he wants to take a woman and us to imagine her naked. And he then wants to shame her and beat her down the street and dress her. That is hatred towards women, and I don't think that's acceptable.
I agree.
So let's change the law.
No.
Yes.
No, that's why I don't agree with you.
Why not change the law?
I don't think it's legal hate.
What about your insults and hatred towards the man that you're talking to throughout this whole interview? And I'm not saying that I've said what Jeremy Clarkson said, but to say that we've got to change the basically ban certain people from free speech.
The problem is, happens otherwise. It's big bears like you, Jeremy Clarkson, Piers Morgan. You sit there. No, because actually, on this occasion, you said, whoa, I wouldn't even say that. Generally, you like to poke with a stick. You go as far as you can. You push the right-wing envelope. And as I've explained, you men, Nigel Farage, Dan Wootton, have disproportionately large platforms. You get little me's on a doctor incident, but nonetheless just a little woman on, and you barely just clicks.
She's doing it again. I'm the little woman. I'm the victim, even though I'm the one throwing all the insults, and you're the big bully, even though you're the one staying calm. And she's talking about bait. The only one that's baiting anybody is her trying to bait him into losing his temper or insulting her. Because once he's done it once, even though she's done it several times, she'll jump on that opportunity to make him look like the misogynist, the one that's attacking her femininity.
See, this is, I think, one of the problems that men will have. Like, I'm condemning what he said. And I'm saying that on a philosophical level, I protect everybody's right to free speech. I think it's better.
Everybody's right. You want biased fascists, you want racists. Do you really want everyone to have freedom of speech?
What's the option?
At the moment, they're enshrined in law is actually to be protected against fascism.
So it's enshrined in law. So we just leave it. I found what he said abhorrent. I didn't find it abhorrent. I thought it was clumsy and crap, and I condemned it. And I don't see why I'm getting a lecture to support you.
That's not good enough. Because actually what this does is emboldens misogynists. Someone like Jeremy Clarkson, he's got his grand tour mentioned on your television. The Sun's probably not sold so many.
It's probably why he did it.
Well, exactly. And I say that is not acceptable. And the way to stop it is to change the law.
Oh, stop with the law
and then knock little men off their platforms like you.
Little? I thought I was a big man.
Well,
you said I was.
Because you have a platform, darling.
All
leave now and leave you in your cave?
It's not a cave. You're more than welcome to stay. I'm
quite angry. You make me angry, Lord.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I've literally said nothing.
You didn't have to.
Now, obviously, I don't think that a woman should be shamed in public. Shit, and do I actually think that Jeremy Clarkson would want that to happen? But to start saying now that we've got to change the laws and ban certain people from having freedom of speech is ridiculous. She came on there confrontational and aggressive. She weren't coming on there to have a conversation. She was just coming on there to have an argument. He didn't take the bait. He stayed unbothered, made her more bothered, made her look like a muppet. She called him a little man at the end there, but throughout the whole thing, she's the one that's acting like a little girl.
As this family drove through a forested grassland, they encountered a group of horses orderly migrating on the road. After following for a while, they tried to overtake, but a horse ran ahead and blocked their path. It looked sternly, emitting a call, as if reprimanding them for cutting in line. Once all the horses passed, it joined the rear, ensuring their safety. Whenever the car behind tried to overtake, the horse immediately obstructed. The family followed behind until the herd reached its destination. If you believe this horse has leadership qualities, subscribe.
What was the last couple of classes you did?
Chemistry and
You don't do either of those. 5 times 4. 6 times 4. Two. What was the last couple of classes you did?
Chemistry.
A man named Nathan, his Liberty safe was opened up by the Fed.
I used to have a real struggle getting the ducks to go into the coop at night, but things have gotten a lot easier with a little training.
Welcome back, guys. Now I have a funny video. I don't know, why would you ask that question? I mean, I don't get it.
Been very drunk the last hour.
Who are you?
You.
We tried to reach out to the men who died in this pursuit. They were unavailable for comment. Micah, back.
Oh wow, you definitely have it. That's
So I definitely can speak to this because Department of Revenue, so you're a government employee. You probably work either for the state, because if you work for the feds, it'd be the Internal Revenue Service. So you probably work for maybe a state revenue service, which is basically like a state level of IRS. Bro, the biggest thing as for you government employees that want to go ahead and transition into entrepreneurship is you got to understand is that you have to learn how to become comfortable being uncomfortable. And the thing is, with government employees, etc., they typically, and the government is like the biggest slave work because they give you just enough to pay all your bills and have a little bit of extra money to kind of live a certain lifestyle. And a lot of people, become addicted to that. The most addicting thing you can give someone is a stable paycheck. And a lot of government employees fall victim to that, and they don't necessarily want. Bro, 40 hours a week ain't nothing. I'll be honest with you. Like, it's nothing. You should be working, and I told you guys all the time, like, as a young man, you should be working easily 60 to 80 hours a week with no question. So you absolutely have the time to go ahead and get a side hustle. The problem is that you're very comfortable with where you're at with your government position. You got your retirement, you got your pension, you got your Roth, whatever it may be that you have, all these things set up, and you're making just enough money to pay your bills. But bro, you need to take some of that money that you're making, that external income that you're making, save it, invest, and then be prepared to work that extra 2, 3, 4, 5 hours outside of work, right, when you get out at 4, and create this side hustle that's going to allow you to at least to get to a point where you're making as much money, if not double the money, and then you can make the decision if you want to walk away from your job. Please, glad you had something.
Yeah, so I have a client named Matt who's working 80 hours a week in 2 jobs, juggling 2 jobs. And he still had time to run his Amazon business, and then now he's doing 15K days, like 15K.
So what is your excuse, bro? 80 hours a week and a business?
Yeah.
What's your excuse?
You're only doing 40. 40 hours is nothing, guys. Like, and you're working 7:30 to 4. Yeah, you got to wake up early, etc. But that gives you plenty of time to start your side hustle. And let's say you go home, you get home by like 5, take an hour, eat, rest, and then bam, by 6, 7 o'clock, you're on the computer making things happen, and you go to bed early. Now, here's the thing that you don't want to hear. You're gonna have to give up your weekends sometimes. You're gonna have to give up going out and hanging out with girls. You're gonna have to give up drinking. You're gonna have to give up going out and partying and having fun and doing all these things for probably the better part of a year or 2. But trust me, it's gonna have to be worth it. When I was having my fitness business and I was doing the government shit at the same time, guys, I just accepted the fact that I'm gonna have to be working all the time, right? And you're gonna have to sacrifice certain things, but it's absolutely worth it, bro. Absolutely worth it. 40 hours per week, you can absolutely start a side hustle and make some. And instead of doing that overtime, go ahead and take that. Maybe do the overtime for a bit, get the capital, invest into that side business, and get it going, man.
So KT said a very important point. He said, "Here's how bad you want it."
Yeah.
And he made a post on Instagram saying, "Every day you chase girls, get drunk, binge Netflix, cut corners, sleep in, and procrastinate. There's another day your parents have to work."
Yeah.
Enough messing around. Time to get ahead. Make your parents proud. I think that's beautiful because what's the best is comfortable, go to jog, go to work, come home, watch TV, drink beer with friends, and then relax.
Yeah.
Versus, okay, I'm working a job, but my parents are working too. I want to retire them and myself.
Exactly.
Why not?
Bro, you're gonna have to, if you really want to do this, you're gonna have to cut drinking. You're gonna have to cut going out, doing a bunch of stupid shit on the weekends, and you're gonna have to dedicate it to working and starting the side hustle so that you can escape that 9 to 5. And I feel you because I'm a former government employee. They pay you just enough where you're good and you're like, oh, okay, blah, blah, but you don't have that much external income. So take that external income that you have, save it, put it into the business, work. Don't spend that money doing dumb shit. You're gonna save money anyway by working on your business regardless. And get yourself to a position where you're making just as much money on the side hustle as you are with your main hustle, and then you can decide what you want to do.
That's real game right there. Like, you cannot skip the first part where you work very hard. Like the first phase.
Proceed northwest on I-5 north in 158 miles. Stay left to continue on I-5 north. Out of route. Drive to road behind you. On I-5 or route from current location.
Like, I hear people saying work smart, which is good once you're able to work smart. But in the beginning, there's one step you can't ever miss, which is working hard. Like, you're gonna have to work your ass off.
Like, you guys are seeing the finished product. Like, you're seeing, right, he's able to walk his dog for 45 minutes in the morning, etc. But that 45 minutes, he had to pay to get that 45 minutes back. Yeah. You understand?
Yeah.
By learning, trials and tribulations, hiring someone to do it, but he did it through time, right? You guys see us now doing the podcast, etc. I had to pay to be here. I had to invest a significant amount of my money. I've told y'all before, I invested about $40,000 to $50,000, guys, to get this podcast started. But how did I do that? Through my main job and my side hustle.
Why?
Which was a fitness business. I was able to take that money and invest it in be able to get this thing going. That's how we started up with good cameras up front, with good lighting up front. We were able to have a certain decor and a certain aura from the front because I was willing to invest the money up front. The more money you're willing to invest up front from your main job, the faster you can scale your business up and start returning a profit. But you got to be willing to literally sit there and work and sacrifice a lot of
time,
fun
effort,
and time, right? Whether alcohol, drugs, whatever the hell you like to do in your free time, you're gonna have to sacrifice that, guys, in the first 2 years easily.
I'll never forget, I used to work at a tech company, and basically the culture was have fun, there's beer on tap, there's food, drinks on tap, basically. You just show up to the office, there's ping pong, you can play video games at your job. It was crazy. And it's a very relaxed environment. So what happened is you come to work, everyone just like huddle in the after room after work, and then go drink beer downstairs or like house time for the party, right? And I was like, you know what? I want to play property. Well, I got sacrifice because if I go party with them, I can't save real estate, I can't tell you, save money.
Real talk.
Yeah, that's true.
And this is an uncomfortable conversation. All you guys are watching, hearing this right now, and you know I'm speaking to you. If you're to us. Yeah. There's no such thing as holidays for us.
And the Weekend Warrior has an infinite battle. Since always Monday right up to Sunday.
I used to look forward sometimes to these holidays, or I don't gotta work, blah, blah, blah. But then once I started doing vacations and I really started falling in love with the job, I didn't care about holidays anymore. I was working regardless. Now, I remember I would take a month-long vacation, but I'd still be writing Title III affidavits. So what I want y'all to do, guys, is find a career where you're not saying thank God it's Friday, or start a side hustle where it doesn't matter anymore. But if you want to escape the matrix and be saying stupid shit like, I'm working for the weekend and all this other crap, everybody's working for the weekend. Like, no, bro. No, that is literally the slave anthem. That is not where you want to be. You want to be working where it doesn't even matter what day it is. You're making money because you've created a business, you've created a skill set. You're able to go ahead and print money through your skill set versus trading time for money.
The irony of today being Labor Day, people aren't working, it's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Labor Day, people are chilling, having fun, not working. you get that extra $100-something bucks a week?
Yeah. So, guys, and then they wonder, wait, why am I still broke? What do I want out of life? You're chilling on a holiday, bro. Yeah, You're man. working. So, guys, you got to get out there, and you're working 40 hours per week, and you're a young man. No. Get a second job, or better yet, start a business on the side so you can go ahead and scale that thing up and make more money. Because 40 hours per week is nothing.
Nothing, bro.
It's literally nothing.
Cheers. Sorry, I shouldn't hit. Cheers, my dude. Chin chin.
Chin chin.
That's what the Italians say.
Really?
Yeah. Also, apparently in Japanese it means tiny penis.
Really?
But I prefer the Italian.
What in Italian it means cheers?
Cheers. Yeah. Chin chin.
What's your connection to Italian culture?
Real, and they're like beautiful even it. I know that you're here visiting like Rosie, but you bring like the weirdest vibes. Really? Yeah. I feel like I'm on my toes around you. Really? Yeah, and pretty much every single person.
So basically, this girl was invited to a party with her friend, and the friend's name is Rosie. The owner of this house thinks that she is a weird boss. This girl's name is Jane, and just watch how she gets kicked out of this party.
Pretty much every single person that's wrong is okay. Oh my god. Yep. And I honestly feel like Rosie feels that way, and I just think we should leave. I would love that, but you shouldn't check what you're saying about what you're saying. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. I feel like I didn't mean those easy going with a big person, and I would love it if tonight is okay. The full one is true. Yeah, no, I honestly, I'm so sorry that I felt like made you guys feel that way. I honestly, I think I said to one person, I think I said that I'm a mask naysayer, which is like, I just, like, I always wear my mask and I always do everything, but I'm really sorry that I made you feel this way. It's fine. I'm sure you really will, but I'm trying to convince my sister her fiance to come here, and I'm like having the best time ever, and I'm our jeans, which they're great jeans, and they're the same. They called me over that, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna want to start like, shh, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yeah. No, I want them to have a good weekend too. I hope that they move here for you, and I'm so sorry, and I will absolutely, I don't have a place at Moe's, and I won't go, and I hope you guys have a great weekend.
Okay, first things first, why the fuck are you apologizing? Like, I understand common courtesy, but that was fucking weird. Like, you're not being weird. She's being weird. Other people in the house are being weird. And I'm confused because you went there with your friend. Where is Rosie? Like, if I got invited by my friend, I'm not gonna just walk out. I would walk up to Rosie and be like, yo, your friends are trying to kick me out. The owner of the house even knew that you came with Rosie. But for some reason, at this moment, she's not there to defend you. The owner even said, hey, I think Rosie even thinks you're weird. Why the fuck would Rosie think I'm weird? She invited me here.
And y'all know what fucking threw me? This part. How are you the most loving person, but you came out here to judge her? And you and your friends was making fun of her pants. Y'all don't sound like great people. She's over here alone on the couch because she doesn't really even know most of you guys. So like, if you guys are really full of love and friendly, you would invite her to y'all table or make her get closer to y'all group. But you didn't do that. You came here to kick her out, bro. Full of love where? You make me want to see her pants. Also, where the fuck is Rosie? Because there ain't no fucking way. So how does Rosie feel about this? Right, for real! How does she feel? Because that's always the L friend. This made me feel ill. For real, I'm gonna vomit. I am the most loving and easygoing person. Like, girl, who, like, for real? Who the fuck told you that? Who lied to you? When someone tells you they're the most easygoing and loving person, that's how you know they're absolutely not. No cap. Personally, I wouldn't let that slide. No cap, I would have said something. She said I knew I wasn't going to win, so I just let her do her thing. Nah, fuck that. You should found Rosie. You should, no, bro. Her vibe was off, not yours. Nah, for real, I agree. Sometimes you got people out here saying, look out for weirdos, and they judge the fuck out of people, but the whole time, they end up being the one that was weird as fuck. They got the weird ass energy. If you carry weird ass energy, it'll reflect into anyone you're talking to, and they will also carry it. I call this.
This is Joe Biden, the President of the United States. Recently, Biden traveled abroad and made a fool of himself and America on the international stage. First, at the G20 in India.
I want to thank the sponsor. And I particularly want to thank Prime Minister Modi and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman.
Biden knew that he said Mohammed bin Salman's name wrong, and then he said it wrong again. Double fail.
And the President von der Leyen and the European Commission.
Holy crap. And watch MBS's face as Biden continues to stumble and bumble.
And since he's not speaking today, I wanted to, right, he is speaking today. I haven't really want to speak anyway. I'm going to stop there. In Saudi, the sub-Saharan Africa, we're working.
And remember, this is the man that Joe Biden is begging to produce more oil for America. Get ready for $4 and $5 gas again, America. Anyway, Biden, a pitiful old man who can barely walk upstairs, flew to Southeast Asia to kiss the communist government of Vietnam's ass so that we can have access to their gigantic deposit of minerals. And in turn, we'll waste those critical minerals to build millions of impractical electric vehicles and hundreds of thousands of useless wind turbines. So later that evening, Biden held a press conference.
It was evening, isn't it?
Where am I? What time is it? Come on.
Well, there's that, one of my staff members said, remember the famous song, Good Morning Vietnam? We need you in Vietnam.
Oh yes, the famous song, Good Morning Vietnam. No, maybe he was thinking of the Billy Joel song. Oh wait, Biden wasn't in Saigon. He was in Hanoi, so that doesn't work either.
But, no, look. For example, one of the things we did in India, we provided for a new path that's going to save everybody money, increase the global South's capacity to grow.
So Biden is referring to countries in Africa as the third world, which is a pretty derogatory term for a world leader to be using. Then he corrects himself by using the term global South. Keep this in mind for later in the video.
We're going to have a new railroad from India all the way across to the Mediterranean, shipping lanes and pipelines across the Mediterranean through Europe up into Great Britain and beyond.
So Joe Biden is saying that there's going to be a railroad from India to the Mediterranean. And this magic railroad would somehow travel not only through India's arch enemy Pakistan, but also Iran, Iraq, and Syria. Makes sense to me. What's your problem? Anyway, during much of the press conference, Biden went out of his way to kowtow to China.
And so really what this trip is about is less about containing China. I don't want to contain China. I just want to make sure we have a relationship with China that is on the up and up, squared away. Everybody knows what it's all about. But as I said, we're not looking to hurt China. Sincerely. We're all better off if China does well. I want to see China succeed economically. China does well by the international rules, grows the economy. It has nothing to do with hurting China. It's not about containing China. It's not about isolating China. And but we're not trying to hurt China.
Have you ever seen a president give a worse performance regarding foreign policy? Absolutely pathetic. So then it came time for Joe Biden to answer questions from the press. But of course, the reporters and questions were chosen in advance.
They told me they gave me 5 people here. Sorry. Okay. Am I pronouncing it Avelia? Did I pronounce the name correctly?
No, he didn't. Her name is Aurelia. There's no V in Aurelia.
Avelia?
I had a question on the climate crisis. You just mentioned the G20. On that, if there is no phasing out of fossil fuels, it won't be possible to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. There was no agreement at the G20.
The only existential threat humanity faces, even more frightening than a nuclear war, is global warming going above 1.5 degrees in the next 10 years.
Gee, would you rather the temperature rise 1.5 degrees Celsius over a period of time? The United States decimated by nuclear weapons, not to mention nuclear fallout. When Joe Biden or John Kerry or any Democrat for that matter says that global warming is more frightening than nuclear war, they are an unserious person. And speaking of unseriousness, strap yourselves in.
And there's my brother loves having famous lines from movies that he always quotes, you know, one of them is there's a movie about John Wayne and an Indian scout, and they're trying to get, I think it's Pat's Wall, great tribe of America back on the reservation. And he's standing with the Union, so we're all on. On their horses and their saddles, and there's 3 or 4 Indians in headdresses, and the Union soldiers. The Union soldiers basically saying, "Natives, come with me, we'll take care of you, everything will be good." The Indian looks at John Wayne and points to the Union soldier and says, "He's a lion, dog-faced pony soldier." Well, there's a lot of lion, dog-faced pony soldiers. Out there about global warming. Not anymore. All of a sudden, we'll realize it's a problem.
That was the leader of the...
That is so creepy when he does that.
Free World giving an international press conference, incoherently rambling on for more than a minute about a John Wayne movie. That doesn't exist. We are at peak clown world, ladies and gentlemen. And let's watch and listen to an out-of-breath Joe Biden make a special announcement.
And look, nobody likes having celebrated international meetings if you don't know what you want to meet. If you don't have a game plan. You may have a game plan. He just hasn't. But I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed.
They all call him Sleepy Joe for nothing. And for this next part, well, I need to say, while Biden was in India on Saturday, he met with Chinese Premier Li Qiang. Here is Biden the next day in Vietnam talking about
my team, my staff still meets with President Xi's people and his cabinet. In fact, I met with his number 2 person here. In India today.
Except today, he is in Vietnam, and his meeting with that Chinese official was the day before. He thinks he's in India. Nope, nothing to see here, guys.
There are certain things that are just a little rich coming from the left. Kind of like how I say I don't ever want to be lectured to about democracy or freedom of speech or any of these other issues from any leftist or any Democrat ever again. On issues like this, misrepresenting crowd sizes, misrepresenting crowd interactions, I will never, ever, ever be lectured to by a leftist. They love to go on and on about his inauguration crowd, supposedly lying. You know, Bill Maher always talks about this.
Crazy is like, it's important that the crowd at my inauguration was the biggest ever. And I'm going to make an issue of this for the first 2 weeks of my presidency, despite photographic evidence to the contrary.
Donald Trump's such a liar. He lies about his crowds. Coming from... the same people who have lying about crowds do a damn freaking science. I mean, come on. Trump may or may not have said something that was inaccurate. Maybe he thought it was the biggest ever. I don't know. I'm not going to rehash the whole argument from 2017. But for Trump, it was the biggest and most badass inauguration ever. Whatever. You know, it is what it is. You know, leftists will criticize him for saying that, while throughout the entire 2016 election and the 2020 election, all of these leftist journalists, all the leftist mainstream media outlets, use the most deceptive camera angle tactics to hide the fact that Democrat candidates can't pull a freaking crowd. Before a Trump rally starts, I mean, Trump, almost every rally he does, the stadium is packed. But ahead of these rallies, you'll see leftist media enter the venue maybe an hour before the event actually starts, take a picture of the crowd, which obviously hasn't filled up yet, and then they'll write their headlines or they'll post on Twitter that Trump isn't drawing crowds anymore. The stadium was half empty. And what do you know? They're doing it again. Let me show you guys the latest dishonest fake news brigade on Twitter. Got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so if you're paying attention to leftist social media, then you're probably being inundated with clips showing that Donald Trump suffered a horrible, embarrassing moment during his attendance at the Iowa versus Iowa State game. Brian Krasenstein writes on Twitter, President Trump appears to get booed at Iowa versus Iowa State game. Interesting reaction, considering the Iowa caucuses are just 4 months away. Donald Trump apparently got booed by what, like a person in the crowd? Maybe 2 people. You know, I did hear a couple distinct boos. You know, ignore this girl, everyone else. Absolutely ecstatic to see Donald Trump. Of course, they're picking that one clip where you can hear one boo. They're trying to create this narrative that Donald Trump is getting booed in public. Clearly, they want to have something to combat the fact that Democrats get booed relentlessly everywhere they go, especially Joe Biden. So there's the clip I just showed you, and then there's this picture right over here showing a man in the crowd flipping off Donald Trump. Every leftist and their mother is posting this photo everywhere, all over Twitter, trying to paint this as the narrative. This was the reaction to Donald Trump's presence. Except, of course, as usual, they're being deceptive, they're liars. This was the crowd. Those little highlight markers, I think, are counting heads as to how many people were there. Right off the bat, my estimate, counting people up top, maybe 50, 60 people. I'm counting 1, 2, 3 people who are flipping the bird. Probably one group, who knows? The point being, you got 3 people out of 50 or 60. Everybody else seems pretty cheerful and pretty happy to see Trump there. But the leftist media will focus on this frame and this frame alone and try to present that as the narrative. Give me a friggin' break. Donald Trump, as per usual, was a friggin' superstar. Here's Trump visiting, I believe, a fraternity. Gives Trump flipping patties. Here's Trump being escorted into the building.
conservative, controversial, is like made it. The majority of people in Iowa is vehemently anti-Trump. Well, obviously that isn't the case. That isn't the case. A couple of things immediately come to mind. First, Donald Trump is still the political superstar that he always has been. He's still just as popular. The guy's a celebrity, a brand name. He's the guy. But I mean, honestly, the person that's obviously takeaway number one. Takeaway number two is he's clearly raised for these. I'm not, let's go ahead and try to argue the argument. Why he was fit for office. Somebody obviously back at it the other day. Bill Maher was making the argument that Donald Trump isn't fit. Donald Trump is incompetent and old, just like Joe Biden.
So we're setting up something, live podcasts in every city, one-nighters. But guess what?
Guess what?
That Rudy can't come.
Wait, why?
She has school.
Online.
Yeah, but
It's the attitude.
The way she said she was
I had that full alone.
Yeah, weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Full look. You just say, I'm busy.
I'm busy.
How many classes do you have?
Okay, that is. But also, it's online, so you don't really go to places where it's the internet.
And actually, do you know what I just bought the other day? A mobile Wi-Fi hotspot for when we travel, so you can have high-speed Wi-Fi internet.
And the things also that we can teach you, you'll learn a lot more.
Sirius XM, NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
And the things also that we can teach you, you'll learn a lot more.
What a smart kind of middle finger, right? Trump's not happy with Fox.
Monday, but people are still in line trying to make it out. How's that Texas going?
To be honest, I was a little bit happy with the whole flood thing. Me and my wife have been coming here for years, and we decided this would probably be the year that she slept with another man. So she did pick a pretty big dude named Laser, kind of just kept coming around all day, saying tonight, he was stretching in front of me, stuff like that. Kind of got me thinking, to be honest, like, what am I even doing? You know what I mean? I'm a school teacher in my normal job down out here in the desert, letting my wife get ran through by some guy named Laser. So when the floods happened, it was kind of saved by the bell, really, put the kibosh on the whole thing.
Remember a long time ago, everything you do, you have to one day explain to your children. Burning Man Festival was supposed to end on Monday, but people are still in line trying to make it out. How's that Texas going?
To be honest, I was a little bit happy with the whole flood thing. Me and my wife have been coming here for years, and we decided this would probably be the year that she slept with another man.
yesterday, Bobby flooded the house.
No.
While we were on the beach.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Shut!
Glass and Rose wants to win the extra miles at advertising OnlyFans by paying for billboards in Honolulu. There was
I think it's completely accountable. I think you should pay that. Personally, I don't see that much of a problem with it, but it is a little bit unfair because a week before I applied for a billboard for my site, askbasic.com, and that was rejected. I even told them that if the URL is an issue, we could use a redirect, but they said no. And then weeks later, I see this. So you're going to make a law apply it to all genders. I don't really see that much of a difference between what she's doing and what
hyper masculine, because I'm kind of the class clown type of guy. I'm not the jock dude. I'm not like the hyper masculine
No
dude.
chat here. Wait, so what kind of guy do I need to lock me down? What kind of guy do I need to lock me down? My ex was an MMA fighter. Oh. My ex actually was an MMA fighter. So he was, and he was 45 years old.
No, you guys don't dance nearly enough for God.
45. Yeah. Professional.
Any thoughts?
What's his name?
Thoughts?
Wait, what's his name? And what did you ask me? Oh, I made a joke. He asked me what his name was. I made a joke. Like, I do fighter. Like, oh, MMA. No, not MMA. No.
Such a good joke.
Thank you. I know. I laugh. That is so funny that you say that though. That he was, yeah. Yeah. I did it.
I want to say.
Yeah, right? Because I did it as a UFC fighter. For some reason, I thought you would be into like American Pie. No, that's so funny.
I don't have type of no chance. I'm just not that guy. I'm not that guy. You need like, you basically need a guy who could be a pimp, but isn't.
I love Brian. Maybe I do. Yeah, you're great. Yeah, like cool.
Like he's not a pimp.
Are you guys listening to him? Like, take notes. No, I like take notes. Like. And like this guy who's like big. Yeah, guy's like big.
We've had that relationship, and it's in a good place now. And we have 2 small children. Instinctively, Ellis, whenever I face my mom, he's like, I don't want to talk to you. And every time I do that, I put the phone back on myself. She's like, I know you told him. I go, I didn't tell him anything.
Nobody.
He just knows.
Vibes.
And he'll also do the thing where like it'll be the 2 of them, and he'll be like, "Hi, Grandpa. Hi, yeah." And I'm like, shows the phone, turns to my mom, and he's like, "Ah." He's like, "I don't want to talk to you."
Push. Yeah.
She's like, "Why is he like this?" I'm like, "I don't know. He just instinctively doesn't like it."
Yeah.
That our oldest this weekend, I just like turn my back, and all of a sudden there's 20 paint things. I'm like, where'd you get all this paint? He's like, downstairs. All right. And he starts painting. I'm like, no, you're getting paint everywhere.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm sorry. I'll do better. And then I'm like, all right. And then the paint is still going. I go, you're still painting. Where he goes, I'll keep trying.
He figured out the
And
I'm
then,
sorry.
yeah. And then he's like, takes a toy, starts painting a toy. I go, this is enough. This is enough. We're not doing this. And he's like, no. I go, no. You no. He's like, all right. And then he was like, all right. I did pick up a lot of shit here.
He is a maniac.
You know, our son said the other day he hated me.
So Ethan Hawke's been directing his own daughter in a sex scene for Timothy Wildcat. A lot of people thought it was weird. Obviously, when they asked him about it, they quoted him as saying, "Yeah, it doesn't bother me a bit. I'm chill like that, though. Sure, I could have left the room, but nah, that ain't me, Chief. Know what I'm saying? The Hawk don't play like that. To be honest, forgot it was even my daughter, but again, I'm chill in that department. Even if we have to reshoot it, all good, brother, which we might, because the lighting might have been a bit off in the extreme close-up. One of the grips on set said that it did actually make some of the crew members feel uncomfortable, and he was quoted as saying to the press, it was just weird. Ethan had his legs kicked back, and he wasn't really using directing terms. He just kept saying things like, get in there, champ. Yes, let her have it. There he is. Attaboy. Noise. Now break her off. Did I not tell you she's nice with it? And scream an audible, let's go, at the climax of the scene. So, I don't know. I guess we'll just see how the movie turns out. So Ethan Hawke.
already, but if you don't want to, then the short answer is because sugar molecules are chiral. I didn't actually use the word chiral in the original video, because it's a good word. I talked about handedness instead, which basically means the same thing. It just means that the molecule of sugar doesn't have mirror symmetry in the same way that my left hand doesn't have mirror symmetry. If you look at my left hand in the mirror, you won't see another left hand, you'll see a right hand. It's the same thing with sugars. If you buy sugar from the shops, then all those sugar molecules in there will be right hand. They will all turn right to the right. To use the formal language, all chiral molecules have a left-hand version and a right-hand version. They're called the enantiomers of the molecules. So look, here's one enantiomer of glucose, and there in the mirror, that's the other enantiomer. And when you buy glucose from the shops, it's always the right-hand enantiomer. Okay. Now, many of you were not entirely satisfied with my explanation, quite rightly, because there's a big question mark. Why are all the sugar molecules that you buy from the shops right-handed? And it's a good question, because if you were to make some sugar for yourself in a chemistry lab, mixing some chemicals together, you would get a 50-50 mix of left-handed sugar, right-handed sugar. But we don't make sugar in the lab. You get sugar from plants. Plants always make right-handed sugar. Now, you should be satisfied. But wait, why do plants always make right-handed sugar? You haven't given us a full explanation at all. Well, plants don't make sugar by mixing chemicals together like we would do in a lab. Instead, a plant makes sugar one molecule at a time using tiny molecular machines. When I say tiny molecular machines, I'm talking about enzymes. These large proteins that bring the ingredients together and stick them together. And these proteins are chiral themselves. There's a left-hand version and a right-hand version, but you only ever see one of those enantiomers. So if all the enzymes that are involved in the production of sugar all have the same handedness, then they will produce sugar molecules that all have the same handedness. So now, you should be satisfied. But wait, hold on a second. Why do all the enzymes have the same handedness? That doesn't make sense. You need to explain that as well, right? So there's this thing in nature called homochirality. All the molecules found in nature, or at least the chiral ones, are only ever found with one of the two possible handednesses. So for example, all sugar is right-handed, all amino acids are left-handed, DNA is always right-handed. Any kind of molecule that's chiral, you only ever find one of the enantiomers, and that means homochirality pops up in lots of different places, by the way, not just biology. For example, screws are homochiral. The vast majority of screws that you can buy are right-handed screws. That's a good thing. Imagine if manufacturers produced sometimes left-handed, sometimes right-handed. The phrase righty-tighty, lefty-loosey would only apply 50% of the time. Fusilli pasta is mostly homochiral. I'm going to find one brand that does it the other way. Scissors. Chiral.
Hey there, people. It's your anonymous evil overlord here, but you can just call me Archie. And today we're going to be talking about something near and dear to my cold heart. We're going to be talking about running liches. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So liches are perhaps the most iconic villains in all of Disney, and they are my personal favorite monsters in the world. They're almost always wicked, filthy, degenerate, frothing in the mouth to get their little hands on whatever scraps of arcane power they can manage to find. And this can often be at odds with many of the ones that we find ourselves running a game for or playing in. But if you've ever actually run a lich in combat against those higher enemies, you're likely to have found that they probably got their hands pushed in. Taking all of this into account and considering that our lich likely didn't get to finish his cheesy skills or all it's probably safe to assume that this encounter wasn't nearly as cool as it could have been for everyone involved. But today, my friends, I'm going to teach you a little something to make those lich encounters really worthy of that sweet EBBEG status they deserve. So without further ado, let's get started. Now, let's begin by taking a quick once-over of the lich stat block in the 5e monster manual, and let's see what we can do. Firstly, as far as the base ability scores go, the lich is pretty solid, but it's nothing crazy for sure. It sports mediocre strength, good dex, con, and charisma. It has decent wisdom and stellar intelligence. Keeping in mind that most liches are supposed to be crazy-ass galaxy brain wizards that pour their own souls out to be edgelords for eternity, I think these ability scores are at least a good baseline. Aside from that, Lich sports a solid set of skills, great save proficiencies, true sight, high passive perception, good immunities and resistances, although I think it's kind of funny it doesn't have any to necrotic damage, so that's something I give him. And it seems our boy's got some Rosetta Stones, he knows quite a few languages. Coming in standard for these high-level boss monsters are the legendary resistances and actions. The Lich's legendary actions are okay, but they're nothing to write home about. Though Disrupt Life can be good in certain situations, and as with the standard for the CR, the Lich has 3 legendary resistances, which will allow it to make up for any saves it might roll. But not enough for the let's get to all the critical ones, shall we? Running the stat block raw, you've got a 17 AC and roughly 135 hit points against high-level players. I mean, it really seems like our goal needs some build. I mean, think about it. Like an entire party, a single level 10 to 15 player.
Welcome back to the comments section. I'm Brett Cooper. So there is a lot going on with the Cyrus family right now. I hope you guys have been following it. Like Tish and Billy Ray are not together anymore. They split up, and then at Tish's wedding, not all the kids showed up, and so people are saying that she's been slighted by two children. That they're fighting with Billy Ray, and the whole working Billy is now with a woman that's like Miley Cyrus's age, and they're releasing music together. And Miley Cyrus is releasing her new song, doing all this self-reflection, but in the middle of all of it, one of the siblings is also making some news. I had never heard of this Cyrus woman before. I knew that she had siblings, but other than Noah Cyrus, I had no idea who they were. But suddenly, he is going viral on social media and he's popping up in the news for spitting some surprisingly based facts. His name is Trace Cyrus, and he is angering people right and left, and now being deemed toxic and problematic. So let's get into it. Before we do that, make sure you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you're not already, ring that notification bell so you never miss a comment section or a one episode. So if you do not know who Trace Cyrus is, this is him. I have never seen more tattoos on a person in my entire life. Again, I had no idea who he was until last week, but this is him. He's known as Miley Cyrus's brother and Billy Ray's son, but he is also a musician in his own right. He was the lead guitarist in the band Metro Station, which had a few hits back in 2007, I think, and since then, he's been laying pretty low. He's not been making music, and he looks like he spent all of his time getting tattoos, because there are so many of them, but I feel like getting all of those is probably a full-time job. All of this hubbub about him started last week, when he randomly, out of the blue, posted a paragraph on his Instagram stories about Here's page 6 headline about it. Miley Cyrus's brother Trace goes on bizarre rant shaming women with OnlyFans accounts. Now, you all know how I feel about OnlyFans. Disgusting. So obviously, I was intrigued. I had to read this story. Here is the post. He said, "There are so many girls that do OnlyFans that have lost their chance to ever settle down with a guy with morals. They will try and call those men insecure for having standards. They get a lot of attention from guys on OnlyFans, so they think they have options. But any guy who is so desperate to see sexual content that they are willing to pay for it is a desperate loser. A lot of successful guys who sleep with those girls but they don't want to fight them. I see a lot of these girls speaking out on this now saying that they can't get a serious relationship. It's because men see the value in those girls strictly for sex. They don't look at those women and equate their value as a wife, mother, or loyal partner. I know some amazing girls who do OnlyFans. I just think this independent mindset of not needing a man is extremely toxic and leads to a very lonely future. I hope more girls continue to speak up about this so other girls know the risk of getting into it. Having a good man and family will bring you more happiness in old age than OnlyFans ever could." Like that, I no problem with that whatsoever. Like he hit every single nail on the head. He hit every single point succinctly and with kindness. He talked about OnlyFans. He talked about the future relationships. Like this was not some angry, bitter, or spiteful post. Like he genuinely seems concerned. But people did not take it well, of course. Like one person said, "I don't know that anyone asked Christina what he thought." Somebody else said, "Bro, looking like this and talking about losing morals, LMAO." To his credit, though, and I'm not sure if this is totally true or not, I was on his Instagram and his Twitter yesterday, so it's pretty good episode, and he has been saying that he regrets getting all of his tattoos and he's been asking people for recommendations to get them, like, removed, like, for laser treatment, and then he posted that he's starting that next week. Now, I genuinely can't tell if he's being serious here or if that would even be possible, because how many tattoos he has, I feel like that would take years to get them all done, and I cannot imagine the pain he would have to go through. Like, that would seriously be rough. Like, rough things. Now, there is very little that I
gotten a lot of attention, made a lot of headlines from college football. Well, a prominent football coach has been suspended, soon to be fired, most likely after claims of a sexual harassment. And the media has done their usual routine, just basically assuming the guy's guilty. The school's assuming the same. And there's some people on the other side that are defending the coach and saying, no, he's certainly innocent. And I sort of think that everyone's wrong. So it's one of those cases. But here's the story. Michigan State head football coach Mel Tucker has been suspended after reports he sexually harassed anti-rape activist Brenda Tracy. Multiple media reports reported late Saturday night that Tucker allegedly harassed Tracy as she was working with his team. Tracy, a rape survivor who works with college football teams and other.
Hey everyone, today we are back to the truck camp. Today is September 4th, 2023, and we really haven't used this thing since my last winter camping video. You saw, we made a video, it actually did pretty well. I'm surprised how many people actually watched it. I think it had like 1.6 million views of building this thing, putting the wood stove in it, and camping in it. Then I made another video after that, later on in the winter when it was even colder. Well, today is the complete opposite. This summer has been pretty cold for us. Our average temperature is like 76 in the summer. This year was very cool and rainy almost every single day. And we got a bunch of firewood here. I actually just brought that firewood here a couple months ago, so that's not ready to burn. I got other things though. I think there's even wood inside it. We're not heating today with this wood stove. We're going to use it for cooking for maybe an hour, but it's hot. Today it's 86 degrees here. So in there might be like an oven. I don't know. There's no sun shining today. Barely blue sky anyways. But that's probably a good thing that it's not super sunny. Even with the reflective roof, this thing is still going to be like an oven. I just know it. But I was up here a couple weeks ago going to this truck. It was completely grown in. You couldn't even walk down, so I just quickly with a machete made a trail. This was completely grown in. Now, I'm intentionally letting things grow against it. I want this thing to be completely hidden like inside a bush. It's metal, there's nothing to rot. And this thing has been put together now since last fall the same exact way. Everyone thought this roof was going to blow off. It's not screwed down at all. This thing is just sitting there with heavy cinder blocks across it. The only problem I had with the roof was in the winter, there was a period we had almost 3 feet of snow on the roof. I came out here during my really cold camp, fired the wood stove up. It was so cold that enough air was able to pass underneath the corrugation, so nothing really melted off it during the camp. But the roof was buckling a little bit. So either today or tomorrow after we're done camping in here, I want to go to the store. I want to get a carrying beam and 2 lolly columns as a temporary fix in case I don't come back here in the winter, so it doesn't, for whatever reason, crush the roof. It's been a rainy year, so it could be a very snowy year and the thing could get crushed. The truck sat out here for, I'd say, well, actually in the back of the truck, we climbed through all the bushes since the last time we registered on the license. Actually, just gotta go with that. Out here, 1992. Last time it was registered on the suit. That's the last time this rig was on the road. So it's been sitting here for 32 years, just about. So yeah, this thing never got crushed in 32 years of snow. But what changes when you put this metal on there? It's not the added weight of the cinder block. It's I put a little beam in the middle to give it a tilt toward the side because it had a little slump in the roof. If I put this on there with the slump was enough that it would get between the panels and come in anyways and start leaking as it was. So that's why I gave it a little teeny pitch. And that pitch means all the weight is on the center of the truck. And that's what would lead to its failure. The reason I built the roof like this is because it wasn't supposed to be like this forever. I had plans this year. It's definitely not happening this year. We're going to have a friend come and do this framing. We're going to put like a 45-degree A-frame across the top of it. Put like a hatch and go up there, and that would be the sleeping quarters. It would be really warm up there in the winter, but I thought about it, and to do that the right way, the lights with nothing to get into it, that would need to be insulated. If you have up north, if you're heating your house and it's freezing cold outside, it's going to create condensation on the inside of the walls if you don't have insulation, and that creates the
nothing really grew under it. Right there, very slimy, like maybe slugs were hanging out.
There's a speed trap ahead.
Well, this thing doesn't have a fuel tank anymore. If you open this thing up right here. Oh, actually, it does. Wonderful thing. If we ever take a dip on this thing, I don't know if we ever take a dip on this truck. Is this thing gasoline or diesel? I have no idea. It's gasoline. I can see no residue of it. So is there fuel inside this truck? I don't know. We'll try to find something. Take a dip in there. If it is, any fuel in there, we'll see. Oh, that's spider friend right there. Look at that guy. Oh, cool. Must have put this light up here, which is very handy coming out here. A lot of people said I should lock it up, so I did. I just didn't lock it last time I was out here. Oh, look at this guy. It's like a hornworm. Got a hornworm. A lot of flying ants right there. Okay, let's go inside. Come on, spider. I want to crush you in the door. So, I discovered when I was last in here, I got to do a lot of cleaning. I just reset these mouse traps, which were all triggered. This was not on the floor last time. It looks like blood, but you know it's not. A cheap dollar store thermometer couldn't even survive falling from my hair. So we have no idea how hot it is in here. It's not active anymore. We got to get a thermometer. It feels humid in here. Like it's wet. So maybe something started leaking. It was a very rainy summer. These are all my camping stoves from winter camping videos. We use this one. That thing worked like a great rocket stove. This was awesome for very cold camps because it's got a big enough firebox that stayed warm all night. This one I never used because I wanted to convert it to gas with a, I wanted to have a pilot light and a thermostat, like a gas water heater where you turn on and off by itself throughout the night. But I never really researched how to do it. I know it's 100% possible, but I've just never done it. And in here is a bunch of random junk that just came in the truck and I left it in here. And, yeah, all this random stuff in here is just stuff that I'm storing in here, so I'm going to take all this out of here. And you can't go out the back door anymore, so I'm trying to, like, surround this thing with bushes. Right here we have some mouse poops on the counter. I didn't leave any food in here other than that coffee, which they didn't get into. So, we might even find some mice now. Inside here. This was like kindling and stuff I left in here for our fires. Definitely evidence of mice chewing in there. Yeah, look at that. There's like a mouse nest in there. That box, burn everything in here. This is actually probably enough stuff to cook a dinner. That's good. That's a good amount of wood. And we still got a pile there from the winter, so I don't think we even have to go looking for things. We have a broom in here. We'll sweep up the floor. We got Windex, which isn't exactly a cleaner, but it'll work. We gotta get all this stuff outside. You see, I mentioned this once in the winter. Why am I tripping over all this building material? Is it really worth it every time I come here to have to bring it outside and bring it right back in for the price of actually using it? Because if I use it for a project, it's probably not going to be used here. Which means I got to haul it somehow. Look at all this mouse poop. That's not a big deal. They didn't make a huge mess. The only reason they made a mess is because I left something in here that they could live in. That rust. Might be a little. We gotta sweep this place up.
stuff. Was I right? That was cool. I don't know, but I feel like if they actually found a way in the microwave, it would be really chewy. So I think we're good. I don't think they found a way in the microwave. Do you guys think it's possible they get made it in the microwave? Because I don't see anything to it, but I saw something in there with food. They couldn't have made it here. They would have made this into an awesome little house. We got pot holders and stuff. I don't know. Are those little pieces of food? I don't know, maybe. I'm not using any of the stuff here. That's gross. We can use those plates as kindling. And the toilet paper's wrapped up, so yeah, I can switch with that. You know, I want to go grab an actual thermometer so we can figure out what it is in here. See how this is a little bit discolored? This is where the roof was originally leaking in here. There's like a pinhole somewhere where I had to have a bucket down here for the first year of this place. And last time I was out here, it hasn't rained in a couple days. It's actually been hot out. It's actually a hot stretch of weather now in September. There was a puddle right here, but the roof wasn't leaking. It was actually coming down the chimney pipe from a really heavy rain. If you look right here, you can see evidence of where the water was leaking out of the chimney pipe. And you see where it's actually leaking out of the wood stove. So in the torrential rain, it was actually able to get in the chimney cap and come right down inside here. Not a huge amount. I'm not worried about it. These thin single wall pipes like this, if you're using them non-stop for heating your house, you actually have to replace them like every 2 or 3 years. If you buy the really expensive stainless steel ones like I have in my house, those ones will go, I think they have a lifetime warranty. But this stuff here, non-stop, or in this case getting wet where they're not intended on getting wet, that's going to cause a problem. The silver pipes outside are intended on getting wet, so if I redo it, maybe I won't make it look so nice. Maybe the whole thing will be the galvanized pipes, which seem to do a little better. Or maybe not that close to the stove. I really don't know about that. Did I clean this thing out last time I was out here? Sort of, looks like. Alright. So, I'm not worried about sleeping in here tonight because when you're out in the middle of the woods, almost 90 a day, but at night it's going to drop and cool down really fast. And also, if you guys noticed, I noticed it was getting really hot in the summer. So I have this free side of the road screen that I actually left here most of the summer. And I just lean this free side of the road jack stand against it. And yeah, there's something to get in there, but probably how I'll sleep throughout the night. I'll find a way to maybe close that up a little tighter. That's one awesome thing about this summer. A lot of nights it drops down into the 50s or even 40s. Uncomfortable for the mosquitoes. Despite it being such a rainy year, mosquitoes haven't been really good. It's kind of awesome. So I got this random thing right here. Everyone, right here we have some blackberries with a spider right there living in the middle of them all. If I remember correctly, there should be a broom in here. This one's got a nice discount shelf candle. Got some paper towels in the car. Our hornworm friend is still there. This is up. And so many prickly bushes here along the trail coming into the door. Just cuts you up. Got a nice bright light. So we gotta just get some of this stuff off the floor. Looks like a lot of debris right here that the mice have been tracking. They're most likely coming in these holes where the pebbles are and stuff. We gotta sweep the floor. So I'll just sweep part of it and move everything and sweep the rest. First, I gotta work on getting all this debris out of here. Let's kick all this down onto the floor and sweep it up. Mess. I don't think a lot of this stuff's coming back in here, guys. I don't think it's worth it. Tripping over this stuff, moving it back and forth. A lot of the stuff is just the local landfill. Not to waste it, they have a facility where they reuse things. They live in a place and they take it, or I mean, anyone else can pay for it. That's where some of my stuff comes from. Over here, that's my bed for tonight. Why do I have fencing out here? I have no idea. I'm just using it for storage, but it doesn't have to be indoors. Those buckets there are full of hundreds of vintage maple taps for trees. It does smell musty in here. This building is metal. If there's mold or anything wrong, it's going to be on this garbage. We got to get this thing cleaned up. Yeah, we definitely got to go to the store and get some things down here. Look at the trees. They grew so much this season. I love this. This little shack becoming so well hidden. Getting rid of everything here. It's not worth it anymore. Plus, those pieces are actually growing mold, the pieces that were near the floor. I kept this stuff because I thought it was really nice trim. Stupid. Tripping over something I'm never going to use. Someone else just picked up some things along the trail that I'm never going to get used. It has to go to the trash. Look at all the space we just cleared. Things that never even had to be here. Never even had to be in any of this. Put all this junk in here from the mice. Throw it in the wood stove. We gotta clean all this stuff up now. It's very hot in here. The sun just came out and it's instantly baking in here. I bought this nice pot at Walmart for maple syrup production next year. Was my intention for it. Inside here. Everything in here now doesn't have to go more. You just move it around as I sweep. It's big. this could literally be used as like a little refrigerator. The back of this is against the freezing cold outside, and I can just insulate the front of the home, or not at all. I'm just saying some of my heat I'm producing doesn't get in there, but everything else, this could be like a little freezer in the winter. So what else said I can do that here with the apartment that opens up. There's no engine or anything left. all the weights pushing down the center of the beams make them break. So when I leave here
just in the center part of the building. I want to get like a normal 8-foot piece of lumber, probably a 2x6, and I want to get 2 ollie columns in here. That's how I want to leave it through the winter, just so the building won't get crushed. Alright, let's head out.
The roads are very grounded this time of year. Because of all the rain, no one's really been up here this year. So we're low on gas, we'll get some gas, and then we're going to go ahead and go to the supermarket and the Home Depot. Already got some fall colors coming.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Alright, so I guess for this one we're building on a video I posted a couple days ago. The feds are out of control. This isn't right. Well, the exact same sentiment remains on this one. I guess it's further justification as to why that was a legitimate title, why that feeling is legitimate. Joe Biden feds, Joe Biden's DOJ, FBI, they are completely out of control. Folks, it's not just that they don't like you. You know, it's not just that they don't like your political opinions, that they don't like your political leader, that they claim that you and your group are a threat to democracy. Now, it goes beyond dislike. It goes beyond political, opinions and disagreements. They despise you. They want to destroy you. That's exactly what this is. They are trying to usher in a new order. That's exactly what this is. They are trying to usher in a new standard, a new order, I guess, so to speak, where you don't exist, where you're not allowed to exist, where the state is used and the state is weaponized to not only intimidate you, but to destroy you. That is exactly what is going on. There is no other explanation here. And like a lot of us have been saying, like Donald Trump has said many times, they're only going after Donald Trump because he's in the way. It doesn't stop with Trump. He's step number one. Once they get him out of the way, they're coming for you. That is exactly what is already happening. This is the most absurd abuse of judicial power I've ever witnessed. Granted, I mean, I'm not that old. I'm only 30. Well, going on 31 here pretty quick. It's the most absurd abuse of power I've ever witnessed. And I think even for a lot of you guys who are, decades my senior, you probably feel the exact same way. Joe Biden's White House, Joe Biden's DOJ, is essentially working to outlaw free speech that they disagree with. In other words, to imprison their political opponents and people with voices that they deem too loud. Schroyer was just sentenced to 60 days in prison because he said things that Joe Biden's DOJ didn't like. We got some stuff to get into. Let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so take a look at the headline right over here. I don't think I need to go into too much detail over who Owen Schroyer is. I'm sure you guys are probably aware, especially if you were paying attention to politics back in 2016. Owen Schroyer sentenced to 60 days in prison. DOJ claimed he helped create January 6th on his program. On Tuesday, InfoWars host Owen Schroyer was sentenced to 60 days in prison in relation to events of January 6, 2021. According to NBC News, Schroyer told the court during the hearing, "I was not a part of any larger plan for illegal activity or violence." That day, he was sentenced by U.S. District Judge Timothy Kelly, who sentenced Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio to years in prison, the longest sentence handed down to any of the over 1,000 January 6 defendants. Notably, Schroyer did not enter the Capitol building on January 6, but rather addressed the crowd outside of the building because of a deferred prosecution agreement Schroyer signed after being arrested in 2019 for interrupting a congressional hearing. He was forbidden from using loud, threatening, or abusive language, or to engage in any disorderly or disruptive conduct at any place upon the United States Capitol grounds. Prosecutors who sought a 120-day sentence claimed that Schroyer spread election disinformation paired with violent rhetoric to viewers in months leading up to January 6. Schroyer did not step foot inside the Capitol. He did not need to. Many of those who listened to him did instead. In the aftermath, he has blamed Antifa and told his followers, "We should have been proud of what happened." Now, obviously, the prosecutor is playing a game here, using the whole "we should have been proud of what happened" quote as a way to claim that Mr. Schroyer was justifying the violence of that day. But if you take that statement in context, you can obviously understand exactly what he meant by that. Essentially, what he was probably arguing, from my perspective, is that there were agitators in the crowd, and Antifa and maybe other groups who caused violence on the day. And that outside of that violence, outside of what he probably perceives as a psyop, people should be proud of those who peacefully protested. The overwhelming majority of individuals on that day did not engage in any violence or destruction. And so that's probably what he was referring to. And of course, his words can be taken out of context, words can be twisted and manipulated, prosecutors can make all kinds of assumptions as to who he is and what he did, present that to a totally partisan jury in DC, and he's pretty much done for. And I think that's exactly what happened here. He's being charged over what exactly? He's being charged over his opinion. Calling for a protest on the day, that's literally not illegal. In fact, that's a constitutional right. I haven't seen any evidence proving that Mr. Schroyer did what Mr. Ray Epps did on that day, an individual who, funnily enough, still hasn't officially been charged with anything. He voiced his opinion on how he felt about the election, supported a protest on the day, and then on the actual day itself, didn't step foot in the Capitol, yet found guilty. It's absurd. An American citizen essentially just got sentenced to 60 days in prison for holding an opinion publicly and participating in a peaceful protest outside the Capitol. Essentially, an American citizen, Owen Schroyer, has been imprisoned and sentenced to prison time for practicing his First Amendment rights. I mean, let's read the First Amendment. The First Amendment provides that Congress make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting its free exercise. It protects freedom of speech, the press, assembly, and the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So Owen Schroyer has protected free speech. He has the right to say what he wants. He has the right to hold an opinion, even if it's a controversial opinion that the media claims is dangerous. He's a member of the press, and most likely on the day of was covering the events. And of course he has the right of assembly and the right to protest. That's exactly what he did. He did it peacefully and never entered the Capitol, never engaged in violence. And again, I have not seen any evidence presented to the public of any Ray Epps type behavior, calling for people to enter, calling for people to commit violence, calling for an insurrection, whatever it is, yet they went after him full force. Just like they're going after all kinds of regular folk who were simply present on the day and did nothing that I think could be perceived as illegal or rioting, what can be described as trying to overthrow the government or insurrection. It's absolutely insane. We are crossing the Rubicon, and like I said, they're twisting the law using untested, wacky legal theory to go after Donald Trump in a very similar way, for simply tweeting, for calling for a protest, for voicing his opinion, for trying to challenge results. They're using twisted legal theory to imprison Donald Trump over practicing his constitutional rights and challenging the status quo. And of course, it's not ending there. It's actually probably starting there. I mean, if they can do it to Trump, then they can pretty much do it to everyone. If they can do it to the former president of the United States because they don't like him and they don't like what he says and they don't like his opinions, if they can indict him, charge him, and get away with it, well, then they could do the same thing to anybody that they disagree with, anybody who gets in their way. Anybody who voices an opinion that they find damaging to their narrative, they can work overtime to destroy your life. And obviously, who's going to stop them? Pretty much no one. They can indict pretty much anyone they want, as long as they do it in Washington, D.C. That's pretty much how it works. A complete non-issue to sentence Owen Schroyer. Even though he didn't actually enter the Capitol, well, now that Donald Trump is most likely at some point heading into trial, although to be honest, it's probably going to drag on forever, you think a jury in D.C. isn't going to come to the exact same conclusion? It's already a foregone conclusion. It's happening. And if it happens, well, it's a new legal precedent that I don't think anybody wants to really experiment with. Let me repeat, just to really put it into perspective, keep it in context. A journalist, a member of the press, whether working for a controversial network or not, I get it, InfoWars, yada 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 is what all the leftoids are going to say, irrelevant, still a member of the free press who did not enter the Capitol, who did not participate in violence, and who simply voiced his opinion, not only got charged, but got sentenced to prison for 60 days. This is an out of control, politically weaponized DOJ, and it's not even a question, it's not even a debate. Trump supporters are getting hunted down like dogs. Meanwhile, BLM rioters and Antifa, who actually engaged in horrible behavior throughout the entire summer of 2020, not even really on the FBI or the DOJ's radar. That pretty much tells you all that you need to know. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
all of the plastic bottles in your bathroom are filling up our landfills, the solution is plain products. Plain products sends you shampoo, body wash, hand soap, skin products, all of it in an aluminum bottle that you send back when you're done to be reused. Everything ships carbon neutral. Use code HACKMAN for 20% off. We start today with major criminal justice news. We're talking about a criminal, now a convicted criminal, Proud Boy leader Enrique Tarrio, and this is really a big deal. This is a big deal not only because he has received the stiffest or longest sentence so far of anybody involved with the January 6th riots, although remember that Tarrio was actually not there on January 6th. He was there up until the day before. We will talk about that. This is also really important because of the message that hopefully it sends to those who are thinking about maybe doing something similar in 2024. And there are people thinking about doing something similar in 2024, either related to the election or the Trump criminal charges. We're going to talk about that in a moment as well. But first, the facts. Ex-Proud Boy leader and
the first anti-rat day of action was held in Harlem. We've had rats the size of crocs, just running up and down the street like a croc shoe. An average-sized baby running up and down the street.
So I don't want to come across as some anti-rat guy, but the other day I go back to my apartment in the Bronx. I see one of these huge rats on my bed sleeping with my wife. So I obviously make a scene. She doesn't even see me. She's in the reverse pile driver. The rat looks up, actually winks at me. I filed for divorce. Obviously, the divorce courts did not rule in my favor, so now the rat is living at my place. And if I want to see my boys, I gotta go back to my house, see the rat sitting on my porch, smoking a stogie and a white beater.
Rats need food, water, and shelter to survive. First anti-rat.
Today, we're talking about convicted murderer and fugitive Danilo Cavalcante finally being caught and your dates removal and ban. Vivo, such CEO, argues unemployment needs to rise and workers need to feel pain because they need to be thankful. We just witnessed an amazing cave rescue. A bunch of cold medicine just got exposed for not doing what it's supposed to do. We're talking about all that and so much more on today's brand new North Franco Show. Daily dive into the news made possible by people like you who buy Wake and Make coffee. This is the burnt, bitter, overpriced coffee that your English is going to aggressively promote in this site. Media along with the distinctive sign-up, where notably they can make a 48% sales commission on every new recruit who uses their link. And all of what we're seeing now comes after one man from Australia, Nathan Pope, launched an online petition to pressure Apple and Google to remove the app from their stores, as well as trying to pressure the companies that process online subscription payments for the real world to stop working with the site on the grounds that it appears to be financially exploiting young men. And so the petition has over 9,000 signatures thus far. While Google has pulled the app, Apple has yet to respond, which actually shocked Pope, who said in an interview, if they are being complicit in these potential crimes, it is important that the public is made aware. So beside the alleged pyramid scheme aspect of all this, you see people having this growing concern about the age demographic that Kane is trying to appeal to here. People sharing one video of a boy as young as 6 years old promoting the app. One Tate associate has said that the prime age range for their app, Kate's other site, The War Room, is boys between 12 and 18. Additionally, another area of concern is the connection between the real world app and The War Room, which of course is where we've seen reported leaked messages showing listens to young men about making money by grooming women into online sex work. With that, Jack Beeston, an attorney with the firm handling the civil case brought against Tate by his alleged victims in the UK, saying, it does seem as though Tate's online presence funnels people towards the real world, which in turn funnels people towards the war room. Of course, where minors are involved, this is deeply concerning. Well, for now, that is where that story ends. That is not the only bit of Tate news today. That's because two of Tate's accusers of the Romania case have filed a protective order to keep their identities confidential, citing harassment from not only the brothers' fan base, but their legal team as well. You know, that would be the first time we talked about Tate's alleged victims being doxxed, but this is the first time that we're seeing legal action being taken around that harassment. The filing also alleging that the Tates hired two private investigators to look into one of the women's background and to supply that information to an independent journalist and Tate associate. The filing then going on to say that the Tate's attorney posted unredacted private information about the alleged victims to 105,000 Twitter followers. And all that on daily, I have trouble concentrating on even the smallest tasks, saying this has made it extremely difficult to secure regular employment. And as a result, I am extremely financially vulnerable and have trouble meeting even my most basic needs of food and shelter. The women asking the court to steal all identifying information in the future proceedings in order to try and stem the tide of harassment. But for now, on both fronts, we're going to have to wait to see what happens. And then, Pennsylvanians can finally sleep tonight because Danilo Cavalcante has finally been caught. That 34-year-old convicted murderer who was sentenced to life without parole last month for killing his ex-girlfriend, then a week later escaping from prison by crab walking up a wall and diving through razor wire. And after a nearly 2-week-long game of hide-and-seek in Chester County, state police this morning described how he was call saying first a burglar alarm went off at a home within the search perimeter just past midnight. Well, no one ended up being found there. It did bring a flood of cops to that area. Then a helicopter picked up a heat signal and began tracking it before weather soon forced the aircraft to fly away. Tactical teams converged on the area, securing it until weather cleared. And then, with the chopper watching for any attempt to escape, the team moved in and found the concept with him crawling through some underbrush to get away, carrying his .22 rifle with him. The cops unleashed a dog on him. It barreled forward, sinking its teeth into his flesh. You can see him soon after, and Kyle's getting escorted away by several officers. Thankfully, except for the bike wound, no one else got hurt, no shots were fired. So that essentially brings us to the end, though there is this other small controversy. Because you also have some people criticizing the officers for taking a photo op with Kyle Conte positioned in front of a line of cops. One holding his arm, another taking a knee and holding up his rifle in the air, and some canines looking badass up in the front of there. When asked about it at a press briefing, the lieutenant colonel defended the picture, saying those men and women worked amazingly hard through some very trying circumstances. They're proud of their work. And then Ariana Grande is in the news, and it's not because she helped break up a marriage, which of course was the last time she was making sense of headlines. This time it was because she was in a beauty secrets video from Vogue yesterday. And there she got into a very human conversation about her complicated relationship with beauty. And the part that seemed to have resonated with a lot of people was her emotional discussion about her previous use of Botox and lip fillers.
For a long time, beauty was about hiding. And now I feel like maybe it's not. Since I stopped getting fillers and Botox, and maybe I'll start again one day, I don't know. To each their own, whatever makes you feel beautiful, I can support. I know for me, I was just like, oh, I want to see my well-earned cry lines and smile lines. I hope my smile lines get deeper and deeper, and I laugh more and more, and I just think aging is like it can be such a beautiful thing.
Many coming out in droves supporting the video, saying things like, I'm so glad Ariana was honest about her getting lip fillers and Botox, and what she said about aging is what young women need to hear. Saying she showed totally vulnerable transparency, saying she's so real for sharing that she had that done. Others frustrated at the unreachable beauty standards women are expected to maintain, saying she's barely 30 years old and she's getting tons of Botox and lip fillers before even turning 30 is insanity. Though, depending on where you go on social media, there were other people that were like, hey, why are we even talking about this? And arguing that she should be getting all this praise after the drama surrounding her relationship with Slater. But for me personally, I think we could look at this as two different situations. Like, you can feel whatever you want to feel around Ariana and her relationship and all that. Like, I personally don't care. Like, what I've seen, it's fucked up, but like, it's not my life. But then too, there is something interesting and eye-opening about someone that does seem very youthful. Talk about how even for them, like, their self-image is so messed up, and then the things that you might have to go through. I think that can be beneficial. But then the cynic in me is like, yeah, but how much of this is distraction to get away from the other story? But whatever. Hey, what are your thoughts on this? And then unemployment needs to be higher because workers have become too arrogant and need to be put in their place. That is literally what was argued during a summit by millionaire Australian property developer Tim Gurner, who I imagine just like woke up one day and was like, I already kind of look like one. Let's just fully lean into being an actual real life supervillain.
We had people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore. They have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40%.
Steam Deck review.
In my view, we need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. When there's been a systematic change where employees.
Well, everyone, it's time for us to go and take a look at the Steam Deck and take a look at how this specific device is holding up or is going to hold up in 2023. Now, I have some interesting things to say about this, which is probably not going to be that interesting at all, because I'm kind of like an outsider in a way of these specific devices. I don't really have too many emulation of gaming devices in general. Clearly I have a lot of gaming devices, but I wouldn't really consider myself a heavy gamer, and I really wouldn't consider myself a heavy PC gamer. Most things I do nowadays, besides playing like Super Smash Brothers, is basically playing a lot of emulated games, and I was very excited to see how the Steam Deck was going to hold up with some of the games that I would actually test and play with. And it's kind of an interesting device. I really like the Steam Deck, but my first hands-on experience of this device was a little rocky, and I'll explain that throughout this whole entire video. The first thing I want to say is if you want to buy a Steam Deck, links will be down in the description. You can get them from there, and you can also support the channel at the same time. Now, there are several different models of the Steam Deck that you can actually purchase. I purchased the base model, the one with the non-hard drive, the one with the hard drive, the one without the SSD. So it was, $360? Actually, I may have purchased the SSD one now I think about it, because I paid way more than that. I paid close to $500 for it. So maybe I did actually buy the one with the SSD, but there are several different models. You can go all the way down to the 64 gigabyte model, or you can go all the way up to the 512 gigabyte model that actually does have the SSD. But that 529 model as well has an SSD inside of it too. I think there's lots of sales going on, so that's why these numbers are changing. But on July 4th, that's kind of what the numbers are as of right now. Now, looking on the outside of the Steam Deck, it's a very interesting looking console, and I think it actually looks very, very cool. Some people said it looks very similar to the Nintendo Switch. I mean, take it as you will, but there's been a lot of portable gaming handhelds that came out even before the Nintendo Switch, so kind of keep that in mind. Now, on the left side of this console, we have basically our pad, we have our view button, we have one of the thumbsticks, we have a trackpad, and we have a speaker as well as a Steam button. You have a microphone at the very top of the Steam Deck. It's kind of like a dual microphone array. You have almost like stereo speakers on the left and right side. On the right side more though, we have a quick access little button. We have another trackpad. We have another thumbstick. We have another menu button, and you have the A, B, XY buttons that are on the top right as well. So on the front of this console, it definitely looks good. I do have very few things to complain about on the front of this Steam Deck, and I think it looks very good from that perspective alone. And on the middle of this specific device, you have that 7-inch display. Now it's a touchscreen, so it looks very good, and it's also like a very decent panel. I think Steam made a really decent looking console here, and that's something that's really cool. When you're getting this type of device, it actually looks very, very nice. On the top down, you're getting your L1, L2 buttons, as well as your R2 and R1 buttons on the right side. You're getting your volume buttons, your headphone jack, a fan that's at the top, another USB, just a standard USB Type-C port, not another one. There's only one of them on this LED light, and that power button. And on the back, you're getting some more buttons, as well as the micro SD card slot on that device too. So it actually looks very cool, and I like it a lot. I don't know if I prefer, like the size of this console might be the only thing that's kind of like a little bit annoying for me, but that is because this console is so powerful, it needs that much space for its sticks actually run. So it's not like even that big of a con, because that's kind of what you'd expect for this type of device. You want it to be as powerful as possible. So for a lot of people, this type of size is actually more portable than bringing something maybe like a gaming PC, because this thing is kind of, I think, suited more for that kind of work than something maybe like what a Nintendo. Now, I want to hit on a little bit about my experience. We know this thing can play games. We know this thing is a very, very powerful console from that perspective. But one annoying thing I kind of want to state, and I know some people are not going to like this, but from my first hands-on experience of using this thing like a week ago when I bought it, I could not get past the setup screen for this Steam Deck. I have set up so many consoles, I've set up so many phones and devices and things like that, so I'm not a newcomer when it comes down to going through the setup panel. I think it's one of the most basic things somebody could do when they're starting off with their device experience. But I have no idea why it was so difficult for the Steam software to download, and then I had to update my Steam Deck. It wasn't even working, so I was pretty much stuck in this like looping phase of going through the setup, and I couldn't even get through the initial setup phase for my Steam Deck until I actually had to go and restart it several more times, and then I was able to do it. From what I researched, it doesn't look like tons and tons of people experience this every time, but many people have actually experienced very similar things to this, and that was something that really stood out to me. I have no idea why that even happened, but I'm glad that I'm able to go through with it because I'm still able to use this console, but that was something that was very strange to me from that point.
Now, the Steam Deck has been in my hands, I'd say, for a little bit over a year, and it's been actually out for about a year and some change now. This thing has basically been my go-to device for gaming for that past. The best way for me to get my gaming in and also be around my family has been with this little portable. I've implemented it into my content, doing emulation videos, how to actually enjoy this kind of medium. So let's talk about some things I love about the Steam Deck. And the number one thing for me is, in fact, Proton. I love this thing. It is so good because not only do you have Valve's version of what they're using, you also have versions from other people and other developers that are now far ahead of what Valve has actually been doing and releasing on the Steam Deck itself. So if you want to get a game that's not running on Valve's version, you can get something like Proton Up QT, get versions that are far ahead from what Valve has released, and then have the game run that way. That is such a cool idea to give that up to the actual user base to then create these layers. It's going to be its game mode and its desktop mode. The fact that so many other main creators in PC gaming have called this a console is an actual travesty and a lie. It's not a console. I don't know why people think it is for some particular reason. It's a PC, okay? This is just a personal computer that has the actual pads and the track and the thing and the click and the whack and the dooies. They're just attached to it. That's all the only thing is. It's not a console. And people try to like portray it that way as some sort of like, oh, look at Valve making a console. No, it is a literal PC because you can do PC things. I was able to get Baldur's Gate 3 up and running in game mode on split screen on this deck because of just a simple command line that I entered inside of the launch options of the actual game inside of Steam, both in game mode and in desktop mode. I wasn't supposed to do that, but because it's an actual computer, I can do that. I'm not restricted to anything along those lines or whatever else these console manufacturers want to lock you down in some sort of like system because of it. We're not doing that here. This is full freedom, full operation of whatever you want to do. And again, because of that freedom with Proton and with having an actual PC, you have pure ability to customize, modify, and even repair your Steam Deck in any way you possibly can. Did you break the screen? You can repair it yourself. You don't need to send it to Valve to do it. You can just do it on your own. Easy. Get the parts from iFixit, replace the screen, you're done. It even comes with instructions on how to do it. Thumbstick's broken, you can replace those too. Button's not working, you can replace that and fix it yourself. Want to do a purple atomic case so you can have your Game Boy Color nostalgia come back in your brain? Hell, you can do that too. There's so many great modifications and ways to fix your actual device. You don't need to go back and be restricted to another company or having them do it for you and then charging you an arm and a leg in order to do it. What's truly insane is you get all of that freedom, all of that great stuff, Valve's own actual hotfixes as well, even community-made things as well on top of that. But the best thing about this is that even right now is honestly the price. The fact that Valve is selling refurbished versions of the Steam Deck, which honestly don't even need a lot of refurbishing in the first place, which could really mean something so small as like, we fixed a button here, or this trackpad was sticky. It could be anything like that for about $320. You don't see that nowadays. Basically, what you have in your hand is almost what I would consider to be a PS4 in your hands, battery operated and playing games at a decent resolution and at a decent frame rate, sometimes even hitting above the 60 FPS mark. So when you look at something like price to performance and the ability to even just add more memory to your Steam Deck, not just an SD card, but also just replacing the actual memory inside of the deck itself, you can just get the lowest tier Steam Deck. You don't need to get the 512 gig version because you can just get the regular $399 version or $319 version if you want to get it refurbished, and then just slap in an SSD in that bad boy. You can even go above the 512. But that's great because you're not constrained and restricted to whatever the design choice is. Because then if anything happens to it, you can just replace the driver. You can just add anything you need to. You're not restricted. And honestly, it just goes on with the same theme of just freedom. And another thing I love about the Steam Deck, and it's just qualities and functionality, is the fact that it is an emulation powerhouse. And I really mean that with all respect. This thing can emulate practically every game you can throw at it, depending upon the emulator. You can even get the flat packs designed for Linux, or just go on the website itself and add it on your own. In fact, I've done multiple videos on how to actually emulate specific sorts of consoles on your Steam Deck portably on the go. What's even crazier is you can actually take some of those saves from emulators and then convert them into PC save files and then upload them into your PC or your actual Steam version of a game or your PC version. Or hell, you can even make it backwards. There's other ways of actually editing those same save files for PC and then turning them into save files for PS1, PS2, N64, etc. There's so many cool things to do with this device that it is consistently awe-inspiring to me. The fact that it does emulation, the fact that it plays AAA current games, the fact that it does all these things, it offers you the freedom and at a low price is honestly fantastic. And I cannot sing the praises of what this has done for my gaming life in this current year. Now, with all of the good, there is some bad. So the first thing I really don't like about the actual Steam Deck is going to be the screen. I really feel like it should have been an OLED version because honestly, the color gamut on this thing is not as great as it could be. It does feel a little bit muted and flat sometimes. The colors do tend to be all right, not that great. There are some like quick hacks you can do to increase saturation and things like that that I've shown before in other videos. But it's not going to be as, let's say, pronounced as like a Switch OLED or something along those lines. I really feel like this should have been an OLED screen, more so than an LCD one. Also, the bezels or bevels, whatever you want to call it, on this are way too big. It's too much space taken up by just black bars on the side, on the top, and the bottom that really just bother the hell out of me. I really want just edge to edge, sort of like a screen, and just reduce that altogether, because really it is just a pain to look at in a lot of time situations. Even if it's in like a dark room or anything like that, it just doesn't look well, and when you have a light on it, you can just see the difference of color and black tones because of the fact that that bezel is everything. And it just looks weird to me, especially having all that space between the screen and the actual controller. They could have done something, put a better screen in there, a bigger screen in there, or an OLED screen, would have really made things really pop on. Now, remember earlier when I talked about all the freedom and how great it was, and how fantastic it is because you have the freedom to do basically everything to your Steam Deck? Well, that can also cause some issues as well. You see, Proton is not going to work with every single game. And of course, not every single game is going to properly work with the Steam Deck, especially if that game has things like easy anti-cheat, even though there are some workarounds. Some games still don't work. Using things from Call of Duty like Ricochet, that's not going to work here as well either. And of course, specific just things that just have a problem with that actual Proton layer depending upon the game itself. Now, because of the fact that it's using a Linux Proton layer to simulate what it needs to run, there's going to be some hiccups here and there. A lot of games, I say a good majority of the games will work correctly, but they're not going to work perfectly 100% out of the box, all of them. So you're going to have a little bit of your library probably whittled down depending upon what games you play. Now let's talk about what games you actually play. If you're talking about playing AAA, big budget, high graphic, high frame rate games, that's probably not going to be what you can do here. Well, let me rephrase that. You're probably not going to want to do that here on the deck. It should be almost like a last resort. You can 100% run games on this deck that are AAA, high graphics, high quality kind of video games on here. However, though, the battery life is going to be cut pretty drastically. Baldur's Gate 3 gets about an hour and a half to barely 2 hours for me sometimes, even at the 40 FPS lock, and also setting things up properly. So you're going to be drained on battery constrained by that directly. That's going to be the first thing. This baby kicks out some air and gets pretty hot sometimes too, so just be aware of that as well. You are going to be having that fan curve kind of like kick on and just kind of like shoot that thing out there. So playing in bed with the other one sleeping next to you, that may be a problem too, because that fan might wake them up. But if you're talking about playing, let's say, older games, smaller games, or even indie games, you're basically going to be set up pretty much for life on this thing. We're talking about NWO 444 life on this thing. This thing is going to run those games like a dream, no problem. You are still going to be able to play those big AAA budget games. Like I said, the battery is going to be your big hindrance on that. Even with the 40 FPS lock, it's honestly not that bad. It shouldn't be standard in my opinion. I feel like 60 should be the main standard. But if you're talking about playing a massive console game or a massive PC game on a handheld device on a battery of 15 watts, playing that thing quite well at a stable frame rate of 40 FPS, it's far better than 30. It's definitely not 60 though, that's for sure. You're still going to get a pretty decent experience, which honestly is still quite impressive, but not ideal. So depending upon the games you play, will determine whether or not the Steam Deck is going to be good for you or even the right fit as well. And finally, the biggest drawback for me is going to be Valve themselves. Ooh, hot take, I know. The thing for me with Valve is directly with the Steam Deck is going to be their system that they use to actually say that the game is verified for the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck verification system is absolute garbage. It just doesn't make any sense. Games that are verified on Steam sometimes don't even function correctly or function at a very low frame rate. Games that are not verified or not supported run usually perfectly on the Steam Deck. Their whole system of how they're actually judging whether or not a game should be verified is honestly a massive issue and a problem. You're better off using Proton DB to determine whether or not the game is actually functional, if it has a gold, platinum, or silver, or bronze rating, and then determine whether or not you want to run the game there. Having to use an external website in order to say, hey, can I play this game on my Steam Deck, really isn't a smart thing. And I think Valve is trying to take a console-like approach to this, and it really doesn't provide the right information or provide any information to the player that this game is actually going to function properly. There's no real standards or settings or metrics that they use for actual game performance. It's usually things like, does the text work? Is it actually sized correctly? Is it 16 by 10? Does it use controller support? Things like that. These kinds of things are honestly to me irrelevant. What's important to me is the game going to crash on me all the time? Is it going to run above 30 FPS? Can I do a 40 FPS lock on it? Can I hit 60 FPS on this thing? Does it have FSR included so I can use the internal FSR scaler and not the actual scaler of FSR on the Steam Deck itself? Like, those kind of things are far more important to me as someone who plays games on the PC more so than like the controllers are. Like, that to me is like, it's irrelevant. Especially with how Steam is now providing everybody with the ability to make custom control configurations and even custom Steam Deck configurations. But even with all that being said, I absolutely love my Steam Deck. I think there are things that can be definitely improved upon its next iteration, or things that Valve can do on the internal side or back end to make a better experience for the actual user. I really hope the next generation of Steam Deck still has the massive advantage of being that freedom and open source sort of platform, which I think is going to stay the same because honestly, I don't think Valve likes Windows at all, to be honest. But I really feel like Valve has actually hit the good sweet spot for battery performance and performance and price as well with what they need for this device. So you're not going to get the best high-end resolution or frame rate, but you are going to get a playable frame rate that does sit well and a resolution that's going to fit on the screen and provide you a good experience if you're going to be using it as an ancillary product or even your main device. Because honestly, if you're thinking about getting into PC gaming, you don't want to do all the expensive stuff like everybody else does usually when they first get into PC gaming. You kind of want to just experiment a little bit with Valve. This is not a bad introductory point, especially for the kind of performance that you get, the kind of mobility that you get with this actual device. I'm actually really impressed with the Steam Deck, and I honestly actually love it. For me, it fits every sort of niche that I need for my gaming habits I like to do, because now it keeps me available for family, for friends, and things like that, and I can just sort of like play and still keep an eye on everybody and the kiddos and the puppy and stuff like that, and I'm good to go. I'm not, sequestered or need to schedule time to game. I can just game anywhere I want, suspend it, go back, be regular dad, and then come back and game. So it's a nice thing to be able to do that. So again, here comes the real answer of whether or not you should get a Steam Deck in 2023. The real answer still is, it depends. If you're someone who says, I want to play PC exclusives on a handheld anytime I want, 60 FPS, full graphics, ray tracing, no, this is not going to be the device for you. It is not going to be for me. If you're someone who's going to say, hey, I have limited time to game, I really want to...
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Ultimate Steam Deck Buyer's Guide. Today, we're going to go into everything you couldn't even know if you want to buy a Steam Deck, including what it is, what it can do, how it compares to the ROG Ally and other Windows devices in August of 2023, and even some accessories you might want. So let's get right into it. Alright, first things first. This is a video for those who are interested in buying a Steam Deck. It is intended to be for those who might not know what a Steam Deck is or what it can do. It will not be incredibly technical, and it won't have a lot of deep dive content like most of my other stuff. If you want a full in-depth review, please let me know in a comment down below. With that out of the way, let's get right into it. The first thing that we need to know is what the Steam Deck actually is. Essentially, it's a handheld computer created by video game company and Steam developer Valve that is designed to run games. Valve specifically made the deck to fill the gap between the PC and console markets, focusing on user experience and ease of use more than previous entries in the handheld PC market. To make a comparison, it's like if the Nintendo Switch and a gaming PC had a baby. It's a handheld device, making it possible to take with you on the train or plane, but it can be docked like a Switch as well, allowing you to use a TV, multiple monitors, keyboards, mice, headsets, etc. The next and most common question I get is, what can the Steam Deck do? Put simply, it can do anything that a regular computer can. While it was designed to play games, it runs a full desktop operating system, SteamOS, by default. SteamOS is Valve's take on a gaming-focused Linux distribution based off of Arch Linux, but simplified to ensure stability. This means that you can boot up a game, browse the web, watch Netflix or YouTube, or even use the Steam Deck for work. As a fun fact, I developed a tool for enhancing Steam Deck performance, Cryo Utilities, completely on the Steam Deck itself. In addition to coming with a full desktop OS, you can install any operating system that you want, including Windows. Steam Deck available, so you can use a more familiar operating system if you so choose. So, when it comes down to it, the question, what can't the Steam Deck do, might be simpler. Next, let's take a look at what games it can play, starting with SteamOS. Using SteamOS, you can play most standard computer games that don't have anti-cheat, and even some that do. To put that into numbers, just the Steam store alone has over 50,000 games listed, and that's excluding many older PC games, or games on other storefronts, that would also work on the Steam Deck. If you want to know whether a game will work or not, you can look to three primary places: SDHQ, the Deck Verified program, and ProtonDB. If the game hasn't been released yet, or it's brand new, then SDHQ is a great place to check first. They give early access to many new releases and test them specifically on the Steam Deck, and have covered nearly every major release in 2023, as well as many smaller titles. If a game hasn't been recently covered by SDHQ, or it's been out for a while, then you should check out the Deck Verified program. The Deck Verified program is an initiative run by Valve to test every game on the Steam store and give it a compatibility rating. At the time of writing, over 10,000 games have been verified, which is more than double the entire game library of the Nintendo Switch. Obviously, with such a massive library to comb through, Valve is fighting an uphill battle for compatibility, which is where ProtonDB comes in. ProtonDB is a similar concept to Deck Verified, but the compatibility ratings are user-sourced, so you get frequent updates and more ratings for games. If you want to know whether a given game will work on Steam Deck, I definitely recommend checking out ProtonDB.com and searching the game. If you want more details about ProtonDB, be sure to let me know in the comments below, but this should suffice for now. As for anti-cheat games, that depends on whether the developers have added support for that game in particular. Some games like Elden Ring and Fall Guys work great on the deck, but some other popular games do not. Games like Call of Duty or Destiny 2 have not yet been updated to work on SteamOS, which is where Windows comes in. Using Windows, every game that works on Windows will work on the deck, although usability is a much different question and one for another day. On top of all the computer games you can play, the Steam Deck can also run most emulators at high settings, lending to a better-than-console experience for tons of console games. Suffice it to say, chances are good that a game will run on the Steam Deck. The next question I'm usually asked is about gaming performance. To avoid getting too technical, the Steam Deck runs a last-generation AMD APU, and it can get performance similar to a PS4 or Xbox One. If you want to know exactly how well games run on the deck, I recommend checking out my playlist of deck dives, linked on screen now. In those videos, I find out the best settings for each game tested, and I show how I get to that conclusion so you can get there too. Highlights from that playlist are Breath of the Wild running with better graphics than the Nintendo Switch, Hogwarts Legacy running better than the PS4, Final Fantasy XIII running in 4K, and even Red Dead Redemption 2 running at full speed. All of that said, I want to make it clear that the Steam Deck is not a miracle machine. Some games like Returnal can struggle to run, and most games won't run on maximum settings. How well a game runs depends on how well it's optimized. It's really rare that a game won't run at all, but it might be rough to get it to a playable frame rate if it's not optimized that well. The only games I've seen thus far that fall in this camp are a few AAA games from 2023, but they're usually playable at a decent frame rate within a few months of release after patches are out. Something that I think is very overlooked on the Steam Deck, despite being one of the main selling points, is the ability to suspend and resume games at any time. Just like the Switch, you can simply press the power button and the game will pause exactly where it is. Press the power button again and you'll be right where you left it, with the obvious exception of online multiplayer, same as the Switch. This is something that no other PC handheld can do, not even the ROG Ally, and it allows busy adults to make progress in games much easier. On other handhelds, you usually need to wake it up, boot the game, load your save, and then play. But on the Steam Deck, you even saving you time by not forcing you to save before putting it to sleep. Next, let's cover the three different models of the Steam Deck. There are three price points: the 64GB $399 model, the 256GB $529 model, and the 512GB $649 model. The first thing I want to say is that gaming performance across all three models is identical in almost every game. Yes, you heard that right. All three models are identical in gaming. The only difference are between day-to-day usability from extra storage and the screen. Starting at the $399 model, you can get the Steam Deck with a standard screen and a 64GB eMMC drive along with a carrying case. Next, the $529 model gives you the Steam Deck with a standard screen and a faster 256GB SSD, along with the same carrying case and some digital goodies. Lastly, the $649 model gives you the Steam Deck with an etched anti-glare screen, a really fast 512GB SSD, a fancier carrying case, and even more digital goodies. If you'd like to know more about the exact differences between each Steam Deck's drive, I definitely recommend checking out this video where I check each default Steam Deck drive in addition to an upgrade and a microSD for performance in gaming, load times, and more. The next thing that you need to know is Valve's commitment to repairability and user serviceability for the Steam Deck. Valve has partnered with right-to-repair giant iFixit to provide thorough instructions for repairing the Steam Deck. Which gives users a ton of control, but only if they want it. The community is an often overlooked and insanely valuable part of device ownership, so this is a huge boon for the deck. Now that you know most of what you need to know about the deck itself, I figured now would be a good time to go over some common accessories, starting with the microSD card, which is a way to add a lot of storage to your deck very easily. The Steam Deck has a microSD slot in the bottom, and you can basically use them like you would a cartridge in a Nintendo console, swapping them to load a different set of games onto the deck at will. I personally use the Samsung Evo Select drives, affiliate link in the description below, handle and are reasonably priced. Next, I recommend a dock, which allows the deck to be hooked up to external storage, displays, peripherals, and more. Valve makes an official dock, which is a bit pricey and doesn't fit if you have a case on your deck, but it's pretty solid overall and allows firmware updates. I actually recommend a third-party dock if you're on a budget or have a special need. The upgraded iVolar dock is only about half the price of the official dock, but it's largely identical and it can accept cases, whereas the JSOX M.2 dock is much more expensive, but provides a full-size 2280 M.2 slot for fast external storage. If you're interested in any of the docks I just mentioned, plus one more, I have a video on screen now testing things like network latency, input latency, etc. If you're a tinkerer and don't mind opening the deck up, then you should definitely take a look at the JSOX vented backplate and or the Honeywell PTM 7950 pad. If you want a full in-depth review, then I definitely recommend checking out my last video, but suffice it to say that it makes a world of difference for both temperatures and fan noise. Lastly for this section, I recommend a case. I personally have two of the JSOX mod case, which is very comfortable to hold, includes a mounting mechanism for accessories, and protects the deck from dings and scuffs during daily use. It also allows me to put a cover on the front of the screen and makes it easier to pack into a bag without a carrying case. Do note that it nullifies the extra cooling capabilities of the JSOX vented backplate though. As before, there's an affiliate link in the description if you're interested. Alright, let's move on to how the Steam Deck compares with the Asus ROG Ally. While I don't have the Ally itself, I've talked with many friends and seen many reviews on it, so I'm very familiar with the pros and cons of each device. The pros of the Steam Deck over the ROG Ally.
Valve's Steam Deck is an amazing handheld console with simplicity at the forefront of its design while still offering the best price to performance in its class. I've been a huge fan of the Steam Deck since I've had my hands on it, and as time goes on, my experience with the handheld has only gotten better. Though there's competition on the rise, whether you're looking at some of the Windows-based handhelds coming out of China from the likes of AIM, Aya, or One X Player, as well as the newly announced ROG Ally, I've been wanting to make this video to answer one question. Is the Steam Deck worth it in 2023? And whilst I do think the Steam Deck is one of the better handheld consoles, the answer to that question isn't that simple. So before we get into it, a like and a sub to the channel is always appreciated. Thank you so much for the support that you've been showing me. It's kind of crazy. We're actually almost at 20,000 subscribers, so thank you all so much. It really does mean a lot. The Steam Deck was released in February of 2022, but now that the console's readily available and most people have their hands on it, the community support for this console has been fantastic. Whether it's performance tweaks, custom themes, or the fact that more and more games have become accessible and play much better now, this is all thanks to the Steam Deck being the best-selling PC handheld. The version that I have is the 256GB version, and this is actually the middle-of-the-road option, whereas the 512 is the top of the line, offering faster storage as well as a frosted anti-glare display. However, in my opinion, this is actually the better option to buy into if you don't care about the anti-glare display and don't want to open the console up and upgrade the internal SSD like you would have to on the 64GB variant. And I say that because SD cards have just become super cheap, allowing you to squeeze a ton of storage out of these consoles. I picked up a 512GB SanDisk Extreme for only $50. And because you can have easily a handful of these laying around and swap them out as you please, I think this is one of the easiest ways to have a vast and ever-expanding library available to you. That being said, if you did want the anti-reflective coating on the Steam Deck, you can literally just buy a $10 screen protector, so I'll just link one in the video's description. I'll also link all the accessories that I currently use with the Steam Deck and everything that I mentioned further on in this video. There is something though that I wanted to say about the Steam Deck that I feel like I overlooked heavily before I bought one a while ago. Because SteamOS runs on KDE Linux, a lot of the games that I'd like to play on the handheld, like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Overwatch, and a handful of multiplayer shooters, at the moment, these are just not accessible on SteamOS due to the anti-cheat being Windows only. This was, at first, a really big bummer to me, but honestly, it's very easy to just dual boot the system into Windows if you wanted to work around that. That being said though, whilst I did enjoy tweaking and modding the Steam Deck when I first got it and dual booting into Windows, as time went on, I honestly just decided to keep it stock because I found that that was the better experience. Though there are 3 things that I heavily suggest that each and every one of you do to the Steam Deck that make it just an overall better experience as well as a little bit more personal to you. Number 1 being Cryo Tools from CryoBike33. I'll link a guide on how to install this, but it's quite simple and should really only take you a couple of minutes. Cryo Tools allows for memory swap, and without getting too technical, it should allow you to achieve the 60 frames per second in games that kind of just need the extra little boost, as well as reduce frame times, making pretty much all of your games on SteamOS just run a lot better. This has actually helped me with a game that I play called Shatterline. It's kind of went from 45, 50 FPS all the way up to 60, and that improved frame time has made the game just feel more responsive, and it's something that I really appreciate, and I'm very thankful for CryoBike33. Number 2 is not for everybody, but if you love emulation, EmuDeck is a super easy to set up emulation hub for the Steam Deck running off Emulation Station. It again only took a handful of minutes to set up, but something like this is perfect for the Steam Deck, considering it has enough power to even emulate Nintendo Switch games. I use this for Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, and PSP titles, and I've honestly been having a lot of fun messing around in Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories, as well as God of War Chains of Olympus, and because all these games are super light to run, you can enjoy them for literal hours without needing to worry about the battery life of the Steam Deck. Lastly, one of my favorite tweaks with the console, and although it doesn't really change the performance or the experience at all, is something that I recommend everyone do, and that's Decky Loader. Decky Loader can be used for a lot, and I'm not going to cover everything about it in this video, but I personally use Decky Loader to change the theme of SteamOS. I've given it rounded corners as well as a Pip-Boy theme, and I really like it as opposed to the gray and blue theme from Steam that we've seen on PC for literal years. Again, links to all of that is in the description for those who are interested. But I love this console. There's a ton of games that I own on PC, such as Dead Cells, Hotline Miami, and Evoland that I don't find enjoyable playing at my desk with a controller. I'd rather be posted up on the couch and comfortable whilst I dump hours into these indie titles. And for that, the Steam Deck is perfect. Allowing me to access all of my games across Steam with all of my cloud save data is just something that can't really be done on another device unless you spend thousands of dollars for those handheld consoles. I would even really call those consoles because they're just Windows PCs whereas this thing is a full Steam operating system built from the ground up for this device. But it's allowed me to play tons of games that I would have never played on PC, and games that I've accumulated through bundles like Humble Bundle, which is just awesome. But even AAA titles like Deathloop, for example, is a game that I've always wanted to get into. But I've just never found the time to take a chunk out of my day and enjoy it. Now, with the Steam Deck, I find that I'm fitting play sessions into my life, whether it's long car rides or even whilst laying in bed at night. It's helped me eat away at my PC backlog, and it's honestly been quite fun to do so. There's just something so special about picking this thing up and playing a title that you'd see on something like an Xbox or PS5, but having the ability to carry it around with you and throw it in your backpack or take it feasibly anywhere you'd like. For a while, I honestly had considered the Steam Deck somewhat of a novelty, and the Switch is something that kind of fit into my everyday life, but to be honest, as of right now, I'm finding that to be heavily flipped. One thing about the Steam Deck that I like over the Nintendo Switch is that it has full-size analogs, making games with precision input much easier to play. And whilst it is larger and heavier, having grips that feel like a full-size controller really makes the Steam Deck more comfortable to hold for extended play periods, whilst I felt like the Switch started to become very uncomfortable very quickly. Not to mention, the Steam Deck has an actual D-pad, which is pretty decent, and unless you buy a third-party pair of Joy-Cons, like the Corey Split Compact that I have, the regular Joy-Cons are terrible for playing indie games. Another benefit to this layout is that it's given Valve extra room to add programmable buttons for games which may require a more tedious layout, since a lot of these titles are full PC games. But one thing that I am super thankful for is the analog triggers, which is what you'd see on something like an Xbox controller or a DualSense. This makes playing racing games or shooters just feel better. Not to mention, they also have haptic feedback. It's honestly really impressive how much hardware Valve has seriously jammed into this thing. However, there are a few things that I do actually dislike about the Steam Deck. The battery could be better. I mean, when playing a game like Dead Cells, I do find myself kind of getting around the 5 to 6 hour mark, but when it comes to something a little bit heavier like Deathloop, you can really only expect 1 to 2 hours. This isn't a huge deal considering you could just use any 45-watt charger or a portable battery bank, but it takes away from the portability of this handheld. That being said though, for me personally, 1 to 2 hours is honestly like the most that I'll end up playing a game these days, and I don't really find it that big of a deal. But if I was traveling, for example, I would stick to lighter titles. Another issue which I touched on earlier is just game compatibility. Steam games, probably in like the 200 range, I believe, and not a lot of those, actually most of them, aren't compatible with the Steam Deck. I'd recommend taking a look at steamdeck.com/verified to see what games you own that you can play before you actually end up taking the plunge. But even if the game is verified, sometimes it's not the end of the story, and you're going to have to tweak the settings a lot to get it to be a good experience, like enabling FSR, dropping the resolution, etc. Though there are a ton of websites that will show you how to do this if you're not familiar with it, and there's also just a ton of YouTubers that have really great guides for this, so because of how popular the Steam Deck is amongst other handhelds, it's just really easy to get support for this thing. And in my opinion, that's something to me that's just invaluable, because I couldn't imagine being a consumer with very little knowledge about PC gaming, buying into these handhelds and not understanding why I can't even push 10 frames per second in a title that I want to play. And another thing is, because it's not an obscure Chinese handheld, there is a ton of accessories that are just readily available for this thing, whether it's on Amazon, Dbrand, or even just from Valve themselves through the Steam Store. So I guess that leads me back to the point of this video. Is the Steam Deck worth it in 2023? Well, I think so. I think that if you set your expectations and know what you're getting into, and perhaps even have a catalog of games that you know you're going to play on it, you're going to have a blast. And if you're the kind of person that likes tinkering with your electronics, there's tons of mods and tweaks that you can do with this handheld that I haven't seen with others on the market. Anyways, that's been it. Thank you all so much for watching this video.
I had a question for Girls Scoop fans.
some people on OnlyFans can make a lot of money. Just curious, are you guys down to share like how much money you guys make?
I'd rather not. Thank you.
Is it five figures, 6 figures?
Are you all in the top 1% of OnlyFans that make at least $2,500 per month? So you're all the top 1%.
Under what? Under 1%.
It fluctuates. It also depends on like if you're with a good agency, if you're putting out a lot of content on social media, it depends on a lot of things. I don't know what that means.
Do you guys talk to the guys that follow you? Do you have like those communications, or is it just photos and videos?
Like on social media or on OnlyFans?
On OnlyFans.
I think it depends on if you have an agency. Sometimes the girls are managed. Sometimes like
You
personally.
personally.
I do.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any men that consider you to be like their girlfriend?
I feel like they do. I mean, we're kind of like sowing a fantasy here, you know. Like I feel like they might. Yeah.
Okay. Do you see any like potential conflicts with that? And do they ever ask to meet up? And how do you get out of like ever actually meeting them in person?
Oh, I just very forward. Like I say, I'm not comfortable with them. Like if they ask anything that I'm not willing to do, or like meeting up, or like any photos or videos I don't want to do, I just tell them I don't want to.
Oh, okay. And so you have these guys who consider you to be their girlfriend, and then they'd be like, "Oh, but could we get want to get a drink sometime?" And you're just like, "No, never."
Yeah, I would say no. It's for like safety reasons. I don't really want to meet up with like people online.
They're probably parasocial.
And I think it's more parasocial than like actually thinking your girlfriend. You're more like a girl to them. I don't think anybody thinks you're in a serious relationship ever, because they understand that you're on a platform talking to you. It's not like you're actually like talking on the phone or like meeting up for dates and stuff. Parasocial relationships exist in a lot of capacities. Like people feel a parasocial relationship with their favorite influencers and celebrities. But I think it borders on the line of a little bit more curious and a little bit more, maybe this is not quite safe when you are so sexually involved with it as well, because that draws on emotions that are not typical in the average parasocial relationship when people just want to date their social media idols or celebrities.
Right. I mean, and also like those people have security for a reason. Like those celebrities that you see out have security, and you guys are just now all of these content creators who I don't think they're as careful about not letting the public know their whereabouts, and often they're actually really loose with letting people know their jobs information. It's dangerous.
I think that's also one of the things. I think it's a bit of a curtain when people say like, oh, OnlyFans is so much safer than these other platforms, because OnlyFans did not start as a content for that type of explicit content. It started off as like a Patreon of sorts, right, where they had all of our kind of standards. And so when you look at the traditional sexual environment, clubs, anything like that, there are guidelines in place. There are restrictions. There's like restrictions on that versus the OnlyFans, because it wasn't the platform wasn't explicitly started with that intent. I feel like that's much more cause people to fall God damn! I think that Instagram is more dangerous in a sense because people are involved with your life emotionally. If it's stories about them, it's not just stories you show on again.
want them to know, and it was like just safer, as far as that goes.
She's talking about like what is the recourse though if someone was crazy? Because there's a lot of recourse and there are set protocols and standards in place with these forms of sex work that are like explicitly considered sex work versus something like OnlyFans, which is a little bit more vague, a little bit more ambiguous. Like, what is the good recourse for that? Do you know what I mean? Like, are there specific standards and protocols in place where people are even informing themselves about the potential dangers and how to be aware of them and how to navigate them if they were to arise? You know?
I would just say it's like the same protocols as like if anyone was in danger, like, you know, police or like.
I've had in person, like people follow me to my car and all these different things, like in real life or on
From your OnlyFans as a result of that, or like
no, before I ever made a social media, I've had guys catcall me, follow me in your car, just downtown LA, and all you can do is just like keep walking, put on OnlyFans and establish your specific boundaries. Like, hey, I'm not comfortable with this. Here's the innocence that you can buy, like that, but it's very strict boundaries. I think it just depends on how you're able to establish boundaries for yourself. Because I feel like this existing as a woman is dangerous for society. Like if you walk into the road in like that part of town, like
I mean, it's actually more dangerous.
yeah, I think men actually could use it more violently targeted, but it's not yeah, more violent targeted, but
I just want to know who's committing
That's kind of subjective. Like, what does it matter?
No, I'm just saying, like, it just feels like, man, the conversations
It's not because of that. It's such a very small like, of communities by the time. So
That's with almost any group of people though, for any stats figures, it's almost always a larger percentage within each categorized scary. Yeah, I think when people say, oh, it's more dangerous for men, it really depends on how you qualify that. Because I feel like it's
across the board, generally speaking, violent crime. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was gonna say, I think women do a lot of risk de-escalation as much as they can. So if women took the same actions as men do, then you might see similar numbers of violence. But what ends up happening is that women from a young age are socialized to, okay, don't be out with me tonight, but you are, be with a bunch of friends, and like, oh, just like, be careful walking to the parking lot, and have the keys with you, and pepper spray, and then I'm alone ready to call, and this guy like starts to hook up with you about, oh, my God, so I'm not saying that men aren't larger victims of street violence, for example. But I wonder if there's a certain change in women were more casual like men are. I think it just has to do with proximity and then also like gang violence is going to be like one of the main incidents usually being by childhood. Like
I would say
year
more
round.
men hurt women, but
So you'll see more men hurting women than women hurting men, but men attack men and men attack women.
So I think men, I think it's society that I wouldn't say it's just men, I would just say it's how they were raised. Is it raised or wired? Like
nature or nurture?
I don't think any of us were like have much of a chance with the way that the system is set up. Yeah,
It's actually based on like socioeconomic conditions too.
Yeah, I've never actually experienced such high amount of violence or high.
late, huh?
Maybe you could say
Sit
it's
down on the job, huh?
Like the government controls everything, but like this much amount of violence is kind of unheard of almost. I was like pretty shocked when I got here, to be honest.
So sorry, you were saying in Beijing there's less violence than in America?
I think it's simply because the government has more control.
So wait, do you prefer communism then?
I don't have a preference. I think I actually prefer here, but because people here can actually have their own voice and their opinions and like be who they are, I think that could potentially lead to
Okay.
more violence.
Have you?
I've not personally experienced it, but I've heard things.
There's a big focus on her story with the guy. Weird.
Rachel.
Rachel! To impress, getting out there, lock the men or bad stuff down with the patriarchy, with that. Just thought we'd have a quick little chat about potentially toning it a tiny bit down on calling the Prince a creepy predator. Men are trash, slapping myself right now. Not a fan personally. Another one just got sent to me here.
I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again.
You really just out here shitting on the property, huh?
Never revisited Snow.
Imagine we had Fast and Furious 9 coming out, and all the press was going on how bad Fast and Furious was to me. Movie about cars, a very male-driven cast. Yep. Not a fan, not a fan.
And then I went on the ride in Disney World. It was called Snow White's Scary Adventure, which doesn't sound like something a little kid would like.
And you are discouraging people from going on the ride.
I was terrified of it.
Are you familiar, Rachel, with how this company makes money?
There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks weird.
Rachel, John from Disney here, son.
New Ick Unleashed. You know, it was only 40 years ago that only 5% of fathers reported ever changing a diaper. You're mad that the father of your child is, hold on, let me check my notes, spending time with his daughter. But that's not the only way not being a deadbeat is charted at the top of the ick list, and also can do a cartwheel with their daughter, tread water, just drown, ride bikes, do the wave, go bowling.
I've ever owned. It's so cool, right? So I've been an Xbox gamer for like 10 plus years. Then the Xbox, I have the Switch for playing, Mario, Odyssey, and all the Switch games, Legend of Zelda, and then I Smash Bros. Obviously. And then I have my PS5, because I got a PS5 when they first came out. I got a PS5. They ended up selling my Series X, or my Xbox, and my One X. I sold both of them because I just never used them. I had a PS5 that had a way better controller, better games, the whole thing. But anyway, but I really just wanted the exclusive from PlayStation, so that's why I kept that and the controller. Then the Steam Deck came along. So I have 3 kids under the age of 3. It's really hard. I don't get a lot of time to just like sit on the couch and just like game by myself anymore. It's really just never happened. So this has been a literal godsend because not only can I game kind of wherever I want to, like I can game on the couch when the kids are watching movie or whatever show they're watching. I can game like sitting out front porch while the kids are riding their bikes. Like I can game in places I never would have been. The quality of gameplay that's refreshingly good. Like I was a Stadia user for a long time. I love Stadia refunds, by the way. I tried a little bit of Luna, Amazon's version, and of course now Stadia was clearly the best for me. But it was so cool because it's like I'm just gonna play. Like I put like 80 something hours in Assassin's Creed Odyssey on my cell phone, and then sometimes on the TV or my Mac or my iPad. I'd do it anywhere, and it was great. But sometimes you'd have like network dropouts and stuff where it was so bad it ruined the quality of the experience to the point where I just stopped using Stadia. Which I think is why they eventually got rid of it, among other things. So on here, you're kind of like you're not getting, like NVIDIA graphics and or like Google graphics in a data center somewhere, like high quality, anything you stream to you, but it's on device, so there's no input delay. It's just really quick. It's very responsive. I mean, it's literally a gaming computer in your hands. And the quality of the games are pretty good. Like, I mean, I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy. I'm getting 60 FPS in Hogwarts. It's probably like low or medium settings, I think. But I mean, it's still like, at 720p on this tiny screen where I can just game from my couch or my car or my friend's house or my in-laws' house. I can game from anywhere and just chill. Like, that's awesome. Remnant 2, I'm getting about 30, 35 FPS anywhere I go in Remnant 2. Super fun game. It looks great. I was playing it on, it's just low graphics, but again, it's like such a small screen, you don't really notice. You're just playing games. It's just fun. Like the analog sticks, they're unlike the Switch. The analog sticks are like full size. They're super well sized, super easy to use. The touchpads are awesome. I love the touch input. I don't use it for a lot of games, but when I do have to use it, it's just phenomenal. Especially like if you switch to desktop mode, using the right trackpad as a mouse and the left one as a like an actual like scrolling trackpad. Phenomenal experience. It's amazing. Triggers are great. Buttons are great. I got a D-brand case on here I love. Everything about it is just phenomenal. I mean, it really just, it lets me play 99% of the games I want to play, where I want to play them, with an experience that is enjoyable and not difficult. I don't have to worry about setting up game streaming, dropouts, networking, anything. I just turn it on and just start playing from anywhere, and I love that. So that's one of my favorite, probably my favorite thing about the Steam Deck. It just, there was a joke about Stadia, they called it Daddy Up because dads loved it because they could play from anywhere while watching their kids. Steam Deck, same thing. I love it as a dad. For the overall battery, it's been really good. I know a lot of people compare the power to the Ally, but they think that's not as good of a battery life, especially if you're pumping out like a higher performance with that potentially speed. But from all the reviews I've read and the things I've seen and just overall gameplay with the Steam Deck, I mean, I've never had it die on me. I usually play, like, I'll play for like 2-3 hours, you know, maybe a couple more hours if it's like late at night. A lot of times when I'm home, I just plug it in, because if you plug it in, it's running off power coming in from the wall and not the battery, so it's not, you know, burning charge cycles, right? So it makes the battery last longer. When I'm home, I'm just playing, plugged in, just chilling, and then when I take it off the thing, it's at 100%, I can take it wherever I want to go and play with it. I've never had it die. I carry a battery pack with me just in case. I have like one of the bigger Anchor, you know, the nicer ones that can put out some wattage. So really like the battery. It's super responsive. It lasts a really long time. Actually, the screen for the Steam Deck, I think it's awesome. There's still a little bit of iffiness with the touchscreen, especially when you're in like desktop mode or you're trying to type, you're like tapping. It just feels off. It feels like where you touch, like I've always felt like on an iPhone when you try to hit a certain letter, if you hit the wrong one, your iPhone still kind of knows which one you wanted based on the word you're trying to type, so it just grabs the other letter still, even though you hit the wrong one, is what I feel like is happening. And I feel like on the Steam Deck it doesn't do that.
Hi, and welcome back to the Save for Parts channel. Normally on this channel, we're building DIY projects out of junk, but I do occasionally buy new gadgets, and this is one of them. The Flipper Zero here, if you're not familiar with it, is a hacking tool or security tool disguised as an electronic pet, or alternatively, an electronic pet disguised as a hacking tool. This is kind of a cool thing that I've been looking at for a while, and I finally bit the bullet and bought one. Now, this is not a sponsored review. I bought this thing myself, and I just want to play around with this, see what it does, see what I can do with it, and see if there are ways I can integrate this into some of my other projects. Sticker, quick start guide, USB cable, and our little flipper unit. Again, to explain a little more about what this does for those who have not heard of one before, it's kind of a little security testing device, penetration testing, radio hacking. It has some built-in radio stuff where it can record and play back radio signals. So theoretically, you can use it to spoof things like security remotes, RFID cards, access control cards. Now, I have some hardware that can do that sort of thing already, but it's mostly in pieces, requires more programming, requires more electronic stuff. So this little guy supposedly makes all that stuff simple, easy, and fun, because it's kind of like a video game. I have some mixed feelings on turning hacking tools into a toy like this. On one hand, it makes everybody potentially a hacker, from kids to casual criminals to just anyone who can pick up one of these devices and start spoofing garage door remotes, spoofing security keychains, things like that. On the other hand, I think it's kind of a good idea to get the awareness out of how insecure some of your daily stuff is. If anybody can just copy your car remote with a device like this, well, criminals are going to be able to copy your car remote with a Raspberry Pi and a few extra dollars in hardware. So this thing can raise awareness of common security vulnerabilities and get some lazy tech companies to increase their security. That's not necessarily a bad thing. And that being said, I don't plan on doing anything illegal with this. I'm going to be hacking, quote unquote, my own stuff and playing around with some of my own equipment around the house. We've got our little electronic pet dolphin here, so this is reminiscent of those old Tamagotchi things from the 90s. Okay, so we need to add an SD card here. And that saves all of the data that this works with. Now it wants to be updated. Now with a lot of consumer electronics, I hesitate to update firmware because with consumer level stuff, new updates tend to make everything worse for the end user and better for the anonymous mega corporation that made it. For example, those Amazon Kindle tablets, updating those was a huge mistake. I lost the ability to hack and root those once I updated it. It made them much less interesting. But with something like this, where it's kind of an independent developer and updates are coming pretty regularly, they should include some interesting stuff that's actually useful to me as a user. So I am going to go online and update the firmware on this. So I'm going to use the Flipper Zero mobile app to update over Bluetooth. So far that is not working. I'm always a little suspicious of Bluetooth. It never seems to really work very well. So let's see what this thing can do. We've got our settings screen. We'll go ahead and set this to freedom units. We got the classic Snake game. Looks like we've got a little music player. Pretty basic stuff. I think we can install more apps on here if we want. And we've got this sub-gigahertz radio, kind of a software-defined radio built into the unit. We'll play with that in a minute. Got RFID stuff, NFC card, infrared, GPIO. Are these pins here you can add on accessory modules. I button is probably some Apple nonsense. I've heard of bad USB, but I don't really know what it is. 2FA or U2F, that's for authenticating, like when you log into Google and it wants you to check on your phone. Apparently you can use this little guy instead. First off, let's try something simple here. Apparently you can read pet microchips with this thing. So we need to go to RFID, go to extra actions, and then we want to read ASK. Now Donnie has a microchip. Personally, I think every dog and cat should have a microchip in case they get loose. We have definitely found some pets owners that way, and we've definitely found some lost animals that didn't have a chip, and it was much, much harder to get them back to their people. If your dog or cat doesn't have a microchip, please get one. Anyway, we're going to see if we can read Donnie's chip here. Hey, yeah, you're cute. It says don't move the card, but Donnie here wants to move around a lot. Alright, we did get the chip number. I'm going to fuzz that out so nobody steals Donnie's identity. The Flipper here is pretty low power, pretty low range radio transceiver, so you have to hold it basically right up against the cap, right where you know that chip is to get a reading. But we did eventually get it. Now, is the Flipper a cost-effective way of reading microchips and identifying stray animals? Not necessarily. I've got this scanner, which works a lot better and is half the price. So if you get a lot of stray animals in your yard and you're trying to get them back home, I'd actually recommend getting one of these guys instead of the Flipper. But of course, the Flipper does a lot of other stuff too. I went ahead and saved that, which not only lets me mess with it later, but also gives our little pet dolphin here some experience points. So if you're using this like a game, that helps you level up. Now, I saw on Peter Fairley's channel that you can supposedly write information back to a pet microchip. I'm not going to be trying that on cats because I don't want to overwrite their actual microchip that's in there. So next up, we've got the sub-gigahertz radio menu. And we can do a few things here. We can read, withdraw, save. And I think to some extent when you go to read, you have to put in what frequency you're looking at. So you kind of have to know what you're trying to read. Although, you can also go to the frequency analyzer, and that shows transmissions on nearby frequencies. So it's seeing something in the room here transmitting on these frequency ranges. I don't know what these are. These could be cell phone frequencies, these could be spurious emissions from my computer or other equipment. Not really sure exactly. And the Flipper knows a bunch of pretty standard radio protocols for garage doors, security remotes, various things like that. So we're going to go ahead and go back, go to scanning. And we're just going to try locking my car here. So far, we're not picking anything up. Alright, I was assuming 433 megahertz since it's a foreign car, but in the US, in North America, 315 megahertz is more common, so let's try that. We got a little signal spike there, but don't know if we've actually recorded anything. I've played around a little bit more, and I've turned on the beep tone, so when I click this, we can actually hear it beep. it's not using a known radio protocol on here. So instead, I think we can go to reading a raw file, and we want to change our frequency to 315. Got AM modulation, keep our sound on. Don't know what RSSI is, but let's go ahead and try this. Recording. Stop. So now we have a raw recording of that radio file. Let's see what happens if we send this back to my car. Okay, nothing worked. It did not lock the car. Okay, let's try something else. We've got our garage door opener here. We go to read, and we config. I think garage door openers are around 390 megahertz. And we're going to go ahead on. That's kind of a noisy frequency, but let's see if this does anything. Alright, well it picked it up and it recognized it as a Security Plus remote. And if I go in there, there's all kinds of serial numbers and whatnot for that. I turn the sound off because that's a little annoying. Now I notice it doesn't let me save or replay this, and apparently that's a feature. Maybe the government made them add that, so you can't just casually replay this and open people's garage doors. So I've noticed this center button doesn't work reliably in the raw recording mode. I have to kind of push it a few times to get it to start recording, and then push it a few times to get it to stop. Kind of annoying. I don't know if that's a software issue or the button itself. Alright, we've recorded our remote code, and this does let me save. Let's see if we can replay that and open the garage. Oh, it does not want me to transmit on this frequency in this region. So, again, this is marketed as a hacking tool, but it sure is restricted for a lot of things. So far, I'm a little disappointed in the Flipper. I haven't been able to hack my car or my garage, so those were kind of two of the most common things that I thought this could do, but not working either. Alright, let's see if we can learn Projector's legitimate remote and then emulate it. Alright, the Flipper knows that's an NEC, so we recorded the on and off buttons because for some inexplicable reason, NEC projectors have to have a separate on and off button. The on button is red. It's completely backwards to me, but whatever. Anyway, let's... And that works. Between this and reading the CAPS microchip, I've only gotten about 50% of the thing, the Flipper, to actually function. So we don't necessarily need the Flipper to do a lot of this stuff, and I could probably do replay attacks on the garage door and the car using other equipment, like my Raspberry Pi quarter here. But as I said, that would take a lot more stuff, like this giant box of random electronics that I am far too lazy and busy to put together into anything meaningful. And since the Flipper can supposedly do that, let's try that next. I had a little USB RFID reader that I was trying to play around with here. We've got an RFID card, a fob, and another little device that was supposed to go on my Raspberry Pi quarter that's yet another RFID reader. I think we can play around with the card and the fob though. Alright, let's try reading our little fob. It doesn't know what this is, so it's trying ASK and PSK. So there are a couple types of these fobs. Some of them are 13.5 megahertz, and some are the 125 megahertz that the Flipper's trying to read. So I think this other one might be 125. Let's go ahead and try that. Alright, we were able to read that, and we've got a code from it. Now apparently Flipper doesn't consider this to be a security hazard, so it won't let you open your neighbor's garage door, but it will let you copy security codes for your office all day. Okay, I think the 13.56 megahertz key fob might actually be NFC, so I'm going to try that one. Right, and that seems to be reading, and that has all kinds of keys saved on it, so looks like we've gotten 32 different keys off of that one fob. That's a pretty appropriate auto-generated name for an access control key fob. Now, I don't have a door around my house that uses one of these cards, but I was able to borrow this little card fob reader writer device. Yeah, so again, you don't necessarily need the Flipper when there are other gadgets out there you can buy for special purposes. Although, this one tells you not to do anything illegal with it. Yeah, okay. Now, this identifies be able to write data to one of these cards or fobs. Let's see if we can get it to write this out. So let's see if Flipper sees that on here. Alright, 1337, that worked. Now, let's say we want to clone this fob, but we don't like the fob because it doesn't read very well on our office's front door. We've got a hold of a 125 kilohertz card. Let's write that fob onto the card and then see what our semi-legitimate card reader says it is. And there we go, we just cloned an access card.
You want to move out because you want to become...
I want to move out. Bob is annoying.
Oh, here we go. Really, how annoying? Like, was that annoying when you broke the car? Did you hear what happened?
I didn't break your car. You used it last night, and then I used it this morning, and then it broke down.
Already, but see, when I was driving it at night, right? It was smooth. It was flowing smooth as it was.
Girl, because when I turn it on, it said maintenance required.
What did you do? Did you maintain it?
Mine didn't say
No,
that.
because I was going to school.
Well, you didn't. It was required and you didn't do it.
Yeah.
Whose fault is that?
Oh, golly.
Strange creatures, because we evolved the ability to produce virtual representations of ourselves. That's what thought is. Thought is a virtual extension of you. Okay, so what human beings do is they produce thoughts that multiply, and all the ones that aren't useful die. Well, then people.
Hell no, don't change the car.
You're about to see the car in action.
Get my card on that silly shit. This thing goes from he like loads horrible behavior. Let's see if he wants to chase cars this time. A little better. He's almost like hell no to that car. Hell no, don't chase the car.
You're about to see the car in action.
The Atlantis and the Athenians, they believed the inherent core of what makes us the strongest we can is by protecting certain values. People needed to be taught in great schools, so they had these great mystery schools. Egypt and Peru, all these places, they would identify people that are unique and special, and they would try to encourage the gifts within them to reach goals like superhumans, abilities, telekinesis, psychic abilities, things that we don't understand now. They created temples and very specific energetics onto the earth to align to the stars because of us, for like a portal between the stars. We think they were primitive, but they just had a different mindset. The Atlantis and the Athenians, they believed.
How long have you been together?
4.5 years. Well, yeah, I guess 5 now.
5 years.
Yeah.
How much did you spend on our wedding ring?
I mean, show it. I mean, go ahead. It's a decent amount. So if you look up like a 3-carat diamond, it's a decent amount I spent on her. But she deserves to be the one.
Numbers wise, what are we talking?
I mean, how much? 35K? 35K.
35,000 bucks. So he spent that much on a wedding ring for you as a gesture. What does he get in return?
I think I can. So I get a partner that's loyal. I get the mother of my children. I get the most beautiful woman that I've ever, been around. And the most important thing is how she treats me and how she treats my family and how she treats her family. So for me, I am a partner for life, and it's worth every investment there is.
Okay. But a lot of people would say you could have the same thing without dropping 35K on a ring.
You could. Money's not an issue. Like, if you can get a cheap ring and it's the person that's for you, whatever. But it also depends on how much you make. So
He's clearly not bothered by that price tag. Forget the ring. He clearly loves her so much. She did very well.
The biggest egg.
When a guy is kind of like drawing, I just feel like that's a feminine thing to do. Like,
oh my god. Oh my god, sir, why didn't you turn your blinker on?
I'm trying to get hosed, man.
What? What are you talking about?
In my 20s, to be very honest with you, I was super...
The AI revolution is coming, and I think no one really understands just how insane it is going to be. Elon Musk warns of the civilizational risk AI poses, competing with tech CEOs and senators. Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, and others are meeting with senators Wednesday. The behind closed doors forum as skeptics in both parties. It was interesting to hear that Elon was flying out to have this conversation, but right. And I don't think people are truly considering what this means. But I'll tell you. Tell you, look. Elon Musk plugging your brain into the machine. Perhaps at some point we get to the Matrix level, where you can hook an adapter up to your neck or somewhere in your body, send a signal into your brain, and provide you with a sensation. There's a kind of possible. For a while, I didn't think so. I thought that human brain interface was limited by the fact that each human mind, while following similar patterns of construction, are different, unique. Where do you think we go with that?
My first instinct, man, I want to become one of these pigeons that's chilling right here. I want to be a little pigeon who can open the neck oil. Chill with it. Yeah. Do you think we can get good or...
I'd rather be a pigeon than a gecko. Hello, I am here at George Square in Glasgow. Is it Glasgow or Glasgow? Glasgow, I've been calling it Glasgow this whole time. In Glasgow, Scotland. I'm a gecko. People keep asking me what I'm doing here, and I don't really know. I'm gonna have a live show here, but I don't know why I decided to do one in Glasgow. This isn't really a real place for me. I feel like I'm dreaming. I feel like I'm in some kind of a facade. I feel like I'm a cartoon in New Yorker or something. I don't feel real, and this is a perfect context in which to converse with the fellow human beings that share the planet Earth with me here in Scotland. So let's do that. Let's talk to some people as a gecko. Let's do it. Now one thing that is different here in Europe than in the United States is those darn open carry laws, man. In the U.S., like here, I mean, the parks are like bars, dude. Everywhere in Europe, people just like they get fifths of vodka and down them with the pigeons. It's cool. In the U.S., if you did that, you get, the death penalty.
And no, who really gets
Hey, what's your name, man? What's your name? Connell? Nice to meet you, Connell. What are you doing out and about in the park today? What's going on? Oh, yeah? Yeah? Okay, cool, man. Have you been a Wu-Tang Clan for a while? Okay, word. So Nas is here. Damn, me and Wu-Tang both got shows in Glasgow. Huh? Yeah. Huh? What do you do for work? I make clothes. Oh yeah, what kind of clothes?
T-shirt here.
Currently dating, just I think on this relationship, probably like 1 year ago, more than 1 year.
So you said you're currently dating. So are you seeing one guy, multiple guys, a couple girls in there? What's
I'm not entirely sure.
You're not sure about their gender?
They can do whatever it is, whatever you want it to be.
Okay, non-binary. Okay. So you're not entirely sure. So do you have a main guy, like your side pieces? I feel like you got game.
Do I?
I think you got game. I think you could get
I have no game.
male bitches and female bitches. You got no game. You have zero game.
That's part of it.
Can we have you tilt your microphone down just a little bit?
Yeah.
So it's perfect. A little less. Can you scoot it that way just a bit? That's okay. So give us some deets. What are the details? You got one main dude.
Some pieces, I don't think I'm feeling enough for a healthy relationship. But
you don't think they're healed
yes.
from
So you're dating, how many dates have you been on the past month?
The past month,
Just like
probably new people. A few. I don't really keep count.
Okay. So we gotta get a number on it. You got 7 boyfriends, that kind of situation?
No, like that's it.
7 situations?
No, not 7. I would say 2 or 3.
Okay. 2 to 3 situations. Are they all guys?
Just wondering if you might be interested in donating some money to Donald Trump's legal fund.
I'd rather donate to
Well, that's a no. If you donate over $500, we get a raffle and there's a chance to win a brunch with Eric Trump.
It's the most odious kind of thing.
Basically.
I'm doing something fun.
What are you doing?
I'm going to see my grandma for Thanksgiving. And the next day I'm going to go to Phoenix to see my 2 best friends who I haven't seen forever. Really good friends from their day.
Shout them out. What are their names?
Katie Olden and Janelle Garza.
Didn't have to do last name. That's okay.
Follow Janelle. It's her birthday and she's an amazing artist. Follow her on
Follow
Instagram.
Janelle.
Janelle Garza.
Are they single?
Well, one is, but it's new and fresh, so.
All right, so
Why do you ask that?
Because I'm single.
Yeah,
Will you set me up or no?
I mean,
You'll be honest.
I love you both so much, like, I don't, why is that the first thing you would date my friend? You don't even know her yet.
It seems like a logical question. He's freshly wounded. He just
So is she.
See what you're doing.
deflecting.
She just think, oh, I'm not gonna set my fucking young hot friend with an old.
Well, no, I just.
And it's a valid stance.
Is it?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a little too
Well,
fast for the yes.
that was a lot.
Like he was thinking about saying yes for like 45 seconds.
Would you?
You guys will be here when we go on the tour to go to Phoenix, but we're gonna go to Talking Stick Casino and the day after Thanksgiving.
Let's go back to the question.
Can we bring up a picture of this girl?
Janelle Garza. Look her on Instagram.
Yeah, Janelle
We can
Garza.
plug her because she's an amazing artist.
Bring her up and let's see. Click on her grandma. Let's see what she's got going on. So this is Janelle Garza. This is.
That's her.
That's her right there. Oh, I like her. Oh, gotta sign in. Man, this is why we. What's his name here? What's the guy's name?
I've heard to the right.
That's my best friend. Yeah.
That's what
Zoom in a little northern.
And people message her, oh, how do you know Juicy? Because she'll repost some of my stuff, and she's like,
Yeah, I want to hit her.
15 years.
I want to hit her.
Well, let's set him up.
I don't. What do you mean?
Give her a call right now. Call her up and let's see what she would say. Let's see if she does she know who Bobby is?
Yeah, she knows. She knows because
How about
I
this?
talk to her all the
Let
time.
her call her on the show and not tell her that she's talking to you.
I would never do that.
And see if give me the number now. And let's see if she's thinking. So she's your style. Zoom out. Let's see some other photos. Why would you want to set them up? She looks cute. Bob is cute.
Hey, Goofy.
She's goofy like you. Yeah, that's goofy as shit. Talk about goofy.
That's why she's my best friend.
I don't think I've ever seen goofier than a sleeping bag on her skull. She's nuts. Is she okay? She needs to be.
Sleeping on a cliff.
You're like you fucking ain't even committed to a psych day. You're a goof. So let's let her date Bobby, please.
It's not up to me. It's up to her and Bobby.
What are the negatives of you setting me up with like one of your friends?
I'll name one.
No, name one. You name one first and then you name one.
Okay.
If you break up,
Why?
because then I'm in the middle of it.
I'm never gonna put you in it.
She's gonna choose her friend over you.
Yeah, and I will be in it. She's my best friend.
Okay.
And girls tell each other everything. She'll get all the info.
But what if we fall in love and we have kids and that's what they ever after?
I mean, that would be incredible.
Right. So why not the risk?
Because it's such a great cause. I can't.
I'm on Team Bobby now that I think about it.
And then we give me the negative.
How about you dating her?
Anybody.
And you dating anybody? I think it's all positive for you.
It's not a negative thing.
For you, no.
Okay. For the girl. The negative for the girl. No, for me there's positives, yeah, but what's negative for the girl?
But it's skin ball. Like a,
Yeah, your skin ball.
a ball of skin.
Have you gotten rid of your skin ball?
Skin ball's gone. Where is
I
it?
don't believe you.
Yours? How much?
In a
can
box.
Where is it?
Get rid of it.
I don't like that.
Oh my god. Skin ball? You marry me next
No, what
to a
is the
skin
negative?
ball?
What is the negative?
I don't think you're a I think you're a very eligible man.
Yeah, I've actually really proud of you with your sobriety, and I think.
Hey guys, Remy, I have a brand new today where he is going to take us inside the most dangerous worldwide black market that he's encountered in his work since retiring from the Navy SEALs. So thank you for giving this episode a click. If you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button and that like button as well.
She goes down to DR, gets the procedure done, wakes up, she's fine, flies back to the States. She's not feeling right. She's like, man, why am I not feeling fatigued? I'm feeling lightheaded. I'm not feeling right. She goes to the doctor. The doctor runs all these tests on her. He's like, this, I can't pinpoint. Takes an MRI, comes back. He's like, we only have one kid. And then the light went off in her head. Oh, my kid. Who was it that took her kid? It was a doctor.
Remy Adeleke, welcome to the studio, brother. Thank you for coming in here so short notice.
Thank you for having me.
So, dude, you got a little book tour going on here? Is that what's happening?
A little bit of everything. I'm always torn with one bag, things in my bag.
What's this about?
I say it's a fictional extension of my memoir trend, but I'm sure we'll get into it. But my background is in human intelligence, but then I also have a background in Nigeria. I was born in Nigeria and had a tough upbringing after I left Nigeria. After my dad died, came to the States, so it's very loosely based off of my life. It's all of the stuff that I wish I could have done at the highest levels in the agency, but still based off some of the human stuff that I was able to do.
Did you have to get the stuff you wrote in this one, this fictional one, cleared through DOD?
Yeah, you can say this shit, send every book, man. He said every book,
Around
there. Yeah, they trying to get caught up.
But they might have been reading it and they're like, oh wait, so the main character's a Nigerian guy, came to America. Wait a minute, this looks a little familiar right here. Alright, well I'm looking forward to digging into it, but I want to talk about you today and your life and what you did and what you've been doing since the Navy SEALs as well. I know you've done a ton of work with human trafficking. You made an amazing short film. It was like a 35-minute film called The Unexpected, which is how I found you. I watched that back and I love how you did it, but taking it backwards of like the whole quote-unquote supply chain and how, someone buys an illegal organ for a transplant. It was sickening to watch, but you were telling me just now off camera, you have that being picked up to do a full movie on it too?
Yep, it's already been picked up by G-Base, which is Gerard production company, and Alan Siegel. And we already got financing from Mike Bowie and his financing team. And we already started casting, so it's going to be a big movie. And we're going to really be able to, it's going to be an action thriller because, you got to put the pill in the cake, right?
You got to put the pill in the cake.
Kids don't like medication, they don't like medicine, so how do you get them to take medicine? Sometimes you put the pill in it, and it is a tough topic, but it's a very educational topic, and so, addressing it with its action thriller, but at the same time, we are going to be, educating on the realities of organ harvesting, statistics, how it happens, and so on and so forth, so people don't just get entertained, but they get something out of the film, they walk away having learned something about organ harvesting, because there's not a lot of entities or organizations that focus on organ harvesting. A lot of people focus on trafficking, but not on the organ harvesting side of things, so the film will help with that.
Yeah, it's not something, like you hear all about human trafficking, and people are talking about that all the time, but you don't really hear about organ harvesting, which is, it's another form of it. It's just a part of it, but how did you get, is this something you were exposed to during your career as a Navy SEAL, or is this more, it came up because obviously you're Navy SEAL highly trained to be able to learn about things and you were asked to come and help with this stuff?
Well, I'll say when I got out of the military, I didn't even know what the word human trafficking meant, which is interesting, but when I was in, I want to say that I was exposed to a different form of it. I remember gathering intelligence on a guy that we were going after, and my source informed me that he has like 3 or 4 wives, wife was like 17. He had just taken on a new wife. His new wife was 12. And so, you know, to me, that's trapping. I don't know if he took the girls as his wives, or if the parents sold these young girls to him. He had like a 13 or 14-year-old wife that was pregnant. This guy's like in his mid 30s, right? So, again, at the time, it was just like, hey, this is somewhat part of the culture, what, you know, these specific bad guys does. So, like, but I didn't add the tag human trafficking. I didn't know what human trafficking was. It wasn't until I got out and I got contacted by a few different human come help and volunteer in different ways. And then I learned. I mean, the first trip I went on was up to Sacramento, and I was helping out with a human trafficking nonprofit up there. This lady reached out to me. She was like, I heard your story, and I run this human trafficking nonprofit in Sacramento. We have a huge issue. A lot of kids and women and people coming from Mexico and making their way, getting up here and being promised.
Was it specifically like
trafficking? Awesome. Yeah, it was specifically trafficking. And that's when I heard, I was like, well, what is human trafficking? She explained it to me, and I was like, yo, sign me up. So that was my first exposure to it, and that's when she really began to show me more about it. And then, interestingly, then I began to have other nonprofits not connected to her at all, like reach out to me, you know, say, hey, even if it's something that's a fundraiser, just come here, come speak at this fundraiser to help people raise some money. You know, another nonprofit, hey, would you mind going overseas? Or hey, would you mind doing X, Y, and Z, donating some time, you know, to you know, speaking to victims of trafficking. And so it was like a plethora of different things, and that's kind of how I learned all about it.
Are you allowed to talk about, like, somewhat specifically what you did on that first one, say, in Sacramento?
Yeah,
when
so
you went up there?
Yeah, so part of it was going up, and one part of it was raising money. So I spoke to her that was going to you know, donate some money to this specifically trafficking nonprofit. And she took me around the city to some aftercare clinics. They call it aftercare clinic, but aftercare sanctuaries where I got to kind of sit with traffic victims and hear their stories and try to bring some form of comfort to them and so on and so forth. It didn't involve me going after anybody or anything like that, but it also be part of the police as well. So the police were part of it. So she's really educated on the human trafficking piece. So I would want her to, like, you know, a police station or whatever the case may be, so that she can give class and talk about it, and then also she was able to share statistics with me. Well, she was sharing it with the police, but I was there indirectly through me. Like, here's what's going on in Sacramento. Here's how many kids are being trafficked. Here's how much money some of you guys are bringing in. Here's the areas in Sacramento that you guys need to be aware of. So it was really all of that. So it wasn't the actual me going to kick it down the door or anything like that.
Was there, across, like, the different victims you spoke with, was there a common story? I mean, you said they were all trafficking victims, but was there some sort of, like, common thread that tied them all together?
Poverty. You know, a lot of them came from a poor background, whether it was victims who came from Mexico and somehow was promised some type of sanctuary in Sacramento, and then they got to Sacramento and was trafficked, or whether it was, you know, victims who were born and raised in Sacramento, or maybe a family member, you know, did whatever they did. And so the common thread was these were all people who came from a very poor background, and so they were easily manipulated. These were people that were essentially, they were targets, and that's what went across the board. When you look at different forms of human trafficking, the traffickers are always looking for the most vulnerable people. And one of the key ways, in my opinion, one of the ways to get rid of, we'll never get rid of, as long as human beings, we're never going to get rid of human trafficking. One of the ways to combat it is to first combat poverty as much as we can. You know what I mean? Because that's where, I mean, case in point, Vice did a whole story on this down in Mexico, and they were following it actually. Oregon harvesting trafficker. They were following this guy. He had masks on, goggles, guys, and he was going up to people on the street, like poor people, like people hanging out, hey, are you in good health? This is, man, you know, how you looking at money? You know, not in a good way when it comes to money. You want to make some money? Yeah, I'd like to make some money. What does it going to require? How's your kidney? You can get X amount of dollars for a kidney. Really? It's all on YouTube. People kind of Google advice or harvesting and those pop up.
Now that example you give right there, that was a kidney, right? So hypothetically, that guy can go in, he'll survive, he'll get a kidney. It's crazy, shouldn't happen. But to be clear, like, that's not what your film is showing. Can we talk about that? Can you just go through the premise there and what you showed? Because I'd love to dig into how prevalent this is and stats you know. So let's just start.
Yeah, so let me just talk about different forms of organ harvesting. There's a place how big it's got. You have the example that I just shared where you have the winning participant, somewhat of a winning participant, the person who's poor, down and out. This is well known in Cairo, Egypt. It's considered to be the organ harvesting capital of the world. But you have a lot of migrants from different parts of Africa that are trying to cross the Mediterranean and get into Europe, or even get into Jordan, and get into other parts so that they can have a better life. And so they end up getting stuck in Egypt, and then they get approached by traffickers who are like, hey, I know you're poor, I know you're trying to get out of this particular situation. I can give you $1,000. I can give you, I'm just throwing out a random number, saying that's not the exact number. I can give you $800 if you sell us a kidney. Some of this is done via social media, some of this is done on a website, but that's like more so the winning participant. Another example of that is came out 2 months ago, 3 months ago. This Nigerian guy was approached by a senator, Nigerian senator, and his wife, who had and still has a sick daughter who needs a new kidney. They have a they live in London, and I believe they have dual citizenship. They have citizenship in London. They also have citizenship in Nigeria. They essentially told this guy, hey, we'll give you $7,000 if you come up here to UK. He gets up to UK. They say, hey, you need to go to this hospital and get this checkup and tell them that you're going to be giving a kidney, right? And so he goes there and he starts the process. And what the person that was interviewing this guy noticed that there was something particularly off. And once he got there, that's when they told him what was going to happen.
Yeah.
So that's when it began to shift from winning. I already gave those winning examples to like sort of duping, right?
Yeah,
tricking, so to speak, right? And so he gets there and he essentially confesses that these two Nigerians coming up here and the case, they just got prosecuted like 2 months ago.
In the UK.
He was in the UK, Nigerian senator and his wife, organ harvesting. You just Google that, that'll pop up.
Nigerian senator wife jailed in UK for organ harvest plots. There it is.
Yeah. And so, yeah. And so, now, I'll give another example before I get to the forest, because I want people to understand that there's different levels to this. Actually, let me give you one more, because this is something you could also look up on open source before I get to give another example of the winning. There was a story out of Costa Rica in 2016, 2017, as an Israeli doctor moved from Israel to Costa Rica, and he was brokering kidney deals down in Costa Rica. So if an Israeli or even somebody from a different, part of the West needed a kidney, they would reach out to him. He would go up to a poor person, offer them some money, and they would willingly give it up. So you got the winning, you got the dupe. Another example of the dupe is that there was in 2018, it was a woman in New Delhi. It was another big story. This was international news. She was in India. She received a message from somebody in New Delhi saying, "Hey, I got a job for you." Obviously, we know the caste system is something that's very, very prevalent in India, and so this
For people that don't know.
yeah. So the caste system is essentially it's these different tiers of class. Essentially, it's you have like very, very poor, bottom of the bottom poor, right? Then you have poor, and then you have poor, then you have poor, then you have middle class, but everything middle class, and you have rich, right?
And they literally don't associate
with each other.
Lower.
Yeah.
There's laws.
Yeah, you can't marry into somebody from a different caste. Well, because I don't know if I can't remember if it's laws. I just know that it's more so forbidden. Like your family will disown you, somebody from a rich class, goes down, tear down, and she tries to marry somebody in a poorer or lower caste. And so she was in a very low caste, and so she got this email, hey, there's a job opportunity for you in New Delhi. Yeah, just come up here, we'll pay for your travel, just get up here. They pay for a travel guide, and then the employer, excuse me, I say that in air quotes, says to her, all right, you just need to go get a medical exam tomorrow. Once you get this medical exam, that'll clear you, you can start your work. She goes to the clinic, starts her medical exam, excuse me, and she gets a dress before she starts the exam, and the nurse leaves the room so she can get a dress. She overheard the nurse in the other room say to the doctor, this woman's giving these organs. And that's what saved her life, because she got up and dressed, she ran out of the clinic. Because no, but I mean, organ harvesting is a big thing in Italy as well. And so it's something that's known, it's something that's like, they know what's going on. So she ran to the authorities, alerted them, and
They said organs.
Yeah.
So she was gonna die.
Yeah, she was on. Well, I can't recall the story. I know for a fact that they were taking at least one organ. That's what I know. That's what I know for a fact. I can't remember if it was a kidney or what, but I know that they were taking an organ. I don't want to say organs, and then, but they, again, this story is not fresh in my mind. It could have been multiple organs, but I know at a minimum it was an organ. And again, this is something you can pull because it was an international story. Just in Delhi, organ harvesting, brain busting or something like that. She played a role in that organ harvesting thing, getting, I think that might be it. It was a I think I might be, because it was 2016, they uncovered a multi-million-dollar organ harvesting ring.
Yeah, police in New Delhi have made a number of arrests in connection with a suspected organ harvesting scheme operating out of one of the city's most prestigious private hospitals. 5 people remain in custody after being arrested for illegally trading human kidneys. It's from CNN back in 2016.
That might have been it.
Either way,
there's a bunch
making
of
the same
stories out there. Yeah. And so that's the person that was duped. That's the person that was told, hey, come here, and I'll give you this. You know what I mean? And then it's a bait and switch. It's not, I'm coming to this place and getting a job. It's like, I'm coming to this place and I'm losing an organ. I'm losing organs. Another example of the dupe, which now I'm going to transition from the dupe to the forced, because this is a dupe and a forced. There was a story that came out last year, October of 2022. A woman in Mexico. She's searching for love, finds love on the internet on some dating app. The guy she finds is in Peru. He's a med school student. She travels out there. Long story short, her body parts washed up on the beach. Faceless head. Part of her torso, when they found her torso, all the organs have been taken out. All the organs have been taken out. This was an international news story, and the guy got caught. Catch this, because he was selling organs. I can't believe it was on. I can't remember if it was on social media or some app or black. He was selling her organs on the black market, and that's how he got caught. And this was in Peru, and she lost her life because again she was duped in a way, but then got her, forced her organs out.
What does the black market for organs look like?
Well,
like, where's that done? How's it done? Is any of it dark web based now at this point, I would assume?
A lot of it is social media.
Literally through the socials?
A lot of it is through social, well, a lot of it is through social media and websites. I'll get to the social media piece.
Okay.
During COVID, we know that statistics found that there was a 22% increase, I want to say, on Facebook of human trafficking or recruitment via Instagram, Facebook, I can't remember, maybe it was both. And then it was like a 30%, no, it was a 22% on Facebook, like a 30% increase on Instagram.
Now, how do they define, I mean, it's all bad,
Yeah.
when they're saying human trafficking?
They're not divvying it up, they're just saying human trafficking. They're not saying it's organ harvesting, it's just human trafficking.
I can't believe like any of the most serious end of that though, like organ harvesting could ever even occur without a system flagging it right away.
Well, no, because people use, I mean, you can create fake accounts, hashtags, different ways to message people. For example, I think the person who uses social media often takes for granted hashtags, right? in the sense that, oh, I'm gonna put a hashtag and I want more people to see my posts. But who are those people that are seeing your posts? So a good example is like somebody who maybe a parent has a child that's on dialysis, and you know they needed a kidney to survive, and they go to their doctor's appointment and they take a picture of their kid, or they take a picture of themselves, and it's hashtag dialysis, hashtag appointment today, hashtag hoping for a miracle, hashtag praying for a miracle, whatever. All these traffickers search these hashtags, right? As a matter of fact, again, I don't jump around, but
this is great.
There was a story that came out 2 years ago. Actually, I think it was either the last Dallas Mavericks playoff game or the Mavericks playoff. No, it wasn't this past playoff season. It was the season before that. This girl, she goes to a basketball game, Mavericks playoff basketball game with her dad, gets up to go use the bathroom, doesn't come back. Right? He goes up, tries to find her. She's not there. Game ends, can't find her. No one can find her. Long story short, he told the cops, hey, listen, I think my daughter's been abducted. It's not like her to run away. Cops said, hey, she's just a runaway. They wrote it off as a runaway. He found a human trafficking nonprofit. I think this was in Texas. And that nonprofit searched dark web, found her on the dark web. She was being sold. They partnered with the local police, carried out a sting on this house, and found her. And it was like 2 or 3 of the people that were at the house were at the game. How did they find her? Social media. They built a relationship with her through social media. When she went to the bathroom, she willingly, from what I remember, just go look that up, Dallas Mavericks. But it was a dude. It wasn't like, hey, I'm going with you so you can sell me this. Dallas Mavericks human trafficking victim, something like that.
15-year-old girl. Okay, this is from a local news station up there. Police have arrested the man accused of luring a 15-year-old girl away from the Dallas Mavericks game. In April, the team was ultimately trafficked to Oklahoma City and was forced into according to her family's attorney. Dallas police said officers with the U.S. Marshals Task Force arrested 33-year-old Emmanuel Cartagena this past Thursday on an outstanding warrant for the assault of a child. Cartagena allegedly met the 15-year-old victim outside the American Airlines Center during a Mavs game on April 8th. Her family said she went to the restroom and did not return. Police surveillance video showed her leaving the arena with the suspect. Police say Cartagena took the victim to the house in Dallas and assaulted her. She was located in Oklahoma City about 10 days later. Oh my God.
Yeah, and it is one of they found her via social media. They came to the game. You know, there's these ploys now where they're using, kind of like the catfishing, where they're using other teenagers as boys and saying, and like pictures of other teenagers saying, hey, I like you, I'm gonna be at the game, you're gonna be at the game.
Some of them gotta be convincing.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure you see it all the time.
Yeah.
Anytime you follow any kind of account, usually I notice of like a celebrity, in this case like a female celebrity, you will instantly have, I don't know if you've seen this as well, Brad, but you'll instantly have these accounts that are usually tagged around over here. But that's just got to be the worst example of like no effort. There's got to be some, like you're saying, where it's like, oh, you know, they have 600 followers or something, a long history on there, and they make people believe.
Yeah, they create these accounts. As a matter of fact, I know I'm jumping around, I'm super sorry. There was a story that came out, again, I keep saying it because I researched this, I studied all this story, obviously something nauseous, but there's a story that came out like 2 months ago. This kid committed suicide. He was on a baseball team somewhere in the Midwest, good kid, straight A student, because there was an account that followed him on Instagram, and it looked like a girl, a beautiful white girl, teenager, his age, and it was 2 Nigerians, Nigeria, and they were sending him a message like, I want to can't wait to see you, and then the Nigerians like eventually, hey, send me pictures of you, Nick. Send me pictures of you, like I want to see you look like somebody else. That's why I'm saying, get a paraphrase for the second time. He does this, and they say, all right, you need to give us $40,000 or $50,000. I can't remember the exact number. He's like, I don't have that kind of money. All the messages are, I think, all on the story, and he didn't have the money. And I think he sent like $5,000. They were like $50,000, and they kept on tormenting him, saying, we're gonna expose you to everybody. And it was a girl, like saying she was gonna expose him, but it was actually these 2 Nigerians. He ended up committing suicide. And so social media is a driver for this. It's so easy to create accounts. It's so easy to delete accounts. It's so easy to search on hashtags. I mean, now, I tell people all the time, we have to think of social media as like being out walking down the street. You know, you can't treat it like you're in this private space, because in reality you're not. You know, the internet, social media has become the world to a lot of people. You can reach people around the world, just like you know, Morgan Homes. You know, I have people around the world that watch that film that want to have watched the film without going to being a social media platform, right? And so we have to learn to put those same barriers and those same checks and balances in place around social media accounts. People who follow us, people who message us, as we would if somebody was coming to us in the street.
Yeah, I mean, it's a digital world.
Yeah,
it's like when obviously the whole crypto and everything tanking, people have been talking about the metaverse and stuff less, but you know, that concept is very much in the works, and you see what they're trying to do, and the thing I can never wrap my head around is how people didn't see how we already had the bootloader. Like, not even a bootloader, like a form of it, because people are different people on there, but they're also incredibly revealing, unknowing of who they are. And what you're talking about is revealing in the most innocuous of ways. You're using hashtags or like answering a DM with somebody, but you see it at the layer of something like that story of the kid, which is horrible, committing suicide from something like that. But then it also goes to, you get a girl to leave a stadium with you. You know, and this is how, like, you know, we've all heard these stories. I'm guilty of it too. Like, we throw around these terms, human trafficking and stuff. But this is I guess like the main boiling point of how it goes down. And then around the world, I would imagine, as you've seen being a Navy SEAL, we're going to get to your whole background and everything for people listening right now who aren't familiar. But, you know, I would imagine it's even a lot easier than that in places that are severely poverty-stricken, third world country, that they walk up and you were telling me in the car, you did one, I don't know where this was.
It was DR.
You want to tell people about that? That makes you sick to your stomach.
Yeah, no, so I was working with a trafficking nonprofit, and went down to DR. Part of what we were supposed to be doing was bringing daughters to traffickers. Yeah, because in this particular slum that we were in, the parents would sell their daughters to traffickers. Traffickers would take their daughter to the northern part of DR, and Americans and other Westerners would come after these.
Hold on a minute. So you had to educate the parents not to do that.
Yeah, and I
instead of calling the cops.
Yeah,
because not like that exists.
I mean, the cops do exist, but at the end of the day, it's like, oh shit, you know, we don't have the same. A lot of people think that the same systems that are in place here in America are the same systems in place in other parts of the world. No, I'm not saying that. And so it's like, you know, it's a different world, and especially as you get further and further away. That's why you get a lot of these people who go up to other countries and they act as though they have the same rights as they have in America. And they quickly find out they don't. You know what I mean? And so yeah, we were down there. I just remember being so perturbed, father of two boys. It was just hard for me, and I've always been good at keeping my composure. And our guide recognized that I was kind of out of it. I wasn't able to really effectively do my job. I was like in somewhat of a daze. And he pulled me aside and pulled me into this chapel that was no bigger than the size of 2 toilet stalls. And at the end of the chapel was a 6-month-old old baby that was dead in a casket. It was a funeral service. But two handicapped toilet stalls, so it wasn't two bigger. And he used that as a teaching moment for me. And essentially what he was saying was that this is why their parents are doing what they're doing. Like, it all goes back to what we were saying earlier, poverty, desperation.
Why was the baby dead?
So the baby died because the mother had, her sustenance ran out, her breast milk ran out. So she had mixed the local water, slum water with formula, and that's what ultimately killed the baby. So essentially what he was trying to show me was, this is their plight. Either they sell their daughter and they get food, water, and other stuff for their other kids, right? Or they don't, and all their kids die. And it doesn't justify it. It doesn't make it understandable, but it gives you the tools that you need to be able to better communicate to the parents, right? And communicate to the people in this particular slum. And so that falls under the witting side of it, right? Back to the social media piece, because I had this thought right before we jumped to that topic, to that story. well, I'll back up. That was the inspiration. That began that was the start of me essentially saying I need to make a film. Because when I got back from that trip, I had a few voicemails from Mike Case and text messages. Mike Case is Michael Bay's producing partner. And he was like, hey, Bay, we've been trying to get in contact with you because Bay's starting his new film, Sit Around, and he'd like for you to be consultant on it. And he was like, where are you? And I was like, dude, I was out of it. I was like, man, I've been down in DR actually. He's like, all right. He's like, can you start today? I was like, I can't start today, but I can start like next week or something. And after I got off the phone, is when these two worlds collided. The human trafficking piece that I was just exposed to, tangible soul, and then the film and TV piece. And in my mind, I was just like, I could go down to South America, DR, Haiti 100 times and try to educate parents or pull kids out of these trafficking rings, rescue them, and do all that all day long. Or I can have a bigger impact via film and TV, right? I can reach more people, right? I don't know what the view count is on that, on the film. I think it's like somewhere around 45,000 views, but at this point, 45,000 people have potentially seen the film.
Yeah.
And
so if we get a few more in there, I'll link down in the description.
And I've had so many people say to me, hey, thank you for making this film because I didn't know that this happens. I didn't know that it was real. I thought it was a conspiracy. I didn't know that things happen like this. Our world is evil, and I want to do something. Whether that's donate to a human trafficking nonprofit, whether that's volunteer their time with a human trafficking nonprofit, whether it's as simple as I've got people say, dude, I went on the website, on the human trafficking website, and I just took a class on how to recognize the signs and symptoms of a human trafficking victim. And that was what I wanted. And that all came from coming back from that trip, having that voicemail, and those two worlds colliding and saying, I need to have a bigger impact, and the best way I can have a bigger impact is through film and TV, because people won't read books on this. Most people won't go down to other places or even go in their own communities like Sacramento and engage in fighting human trafficking, even if it's as simple as volunteering in the aftercare clinic. People won't read, books and articles, but they will watch a movie. They will do that. And if I can get to watch a movie, then I can engage more people into this fight.
Because you're telling, it comes back to the most core thing in human history, throughout history. Stories. People are affected by things that, even if they can't relate to it, they could find a way to put themselves somewhat in that situation. You did that very effectively with that film. And what it, for people out there who haven't seen it, again, the link is in the description. I highly recommend you watch it. And I'm looking forward to the full feature here you get to do with it. Now that's awesome that you're doing that. But, what it's showing it.
B&H Transportation Logistics Inc.
is you did like a backward timeline.
Yeah.
So you start with the end, where you show, some rich white couple from America down in Mexico, and they get informed by a doctor that their son is going to live. They just got this transplant for something, and then you show how that organ got to the hospital, and the medical person who brought it, and then you show where the medical person met these other people, and then where they met these other, and all the way down, and I won't give it away, but you end up showing quite literally the source and what happens, and this is where we get to like the whole forced acquisition.
It's just force. Just like force. Forced marriage.
I don't want to put like business terms.
No, forced marriage is a form of human trafficking as well. But I decided to I was trying to figure out, when I wrote the script, it was a tough write because it's based on true events.
You based it on something?
It's based on true events. That's something that I witnessed and saw. So trying not to give away too much so that people don't go watch the film. Like, here it is now. I know.
No, you gotta watch it.
But there's victims in it. You know the victims, right? And those victims are from a specific group. Yes. That
crane operator salary
had a genocide carried out against them around 2015, 2014, 2015.
Oh, I didn't know.
Don't give it away. Don't give it away.
I'll leave it out.
Remember, the guy asked them at the end of the film. Towards the end of the film, he says, "Are they Shiite or?"
Oh shit! I totally missed that.
He said there.
Move Trump's name from the ballot. I will say this. There is, in my mind, a 95% chance that in some form Trump's name is removed from the ballot somewhere. Why? In Arizona, they printed the wrong-sized ballot on the wrong-sized paper and jammed up all the machines. What I expect to happen at the very last minute, and so October of next year maybe, when the ballots are being sent out, batches of them will not have Trump's name on it. And then someone in these offices, Secretary of State or otherwise, will say, Trump is insurrectionist. It's not in dispute, so I removed his name under the 14th Amendment. They will be sued, and then come December, the Supreme Court will say, hey, you can't do that. And they'll say, okay, we can't. We'll put his name back. Pro says, oh, he lost by the way.
That's how it always goes, man. But, I mean, this is what's happening. You've got ideological capture in the judicial field, you know, in the court of law. All your lawyers are coming out there literally left-leaning, and judges are left-leaning. It's literally becoming to the point where they can do whatever the heck they want. And then, you know, you have conservatives. We're over here telling our kids, oh, no, don't go to college. Go get a trade. And, you know, our kids, they're just, you know, our boys, they're young boys. They're like, okay, I'll go be an electrician because all they want is just little money. They want to chase it and get some needy on the side. So they're like, you know, I'm just going to go where the money is. But then your institutions are completely captured and they're left-leaning, and all the legal interpretations of this whole immutable Constitution are all turned against you. And this is kind of the problem that we face. Like, even if we win 2024, because of how the law is, because of how they're doing these counties, you're not guaranteed to even have a lasting victory because our feeder system, our farm system is all screwed up.
Abject corruption across the country, and unfortunately, the people who believe in this country believe in its rules and its morals and its ethics, and the people who don't, and they cheat.
That goes to the point that I made the other day about how liberals need to understand that you can only be a liberal, and I'm talking about classical. Classical liberals need to understand that you can only be a liberal with other liberals. Yep. Unfortunately, you cannot be a liberal and engage with fascists. You cannot be a liberal and engage with authoritarians like Marxists and stuff, because they don't hold the same values that liberals do. If you don't think honesty is important, then you'll manipulate words and change the meaning so that way you can just get your way. That's the point. If we were dealing with liberals, you wouldn't have people trying to manipulate the words that we're using to describe ideas. Right. The point of manipulating the words is to circumvent actual law. If you were a liberal, then you would say, well, I'm going to honestly present my case, and if your case is better than my case, we're looking to collaborate and produce a better result for people. So what we're going to do is collaborate, blah, blah, blah. If you're not looking for that, if you're just looking for power, then you'll manipulate, you'll twist words, you'll do whatever you can. Liberals need to understand, when you're dealing with authoritarians, liberalism doesn't work.
Do you think it works with corporatism at all?
I don't understand your question.
Well, I feel like corporations are the most fascist aspect of our society, the collusion with the government. So, like, I've always thought that I have some liberal vestige in me, but I've been born and raised in this corporatocracy, and I just kind of play along. I said taxes is bullshit. And so, like, do we even have any liberals in this society? I want to think that I do.
The problem is liberalism, and having any sort of liberal society creates a vacuum of which authoritarians can use big power. You know, they always say you vote yourself into tyranny, but then you gotta your way out. Again, I'm not gonna say the other one because apparently that's incitement these days. But
so is corporations? Is that just like the economist's way to create authoritarianism legally?
So it's illegal. Corporatism legally is a cartel system, and that's the thing. It's not capitalism. It's corporatism. They've used corporatism as a weapon multiple times. You know, we can go back to how we tried to collapse Russia, and we literally brought their life expectancy of the average Russian male down to 50, you know, somewhere in the mid-50s, using corporatism, the cash for vouchers program, where they were converting the command economy into a capitalist society, and they gave starving Russians who needed medicine and food vouchers, and these vouchers weren't ever honored. They were never honored. So they gave them all of that, and then you got these Western firms, these corporate these kleptocrats coming in, working with oligarchs who had the money and saying, we need you to buy up these shares. And they used corporatism. They bought up all the economy and basically used that, and then made it a weapon.
I want to get into some economic stuff, but we have to stop first at this story, and then we'll move on to the economic stuff. We have this from the Washington Post. Biden should not run again in 2024. Wow. David Ignatius. Joe Biden launched his candidacy. president. His words are, we are in the battle for the soul of the nation. He was right, blah, blah, blah. Since then, he's had a remarkable string of wins, which I admire most about President Biden, is in a polarized nation, he's governed from a center out, blah, blah, blah.
I love that he points out that Harris shouldn't run either.
Oh, it's amazing. But
normally you'd think that it'd just be like, oh, President Biden shouldn't run. It'd be okay if the vice president did. Not this time.
But I don't think Biden and Vice President Harris should run for re-election. It's painful to say that, given my admiration for much of what they've accomplished. But if he and Harris campaign together in 24, I think Biden risks undoing his greatest achievement, which was stopping Trump. I am excited at the prospect of Joe Biden running again, because he was just the anti-Trump corporeal mannequin that was used as something to vote for.
Yeah.
And now that when you put a mannequin in office, you realize he doesn't lead. And then you get a lot of big problems. And now they're like, oh, quick, switch Joe Biden and Kamala Harris out, but you can't do it. How do they get Biden and Kamala not to run again? There's no way.
It's amazing that
hold on.
Yeah, go for it.
There is no legitimate electoral and political path towards having Joe Biden and Kamala Harris leave the 2024 race.
Yeah, sure. But they can tell him that they're not going to back him with the super delegates. So no matter what, they're not going to be.
He's the president.
Yeah, but the DNC decides who they run.
But there is no political path. If they hold their support for Biden, they lose 2024. Period.
Yeah, nobody else has momentum. I mean, what are you going to do?
And the time is short. Like, we're getting into getting into the fall now.
They've got 6 months, maybe.
RFK, but they don't want him.
That's the last thing they.
But it doesn't matter. Gavin Newsom exists.
He doesn't want to do it either.
They cannot. It's not about that. It's that if they say, if Joe Biden comes out and says Kamala and I are not going to run for re-election, people are going to be like,
yeah, it undermines it.
That's unprecedented. That's insane.
After all the shaky videos they've been paying Chris Mowry and Harry Sisson to do about how great Joe Biden is, how he's literally doing what nobody else does, like, oh my God.
Yeah,
like,
imagine your greatest accomplishment being winning the race. Like, that's it. That was your greatest accomplishment. That's literally what they're saying.
Conspiracy theory.
Okay.
Oh, I was about to say, I think that Joe Biden got in to basically drain our SPR and ruin our gas reserves just so that we don't have enough power to wood chippers in the helicopters.
All right. Here's what I think. Joe Biden. Here's how they get him out of office. Joe Biden gets kidnapped by Russians, and then appears on TV, tied up, Vladimir Putin yelling at him, and he's like, "Admit it. America is done." He's like, "I'll never admit it. The only way America loses is if Donald Trump wins, and that won't happen. I'm here kidnapped, and we need a strong leader." And then Gavin Newsom steps up and says, "I'll save you, and then vote for me so I can rescue Biden." I'm being as ridiculous as possible because there's no legitimate PR path for a president like Biden to bow out and for the party to retain any kind of legitimacy.
That's the thing. You hit the nail on the head. The party is effed. I mean, I don't see Newsom being a realistic candidate. I don't think that America looks at where California is and says, "Yeah, that's what we want." California's the news that comes out of California, all the political news that comes out of California. There's not a lot of good news coming out. You hear people complaining about the crime. You hear people complaining about the homelessness. You hear people complaining about all kinds of stuff. I don't see how Gavin Newsom makes a compelling run with the economy the way that it is and with California in the state that it is. So I don't know. I think you're right. I think it's going to have to be Biden, and I don't know. I don't see how they could do anything else.
Did you know that Gavin Newsom voted that trans month, or he signed off on that
in August, trans month.
Yeah.
If Gavin Newsom runs, the Republicans need to make Scott Wiener, the state representative, the face of California. That dude is objectionable.
He's been aggressively creating legislation.
Creep show.
Really. Stuff that, like, I don't know if it all sexualizes kids. I don't want to make claims about legislation.
It definitely sexualizes kids. I'll make that claim.
Freaking weird, man. I don't see another Democratic
Now, when it get canceled, make sure you get this out. You come to old Korean War American vets, they've eaten dog because at the time
They were fed dog.
they were fed dog,
Right.
and they say it's the most delicious meat they've ever had.
I don't know.
That's what they say.
They say that it's good meat.
It's tender, really good meat. So
When I was there fighting them fucking Koreans, I gotta tell you, I came down from a tough chopper mission.
Here, son.
Yeah, what's that?
You home? What are you?
I'm starving. What is that?
He's Eagles.
Oh, thank you so much. What's your name?
Yo.
Oh, nice to meet you, Gone. All right. Have some of this meat loafer. God.
You know what you is?
What?
Skippy.
Oh, you son of a... You son of a... We're gonna get fucking canceled.
Now, when it get canceled, but
Make sure you...
No, Violet.
You were making the point, Dixie, that women, because the way they are raised to be more.
That's not true.
Like first hit first. Yeah.
Okay. There was another part that you said after that point that dated me. What did you
She
say
was
after
saying that if women are brought up to be cautious around men, which is why they potentially have less conflicts with men than when you were saying that men get attacked when they're coming out.
But you could also argue that men have there's something within a lot of men which is like a white knight thing, where it's like told never to hit a woman. In fact, I think women have some privileges on the street. For example, like you, for example, let's say you're walking in some bar or nightclub district, and a guy comes up to you and slaps you across the face. There are totally strange men that will intervene on your behalf and essentially be your bodyguards for free, that will defend you. However, if I just get slapped in the face by some dude who starts trying to fuck me up, nobody's coming to save me. So I think that's actually a privilege that women have. You basically, in a public area, you basically have male bodyguards that will intervene on your behalf that are total strangers.
I don't know. Okay, like I agree to a certain extent, especially like if a woman were to slap you, I highly doubt that you'll have any interveners. But if a random man slaps you, I think you have a high likelihood that you're also going to have strangers intervene.
No.
And then also
No.
there's been
Police.
multiple issues, specifically during COVID, like when they started letting the trains run again, where women were being, essayed on the trains in New York, and sometimes for many, many stops, and passerbyers were videotaping it, and nobody was doing anything to help these women. So women do experience that as well. Yeah, I'll agree with you that in general, strangers are more likely to have a woman being beaten than a man being beaten by a woman, but women definitely experience times where strangers will not help them.
I'm not saying that there's never a situation where a woman is being physically assaulted by a man, and that it's impossible that a guy doesn't intervene. However, I would say it's very likely if there's other men around seeing a woman being beaten by a man, they are very likely to not just intervene, but beat the fucking shit out of the guy who's beating on the woman. Whereas, if I'm getting attacked by another man, I don't know why you flip genders. If I'm getting attacked by another man, it's very, very unlikely that other men are going to intervene to stop.
And just to say something on that, so for example, when that situation does arise, when a woman is being beaten by a man and they're on any defendant, oftentimes it could be missing context from the situation. So did you guys hear about the woman who got recently? She literally got we have to. I'm just using it as an example because she was literally saying, who aren't standing up for me, men are pussies, they're cowards, this is not trying to paint this narrative, but there was a lot more to the context that
Mike Davis I'm anti-women when in practice I'm anti-everyone. Most men are completely useless working dead-end jobs just to throw good bread at some pot. But they're self-aware and know they're losers. 300+ women think they're special. Crazy.
All right, Mike Davis, there you go. The president, he's awesome. Thank you, Mike Davis. Appreciate it.
I think that although in theory it sounds like, oh yeah, like, you know, men will be valiant and stand up for the woman, there's a reason why women are being given advice like, hey, if you're being assaulted or if some like strange guy's trying to attack you, instead of yelling like help, like I'm being FA'd, instead they say you should scream fire. Because it's like, there is like a bystander effect, and there is, oh, you know, a lot of people, both men and women, in the face of atrocities freeze or think that somebody else called the police, somebody else is going to do something about it, regardless of gender.
Talk about why men defend women when they see them being harmed on the streets. I think most of the time, like the average woman's height is like 5'4" versus the average male height is 5'9", and there's, you know, a lot more muscle mass when you're that in general. And I feel like people tend to want to defend people who are like just smaller. Like it's like if you see someone literally like beating the shit out of a kid, or someone who is, you know, that cannot physically defend themselves, then you are more inclined to help. If someone's beating on an old person in a wheelchair, it's like, hey, stop that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if there's a disparity in size or strength, I think there's perhaps, even if it's two men, there might be a greater likelihood of intervention. And certainly there are examples with someone who's elderly, a child. I actually, yeah, that's a good point. Said you had a question for me before you went up to.
Oh yeah, I was wondering how many people you share your location with on your phone. Like just find my friends if you have an iPhone or Android. So I want to bring up that most women share their locations with other women friends just as like a primary safety, like, hey, if I go on this date, this is where I'm at. Something could happen, and it's just like taught to always be cautious because things can happen, and then we get blamed if something does happen. A lot of times, like if someone drugs our drink, or if someone ends up saying us, like it's typically like, oh, we didn't take enough precautions. We always have to have it out. Like, you can't, like, they're right here, just pick me up.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's fucking talk about something else. Let's see what's in the chats. I mean, as far as, okay, just really quick, me personally, like, me not sharing my location, I don't go to bars, I don't go to clubs, I don't go to parties. So I'm not putting myself in potentially violent situations that often happen when you are, like, so it's plausible that a girl that 3 times a week she's getting fucking tanked at bars and nightclubs, it's probably likely that she's going to be sharing her location with more people because she is putting herself in those sorts of, you're out at nightclubs and bars and parties. Like, it is a vulnerable position for both men and women.
Yeah, so I understand.
What can I do?
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't put myself in those situations where I feel like I'm in danger. I used to share with my ex. And to be honest, when I came over here and I traveled to California, I kind of thought about that. I'm like, wow, this girl the person who actually have my location, and I'm sharing this safe where I don't know anyone. And I did think about that for a second. But to your point, no, I didn't. I know with a bunch of my friends with one person.
I mean, I don't really go to a bunch of clubs or bars or anything, but I always share my location no matter what, with like my best friends, and with just people that, even if we're just like having dinner or something, like, oh, just go to the park, and it's just like very casual for me.
Right.
But maybe it's like location or like age thing, I don't know.
I actually do share my location with a lot of people too, and I think it might be like a physical location thing because I live in the middle of LA. I'm not gonna share where, but I don't feel safe walking around sometimes. Going to the grocery store by myself sometimes, which is why I share my location.
Also, I would point out, I think you mentioned the word feel, right? So I do think it's the case that women feel less safe. But like if you look at the actual data, the actual statistics, as far as when it comes to violent crime across the board, generally speaking, men are more likely to be victims of violent crime than women.
To be fair. No, but you don't want to be harassed either. It's like if they're not going to stab you, you don't want someone following home and like hit on you either.
Yeah, sure, yeah, that makes sense. You don't want somebody following you, of course.
You two are bad friends.
Oh no, introduce our guest. Recently, in an episode of the Culture War podcast, I was asked what I thought about the intelligence agencies, and I said they are abject evil. And I don't think there's any argument from a leftist perspective or liberal as to how they would not be abject evil. We have this story. Musk a traitor. The U.S. to hold closed-door meeting over whether billionaire is conducting own foreign policy. Why? Well, a story came out that said Elon Musk shut down Starlink, preventing a Ukrainian counteroffensive against Russia. Reality is, there was a request made of Elon Musk to activate Starlink to allow the attack on the Russian flagship fleet. And Elon said, no, they've actually corrected and revised this. The real story. Elon was asked to allow his property, Starlink, to be used as a tool in a military offensive, which could result in World War III. At any rate, would be a dramatic escalation. So, now you have this story. U.S. Democrat Elizabeth Warren is demanding an investigation into SpaceX, whose CEO Elon Musk could have disrupted Ukraine's attack on the Russian Black Sea fleet by refusing to connect the Starlink network in occupied Crimea. Bloomberg reported on September 12th. The Congress needs to investigate what's happened here, whether we have the adequate tools to make sure foreign policy is conducted by the government and not by one billionaire. Abject. That's Elizabeth Warren, okay? What did Elon Musk do? There's a private citizen who has a massive Starlink network of satellites, which I subscribe to, and we have as one of our emergency backups for communication in the event of a shutdown, because we're in a moderately rural area. Elon Musk said, you can't use my property for war. And now the government is coming after him. Here's why I say the intelligence agencies are abject. Think about everything the left has complained about. Ocean acidification, climate change, carbon emissions in the atmosphere, the garbage patches, racial inequality. All of these things are emboldened by an intelligence apparatus that seeks to serve this country's interests, right? Here's what I really think. I think the United States is a great country, and I think that the intelligence agencies are typically rogue agencies that don't operate under the will of the people, they operate outside. To me, that's why I think, overtly, they are doing things that are evil. Because this country must agree on the direction this country goes, and you can't have a permanent state of intelligence agencies deciding what the best thing for this country is. From the liberal perspective, all...
Man, I gotta go in the house. I gotta get off the phone and feel warm up. We just did like a 6-mile run. It was like -3, and somebody forgot to bring their gloves, so none of us got to wear any of our cold weather gear. One person didn't bring gloves, so all 75 of you couldn't wear any of your cold weather gear? What are you talking about? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, no. One person forgets any article of cold weather gear, they don't let any of us wear it for some reason. Honestly, I don't know, man. I've been in for 10 years, I still don't understand it. Hey man, what's up? Give me a phone. Say goodbye, and I leave for like 9 months pretty soon. Oh yeah, they actually rescheduled the flight. They rescheduled the flight? What do you mean? It's been planned for like a year. Yeah, they rescheduled the flight. It's not leaving next mad about this. I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense. Got mad about it this morning after I got to the airport. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta go. I'm heading down to the motor pool because it's Monday, so we're gonna do some racing. And they don't let us have our phones in there. The cars. And they lock the gate until lunch. They what? They lock you in and they don't let you have your phone until lunch? What are you talking about? Yeah, one guy, I mean, I guess he left before things were done, like a year ago or so. So that's how that happened. And this is really concerning. This is really concerning. Like, what? We need to do something about this. No, there's nothing we can do. So just pray for me, okay? Or send me positive thoughts. Whatever you think will be helpful. And we're good. It's all right, man. I'm totally not terrified.
It's 5 miles. Take exit 485.
I had to put they snagged my You got me. Did they give you a reason? That kind of sucks. Yeah, the company decided that it's going to go out to the field yesterday, so they denied my leave. And I'm not even going out, but they just want me in the office, despite the fact that there will be no being here, for 4 days that they're going out to the field. That doesn't sound like it makes a lot of sense. Good. I don't think I understand. I don't understand either. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know. Such is life. What is... Hey man, I gotta go. I'm gonna be late. My boss got called into work, so he told all of us we have to all... He told you all have to come in? Because he has to come in? That's weird, man. It's a federal holiday. Well, at least you'll get some overtime pay, right? Oh, yeah, man, overtime pay. Hey, sorry. Hey, how do we apply for the overtime pay? How do I get that out of my check? Hey, do push-ups! Roger, sorry. Yeah, you're the best. Yeah, man, no, we're not going to. But, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'll talk to you later. Hey, man, I gotta go. Waiting in the arms room for weapons. Nothing's happening. They just don't want us on our phones for some reason. You're just waiting at the arms room to draw a weapon? I mean, how long are you gonna have to wait? How long have you been waiting? We've been waiting hours. We showed up here at 2 in the morning, and I mean it's 7 now, and it hasn't even started. So to be honest, I don't know why we're here, but this happens all the time. You show up to a place and you wait for all the time. There's even a saying for it, a fun little phrase: hurry up and wait. Hey man, I'm not feeling very good. I'm sick. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I think I'm gonna have to throw up, and then I'm gonna go into the office. You're gonna throw up, dude? You're too sick to go into work, man. Just call in sick. Why are you laughing so hard? Call in sick. Bro, that's a good one, man. Discussing. Honestly, man, we never discussed anything. Information has never been put out. It could be, I don't know why they want us to meet. Maybe to feel productive. I'm not really sure. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm sorry.